ఆవిడకి రెడీగా ఉండమన్నమ్మా. ఆవిడ జాయిన్ అయిపోయింది. ఆవిడ ఎవరో అన్నది చూడు. ఆవిడ ఎవరో ఆవిడకి లైవ్ ఇవ్వాలి.
సార్ ఆల్రెడీ జాయిన్ అయ్యి ఉన్నారు సార్. ఆల్రెడీ జాయిన్ అయ్యి ఉన్నారు సార్. ఆల్రెడీ జాయిన్ అయ్యారు సార్. రాధిక మేడం జాయిన్ అయ్యి ఉన్నారు.
మీ బ్యాచ్ వాళ్ళు మొత్తం ఎంత 20 మంది కనబడుతున్నారు. దాదాపు 100 మంది
అందరూ రారు సార్. వాళ్ళకి నచ్చిన టైంలో వాళ్ళు వస్తారు.
అనుకోకూడదు. టుడే ఇనాగ్రల్ సెషన్
అమెరికా వాళ్ళకి ఫస్ట్ నేను మాట్లాడతాను. ఫస్ట్ చేయండి. కెమెరా ఎక్కడ
ఉంది.
హలో. Good morning, Professor Bhanukumar Garu and Professor Ramesh. I see the presence of almost all the delegates and participants. So can we start the program? Please instruct from your end, because still people are there at your place. Please instruct all the participants to keep their platforms under mute, so that from your end Professor Ramesh or Professor Bhanukumar can initiate the program, the inaugural program.
Namaste, Guruji. Namaste, sir. Namaste, Guruji. Namaste.
Namaste.
So, I'm very happy to see you again in this great occasion. So, it is my privilege to invite the guests on this occasion of 7th day International Day Yoga celebrations. In this occasion, we are celebrating and organizing the international seminar. I am cordially inviting all the guests, especially Guruji. With his blessings, we are starting. And also, I am great to report and invite Professor A.C. Pandeyji, Director, Inter-University Center of Yogic Sciences, and Guruji, Chancellor, Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Samsthan, and also he is the chairperson of governing body of Inter-University Center of Yogic Sciences, and I am very great to inspiring behind all of us, our great dynamic Vice Chancellor, Professor Prasad Reddy Garu. I invite all of you, distinguished guests all over the world, all guest speakers, and media and everyone to participate in this occasion. I am cordially, humbly inviting you, all of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, prayer. Radhika Lena.
शिवं शान्तम् अद्वैतमानन्दरूपम् श्रीगुरुं नमामि। शिवं शान्तम् अद्वैतमानन्दरूपम् श्रीगुरुं नमामि। अच्युतानन्द गोविन्दम् सच्चिदानन्दरूपम् श्रीगुरुं नमामि। अच्युतानन्द गोविन्दम् सच्चिदानन्दरूपम् श्रीगुरुं नमामि। निर्विकल्पं निराकारं निर्गुणं सकलब्रह्माण्डव्याप्तं निर्विकल्पं निर्विकल्पं निराकारं निर्गुणं सकलब्रह्माण्डव्याप्तम् अन्तर्ज्योतिस्वरूपम् अन्तर्ज्योति स्वरूपम् श्रीगुरुं नमामि शिवं शान्तम् अद्वैतमानन्दरूपम् श्रीगुरुं नमामि श्रीगुरुं नमामि श्रीगुरुं नमामि सत्सङ्गत्वे निस्सङ्गत्वं निस्सङ्गत्वे निर्मोहत्वं निर्मोहत्वे निश्चलत्वं निश्चलत्वे जीवन्मुक्तिः नमस्ते
Next. Yeah. Introducing the chairman of this seminar and also Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Prasad Reddy Garu. Introducing by
myself, Shravani Chitturi, research scholar from the Department of Yoga and Consciousness. A very good morning to all the dignitaries, guests, participants, friends and colleagues. On behalf of the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, it's with pride and great pleasure I come forward to introduce our high-spirited and energetic Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.V.G.D. Prasad Reddy Garu, the President of this function. Professor Prasad Reddy is a passionate teacher, an expert in the field of information technology, and an academic administrator for over 3 decades. He joined Andhra University as assistant professor in May 1987 out of passion towards teaching. He obtained PhD in computer engineering and from then on gradually moved up in academic positions to rise to become a senior professor in 2018. Presently, he is serving Andhra University, Visakhapatnam as its 18th Honorable Vice Chancellor. Professor Prasad Reddy had previously held the positions of Rector, Registrar, Director, Head of the Department, and numerous other administrative positions, and he had been on committees of several public institutions under assignments of great sensitivity and responsibility. During his tenure, when he served as Director for Department of Yoga and Consciousness, he was instrumental in getting funds allocated for the development of the institute, and since then, he advocated the development and propagation of yogic and naturopathic sciences. Only because of his initiation and encouragement, this seminar has materialized. Saying this much, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.V.G.D. Prasad Reddy Garu, to take over and deliver his inaugural address.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope my voice is audible. The technical team over there.
Yes, audible, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. So, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and warm welcome to all. And I'm delighted to join the rest of the university in welcoming Padma Shri Dr. H.R. Nagendra Sir, Chancellor of Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Samsthana, and also the Chairman of Inter-University Center for Yogic Sciences, Bangalore, to this inaugural function as a chief guest. Sir, on behalf of Andhra University, I extend a very warm welcome to you. Let me also extend a very warm welcome to Professor Avinash Chandra Pandey, the director of Inter-Yogic Center, Bangalore, to this webinar today. I also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to many of the internationally acclaimed speakers and practitioners of yoga for being here to deliver their experiences, which is a great motivator for the scholars of the department and also to the delegates at large. Indian yoga, which is practiced in its various forms, is garnering popularity across the globe. The scientific research has proven that yoga can help reduce stress levels, increase awareness, build immunity, and regularize the overall systems of the body. The COVID-19 pandemic, in fact, has caused immense misery throughout the world. People's physical and mental health have taken a toll, and experts say that it takes a longer time for the things to return back to normalcy. However, we can inculcate healthy lifestyle changes and make yoga practice a part of our daily routine to help us sail through these trying times. Amid the adverse times of the pandemic, this year, the International Day of Yoga has put its focus on the well-being beyond the immediate impact of physical health. In this context, the Department of Yoga and Consciousness of Andhra University, with the Association of Inter-University Center for Yoga Sciences, Bangalore, which is a wing of UGC, is organizing a 2-day seminar on a topic called Dynamic Approaches to Strengthen Immunity, Traditional and Modern Methods to Support, Balance, and Boost one's immune system and help fight oxidative stress. I'm told that around 300 delegates across the world have registered for this seminar, and also I'm told that about 30 experts from various countries like Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Sri Lanka, Canada, Netherlands will share their expertise and deliver content on this topic of utmost relevance to the globe that helps us to perform our daily routines at our optimum best. I'm certain this seminar will provide a right platform for all the participants to gain knowledge and enhance one's sense of control and mindfulness of the present, which are really useful in combating the uncertainty regarding the future in all the aspects. I am very happy that many experts have expressed their willingness to deliver content and appreciate the organizers, especially from Andhra University Department of Yoga, as well as their association with the Inter-University Center at Bangalore in conducting this wonderful seminar, which is useful for the present times. Once again, I greet all the participants and the speakers, and I am sure that the seminar will go a long way to spread the right message. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, and once again, let me extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Padma Shri HR Nagendra sir, as well as the director of the center, Professor Avinash Chandra Pandey. Thank you so much. Professor Panukumar, somebody is there to drive the program, or should I invite the next? Do you have a schedule of the program?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Please carry on.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Now,
Yeah.
Shravani, introduce the chief guest.
Okay. That's good. That's good. Very nice.
Pranam Guruji, Dr. H.L. Nagendraji. It is indeed a great honor to be here to introduce Padma Shri Dr. H.R. Nagendraji, Chancellor Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Samsthana, deemed to be Yoga University, Chairperson of the governing body, Inter-University Center for Yogic Sciences, Bangalore. Nagendraji, to talk a little about him, was born on New Year's Day in 1943, Karnataka, graduated in mechanical engineering, secured a doctoral degree, that is a PhD degree, from the Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore. He started his career by joining Indian Institute of Sciences as a member of faculty of mechanical engineering till 1975. In between, he served as a postdoctoral fellow at the University of British Columbia in 1970, followed by a stint at Marshall Space Flight Center of NASA during 1970-71. During his stay in the US, he was also associated with Harvard University as a consultant at their Engineering Sciences Laboratory between 1970 and 1972, after which he moved to London and worked as a visiting faculty at Imperial College of Science and Technology. Returning to India, he resumed his career at Indian Institute of Sciences, which would stretch for 2 more years till he started his association in 1975 with Vivekananda Kendra, a spiritual organization founded in 1972 by Eknath Ranade, by taking up the post of Honorary Director of the Training Center at the organization's headquarters in Kanyakumari. He has published 35 books and over 110 articles on yoga, besides publishing 30 research papers in engineering and mentoring 20 doctoral students. He is best known as the yoga advisor of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and is the recipient of Yogashri title from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The Government of India awarded him the 4th highest civilian honor of the Padma Shri in 2016 for his contributions to society. Saying this, I request the Chancellor of S. Vyasadin University, Dr. H.R. Nagendraji, to take over and deliver his inaugural address.
My dear brothers and sisters, thank you all very much. I'm really very happy and delighted to be with you all in the celebration of the 7th International Yoga Day. I congratulate Honorable Vice Chancellor Prasad Reddy for organizing this meeting about the International Yoga Day. I'm also very happy that our director, Avinash Chandra Pandeyji, also is in this thing, and after a long time, Pandeyji, we are meeting. Thank you very much. As all of you know, last year, the target set by the Ministry of Ayush was that the CYP, Common Yoga Protocol, has to be practiced by 20 crores of people. And we had a count of 13 crores last year. This year, our target was to even cross 20 crores. We are collecting all the data from various organizations, various ministries, to see how many have been able to do that. Our Honorable Prime Minister gave such a brilliant speech, 6:40 to 7 on the 21st morning, and 7 to 7:40, there was a demonstration of the yoga protocol that was developed by all of us way back in 2015 and has been slightly improved. After that, we had the blessing from all the yoga masters in the country. And rightly, in the present context of COVID, which has not completely gone, and the second wave has devastated many, many lives with an increased mortality, it has become very necessary, and rightly, our government, central government, is now vaccinating all people above 18 years from 22nd. While we have developed many, many vaccines, their effectiveness has completely being improved. But probably vaccines with a booster dose also can help people to prevent themselves from the corona and the COVID attack. So while this is going on with all the necessary precautions of the mask and the social distancing and others, we have a natural way by which we can prevent this COVID spread. I remember Mahatma Gandhi, during the big pandemics, epidemic of cholera and plague, he was going house to house, helping the people with immense love and service attitude and sacrifice. How was he able to do that without getting affected? His entire immune system was so strong. That's what we have to do. We all have the capacity to keep our immune system strong, full of energy, vitality. And if we do that, there is no chance for the viral to attack us. Because when you look at all the viruses today, the coronavirus is the biggest, spherical, and very powerful. But compared to that, our WBC is 100 times bigger, much more powerful. The number of virus may be in thousands, but our WBCs are in billions. Therefore, in number-wise, strength-wise, size-wise, we have very strong army. And what to talk about the NK cells? They are something like the border security force. If the corona enters through the nose, they can be thrown away. With all these things, there is no possibility of the corona coming and hitting us and getting infected. But if we make our immune system weak and dilapidated and distorted, then you have the problem. Why will this happen? Wrong lifestyle. Stress. Our stress-ridden lifestyle is responsible for the weakening of the immune system. It is very well known that stress has an immunosuppressant factor. And stress is not merely physical. No doubt, physical trauma and working day and night and meeting the target, running from here to there, all these things can cause stress. But more important is mental restlessness, emotional upsurges, deep-rooted psychological conflicts, all are at the base of stress. Emotional upsurges of what we call as the Shadripus, Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya, anger, greed, jealousy, hatred, infatuation, arrogance, and the fear. All these things completely depress the immune system and it will become very weak. Similarly, psychological conflict between husband and wife, parents and children, one director and another director, all these things will shatter our immune system. So what is the way out? It's here that yoga comes into picture. Yoga works at all levels, physical level, mental level, emotional level, intellectual level, and has a total solution to reduce the stress levels and keep our immune system strong, healthy, and full of energy and vitality. Rightly, therefore, our Honorable Prime Minister chose this year Yoga for Wellness as the theme. And I'm so glad that the Andhra University, with whom I have been having connection for a very long time, many decades, have taken this inaugural function with the theme of dynamic approaches to strengthen the immunity, traditional and modern methods. The modern methods is to prevent these things by developing vaccines. And it is going on. But because of the COVID, in India also, we have started developing these vaccines in a very big way. Unfortunately, in the medical world, we did not have much original research, which we have immensely in engineering, technology, and other fields. But in the medical field, essentially, we used to take some of the medicines that were developed abroad and then bring here and take some data in different hospitals and give them the result. We did not have original research. Thanks to COVID, Now, a number of yoga institutions have come forward to develop the vaccines with the original research, and we have soared high. India has become the big vaccine hub, you know. And similarly, we are now trying to develop the medicines when a person gets COVID positive. At present, still it is not there. All these vaccines are for prevention. It's very important. But once you get, there is no medical way by which you can do this. So we are also developing the medicines, pharmacological interventions to deal with COVID positive cases. You know. Therefore, a big growth in the medical research community, modern medical research community has come forward to develop. This is a great thing that has happened because of the COVID in our country. Similarly, while we do the modern approach of using vaccines and medicines and others, if we can develop our immune strength, then we have the bigger solution. That is what yoga does. Therefore, we developed this common yoga protocol long back in 2014-15 with the help of all the yoga masters. And if we can follow this thing, then we have the complete solution. Yoga has 4 streams, as most of you know: Jnana Yoga, Raj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga. Jnana Yoga working at the intellectual level to remove the fear and to remove the intellectual conflicts. And Bhakti Yoga deals with emotions to stabilize the emotions and bring equanimity, and to see that our positive virtues, the Daivi Sampat, the divine virtues, will all flower up in us. Love, compassion, sharing, magnanimity, fearlessness, all these things should come up, and the Asuri Sampat of the lower Arishad Varga, Shadripos, had to be reduced. And that's the part of Bhakti Yoga in which we do that. So strengthen our Daivi Sampat and reduce our Asuri Sampat. The virtues developed and the vices reduced. Then we have the Patanjali Yoga to deal with our willpower, to make our willpower very strong, and which will help us to strengthen our immune system tremendously. Therefore, we have all the techniques that are available: Jnana Yoga, Raj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, and thereby we'll be able to deal with all these systems very effectively and see that we keep our immune system very strong, healthy, and others. So to bring this into fruition, the yoga protocol has a great opportunity, because in it, CYP, we have incorporated all these aspects: Jnana Yoga, Raj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, in a very intelligent, very subtle way, and make it possible for easy adoption as a package for about 40 minutes. If we can all practice this on a regular basis, not only on the IDY day, it will work wonders. We can be free from the COVID attack. Crores of people have been doing that. That's why our Honorable Prime Minister is very keen that this time it should be used as an aid for wellness, yoga for wellness. Apart from that, we in IUCYS and also SVASA developed very nice yoga programs, integrated yoga programs for prevention. For people below 16 years, we have a set of yoga modules, integrated yoga modules, which can be done, practiced very easily, 15 minutes, 20 minutes at a time and 2-3 times in a day. Then for people above 16 years, 17 years to 60 years, we have another set of programs. Then above 70 years, we have got another set of programs for prevention, based on the integrated yoga module of Jnana Yoga, Raj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, to work at all the levels. But if the people get into COVID positive, who are in quarantine and with asymptomatic cases and symptomatic cases of mild, moderate, and severe, can we do something? Then again, we develop the programs for people who are in the hospitals, who are in even severe cases, who are lying down in the bed. Can we do? Yes, we had a lot of experience to deal with such cases, very severe case of cancer and several cases of paraplegia and others in our Arogyadhama hospital for a long time, for 30 to 40 years. And therefore, using this, we developed these yoga modules, which can be done very easily. And we started putting them right from the first wave itself. and thousands of people who are in the hospital were able to come out of them. And we made a survey of the entire world in about 5 countries, that is Italy, Germany, France, Japan, uh, then China, and we were able to collect the data and show that yoga could be very beneficial. Then in India, we collected 26,000 people data and show the usefulness of yoga, how people practicing yoga are less prone to get affected by the corona. And now we have the RCD trial going on to show the efficacy of yoga when the people are mild, moderate, and severe cases in the hospitals. And funded by the CCRYN, we have taken up this project, and probably in a few more months, we will be able to show that yoga could be very effective, not only for prevention, but also for dealing with people who are COVID positive. Because as we have rightly chosen the thing, that yoga is a dynamic approach to strengthen our immunity, and thereby the immune system can ward off these things. And we have been taking a lot of biomarkers and also biochemical parameters and other things which are necessary to understand the mechanism, how the yoga works at these deeper levels. All that we are doing, and hopefully this will continue and we'll be able to show its effectiveness. Therefore, our suggestion and message as given by our Honorable Prime Minister also is that we all should practice yoga, the CYP given, and various other modules that we had developed in our SVASA Yoga University, and also under the guidance of our IUCYS experts. And we are very happy that our Avinash Pandeji has been the director of IUCYS, and we are all working together as a synergetic whole to see that we face this challenge. And as a next step, we are also bringing about a series of 108 webinars. In the Ministry of Science and Technology, there is a heritage committee which has formed to examine whether Ramayana was a history or is only a story. And what is the authenticity, what is the historicity, and what is the relevance of these things. So we have a series of 108 webinars that we have started from day before yesterday under the overall collaborative effort of Inter-University Center for Yoga Sciences, the SVASA Yoga University, and also Ministry of Science and Technology Heritage Committee. The Heritage Committee is chaired by our very famous Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, whom you all know as the supercomputer experts. When America, many decades back, they were not giving the supercomputer in Pune. Our Param computer was developed as a supercomputer, and which proved to be even better than the supercomputers of the West. That is the great thing that our Dr. Vijay Bhatkar has done, and he is also the challenger, the chancellor of the Nalanda University, and he has taken up this thing, and we are all working together. And many of you who are all familiar with Ramayana and its intricacies and its authenticity can also join hands and give your wisdom base and share your wisdom base. And every day 3:30 to 4:30 we have this program in which we bring out certain intricacies. We have developed 12 topics on these things. I can send you the Honorable Vice Chancellor that the things can be spread into your university people who are also exceedingly good in many aspects, I know. And Professor Digaro, you can look at these things and see that you can also participate in this big thing. And at the end, our Dr. Nrupendra Mishraji, who has been in charge of the entire Ayodhya project, has told that if you have a good document, we'll prepare an authentic document in the country and then put that in the Ayodhya temple and the surrounding that is going to come up. And this is going to be a great contribution, and we will all work together. We will be very happy to have our collaboration with Andhra University also in this direction. So with these words, once again, I congratulate all of you for organizing this 7th International Yoga Day celebrations, and let more and more people in Andhra practice this. And please send this entire information to Ministry of Ayush as to how many programs you did, how many people actually participated, so that we'll get more realistic number than just guesses that happened last time. This time the advantage is in the internet, we have got this online programs, we have got the numbers who attend this thing. For example, here we have about 71 people coming here, but I'm sure through your YouTube and Facebook, there will be hundreds and thousands of people who will be watching these things, and this number has to be given to the Ministry of Ayush. This is the request made by the Secretary from Ministry of Ayush. Therefore, I also request that please, whatever you have done over the last 10-15 years related to IDBI, please send this thing so we will have a complete realistic picture of how many people actually did participate in this, how many people did the practice and other things. So with this appeal, once again, I congratulate you for wonderful thing and also offer my thanks for our director of the IUCYS, our Pandaji, for having come for this function. Namaskar, Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Guruji, for that wonderful message. Now I consider it this opportunity of introducing Professor Dr. Avinash Chandra Pandey as a great privilege. Professor Pandey was Director, Institute of Interdisciplinary Studies, University of Allahabad since 2016 before joining IUAC, Inter-University Accelerator Center. He was Vice Chancellor of Bundelkhand University from 2012 to 2015. He has earlier been Professor at University of Allahabad after obtaining Masters in Physics and Mathematics and DPhil degree from the University of Allahabad. As a principal investigator, he led to the development of 3 new centers in Allahabad University. He is accredited with the development of the Nanotechnology Application Center, besides setting up of high-fluence ion beam facility, a state-of-the-art ion implanter facility in the premises of University of Allahabad and Innovation Center, weather station, animal research facility at Bundelkhand University. He has earlier been professor and founder, head Department of Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences and coordinator of Cape Energy Center of Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences, MN Saha Center of Space Studies at University of Allahabad. He is also an adjunct professor at Michigan Tech, USA. His researches have focused in developing novel, non-material for various real-life applications from LED, PDP, biomedical and diagnostics, and a new fluorescent carbon material besides non-linear dynamics and surface modification using ion beams. Professor Avinash Chandra Pandey has been an associate of ICTP, IST Italy, between 2004 and 2009. He has been a member of governing bodies and academic councils of many institutes such as INST, Mohali, Nainital, Dr. H.S. Gaur University, Saugar, and University of Allahabad. He is a member of many academic societies such as American Physical Society, Iron Beam Society of India, Indian Meteorological Society, Computer Society of India. And I take this opportunity to invite Professor Avinash Chandra Pandey ji to take over the session and deliver this inaugural address.
Namaskar. Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Pratap Reddy ji, the chief guest of today's function, Padma Shri Professor H.R. Nagendra ji. We call him Guruji, and he is the brainchild behind this IUCYS. He is Honorable Chancellor of Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhan Sansthan. He is also Chairperson of Governing Board of Inter-University Center for Yogic Sciences. Professor Bhanu Kumar, Honorary Director. Professor Ramesh Babu, the Head of Department of Yoga. And Dr. Sri Krishna, the convener of this program. The distinguished guests, academicians, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen, this is really a privilege for me to be with Andhra University on this occasion, where our beloved Guruji has given the keynote address in which he has emphasized the role of yoga in our well-being, and he has been propagating this yogic sciences in the country from both the way, like the traditional knowledge which we had, and also the more scientific methods by which we can prove the efficacy of the practices and make them commonly available to a common man, so that we can get the most beneficial aspect of this exercises, yogic practices. As he rightly pointed out, that in second wave, our center was completely devastated because 88 of my fellow residents, the scientists, engineers, they all got infected, and we were struggling for the drugs, for hospitals and many other things, and we lost one among ourselves, and this was really a devastating challenge for everybody in the campus. But with the help of this adjuvant, the therapy, the yogic exercises, we recovered. It is not only that you got infected, but the post-COVID management is also very important, and you might have come to know by many of news that after recovering, people succumb to the disease because of something unknown. So, as he rightly pointed out, that we have got a very strong army inside. Unless otherwise we boost the immunity with the practices which are not having any side effect, we cannot combat with this particular disease. And we are also following several such practices by which the infection is, the spread is contained, and one of them is physical distancing, which has wrongly converted into social distancing. And because of this social distancing, we have stopped communicating with each other, maybe because we are afraid that we will also get infected, and that leads to a kind of anxiety. The mental health is also suffering a lot, and because of that, these exercises were considered important. Last year, when Guruji organized a one-day webinar in which Honorable Minister HRM, he also participated, he delivered a talk, and we could reach a large number of people, in which good lectures were organized by Honorable Guruji to help the yoga practitioners and also the teachers, the teacher community who are practicing yoga or teaching yogic asanas in different universities. The very purpose of having this inter-university center for yogic sciences is on the lines of what we had the past experience. For example, in 1984, this center, inter-university accelerator center, which was known as Nuclear Science Center, was set up. It started functioning in 1991, and after that, this center became a hub of activities where you can take credit of helping the country in capacity building. More than 1,200 students, they got a doctoral degree. You cannot have all the facilities everywhere, and because of that, these kind of centers are required. When the modern science requires that we should have evidence-based results, so evidences are to be collected, Guruji was also emphasizing that we have to connect to the people, get their experiences through questionnaires. Last year, Guruji did a very elaborate exercise in which he administered many of the questionnaires in vernacular to know about the anxiety, to know about the after effect and the way COVID is spreading. So based on that, he came out with important findings. So likewise, we have to establish the relation of these meditation and also yogic exercises, how this affects our mind, how this affects our body, and how we can have a good control on many of the aspects of our mind and body. The motto of this center is Atha Yoga Nusashanam, which is the first sutra of Patanjali, and that simply means that discipline in all walks of life is important. It starts only when you have a good control over your mind. It is said that mind is a good friend, as also mind is the worst enemy. Those who do not have good control on the mind, they will definitely consider the mind as a worst enemy. Whereas if you have a good control over your mind, the mind becomes your friend. So how to have a good control over mind, that leads to a good health also, the physical health. This center is coming out under the guidance of Honorable Guruji, the different kind of protocols, different kind of practices with the scientific based, evidence based research to help ameliorate the conditions of the common man who cannot go to the big hospitals, but definitely can sit at one place, practice those practices, and get rid of many of the worries. It is the worry that makes you first ill, then this physical ailments come next. So in that regard, our purpose or the vision of this center is to build harmonious humanity through yogic sciences and research, and we are in the process of promoting yoga teaching, research and practices in universities and higher education institutions by providing the state-of-the-art facilities or services, which are all planned, but due to COVID, the work is stopped somehow, but it is going to get, will definitely resume in coming days after the normalcy is restored. The sciences behind yogic exercises, yogic practices will be unraveled, and it will be advanced through our educational and training programs, and we will build capacity at all levels. It is not that it is only limited to few people, but a common man can also follow those regimen which are prescribed, which are easier for them to follow. Likewise, we are not self-centered, being an Indian, because what we do, we enlarge the concept of mine. It is not limited to me, my own son, my own family. The family gets extended to the entire society, to entire country, and to entire planet. So whatever we know, whatever ancient wisdom we have, whatever traditional knowledge we have, it should be spread for the common well-being of humanity. And for that, we are trying to bring the benefits of yoga to the society through this scientific research and its proper dissemination. This center will serve as a think tank to provide policy inputs on yoga education at all the levels, be it regional, national, or international. We will develop standards for quality framework for yoga teaching, research, and practices to ensure quality, because we need to know which practices are standard, which practices need to be done, and what are the best ways of doing those. So that is what is required to promote health, happiness, and harmony through preventive, therapeutic, and other applications of yoga. This center will create a kind of ecosystem in yogic sciences, and with the blessings of Guruji, many of the universities, they have started offering programs on yogic sciences, and many of the universities, especially central universities, they have opened a department exclusively for yogic sciences. So this will create a kind of ecosystem in yogic sciences through collaborations, and the collaborations will not only be limited at Indian level, but it will be a kind of global collaborations with multidisciplinary group, because solving the problem relating to consciousness, relating to knowing your inner self is not limited to one discipline. Unless otherwise we join hands with all the disciplines, we cannot know more about consciousness, we cannot know more about the most esoteric essence of this Indian traditional knowledge. So for that, we are open to collaborate with all the universities, be it Indian, be it outside universities, and we will finalize some of the framework by which this collaboration is strengthened. So by doing this IUCYS will actually strengthen the knowledge base of yogic sciences in the country by education and research. What happened? We had a very rich tradition of, I can say that it was a democratic process by which many such schools of thoughts of philosophy were existent at one point of time, when we used to question each other and arrive at the best possible solution after shastrarth, after good discourses. Somehow this flow got disrupted. You all know, because of colonialization, because of many other problems. So we started looking at ourselves not with that confidence that should have within an Indian, but from a different mindset. So our own treasure of knowledge, our own wisdom, which gave many of the things to the humanity, to the society, was somehow got ignored. So to strengthen the knowledge base of yogic sciences, it is right time that we should come forward and we should join hands together to evolve new policies pertaining to yoga teaching, training and applications. And Guruji is working at different level. It is not only that he is associated with this IUCYS, but he also have a good connect with the Ayush Mantralaya. He does have a good connect with the Ministry of Science and Technology, and obviously, unless otherwise, all the bodies of government come forward, force together, we cannot rejuvenate this ancient knowledge system in a shorter span of time. And you can see within 7 years of this International Day of Yoga celebrations, the kind of response which we are receiving this year only. This is the 4th webinar I am attending today, one by one, lined up. And all the universities they organized a workshop starting before International Day of Yoga or on the day or after this. And they had a good session of practices. And also they roped in the best minds in the country to train the people to make aware about what is going on in this discipline. Guruji gave a small glimpse. More than 9,000 publications in this area has come. And those publications are international reviewed journals. So that means the Western world is also looking towards India to know more about the knowledge system which we have. So we will try to undertake outreach activities, including consultancy and training. And we have to make our youth capable of solving their own problem and then coming forward to solve the others' problem. So we will try to promote the preventive, therapeutic, and other health applications of yoga, about which Guruji very nicely summarized that this is what is required for well-being of a common man. So we will set up several such advanced centers under the aegis of IUCYS with the facilities which will have the specific applications of yoga. And like this event, we will support periodically the universities to organize conferences, seminars, workshops across the country in emerging interdisciplinary areas of yoga. We will also try to arrange periodic assessment and accreditation of yoga institutions in higher education, because now the new education policy has talked about the 4th vertical, which is NAC. It is not NAAC, it is National Accreditation Council, which will have several such accreditation bodies, and maybe this accreditation of yogic institutions may fall into the lap of some of the organizations for this purpose only. So we will have to have this kind of dissemination of information, because nowadays, due to this social media, due to the fake news, due to the deep fake, it is very difficult for a common man to know what is good, what is bad, what is to be followed, what is not to be followed. So unless otherwise, the reliable information on social, scientific, health, and economic aspects of yogic practices are made available to a common man, they will be thoroughly confused. So this center, with the help of its collaborators, its partners, and the partners are none other than universities, the educational institutions, and without having a good partnership, we cannot succeed alone. So for that matter, we have reached out to many of the universities by IUCYS on this date, and we'll keep fostering the relation with all the universities and institutions to provide a platform to create special interest groups in the field of yoga research, education, and training. And I will urge the audience, the honorable academicians, honorable Vice Chancellor, to take a lead to know more about what can be done in the public and private institutions. It is for the betterment of humanity. It is for the betterment of the country. We should not waste our time in hospitals. We should not spend unnecessarily money on treatment, which can be prevented otherwise. And this is what the message on this day, during this pandemic, we can spread the message to the common and make some of the practices popular among the people. This is what I wanted to convey in presence of Guruji. Guruji is the stalwart in this area, and we derive all the strength to propel this system further. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity to be with you, especially when Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Chairperson of IUCYS is also participating in a program as a chief guest. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for delivering us such a valuable message encompassing the various resources and knowledge bases in the field of yogic sciences. We shall keep in mind your suggestions. Yes, it is true, yoga and yoga research is in the frontiers of research, just like other sciences. Thank you so much for your presence today. Now I call upon our honorary director, request the director to deliver the vote of thanks to the inaugural function.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today is a really great day, and I will give it a very good response to the vote of thanks. So, before I start my vote of program, let me first congratulate all the participants, maybe about 300, and about other key speakers and other my colleagues. This really gives me immense pleasure and happiness. Generally, happiness is one which is connected with the mindset, not with money or not with material. And another unfortunate thing is we cannot purchase happiness in the market or in bazaar by spending any amount of money. So, such happiness only we can get through yoga and yoga practices. Now, we have given a good number of speakers like the president of the function, Professor P.V.T. Prasad, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Andhra University, and Guruji, who is the chief guest, for whom we waited for the date of the starting of this international seminar. So almost we waited for Guruji a couple of days to start this program. Though we have fixed other dates, we have changed just because of Guruji. So we thought that Guruji is a very, very key person, and because of his blessings only, we could do it within a stipulated period of 10 years. This is really a great thing. A lot of information has been given by all other speakers about the Guruji, so just skipping. Sir, you have given a good amount of information about coronavirus, how its strength is improving from one phase to another phase, and how we have spend our time, money, and all other things. And we have also given many information about a long lifestyle, because we are fascinated by the Western and change our good habits. So this is the main impact for which we lost much of our immunity. So this seminar is mainly related with immunity. So, as the president of the function told that this immunity can be improved by reducing the stress by using some of the yogic practices. Similarly, Guruji also gave, I am not going to repeat everything, just how he has given a stress that Patanjali Yoga is very, very applicable for willpower, to improve the willpower. So, if you have a willpower, we ensure that the Karuna will not ever touch you. So, finally, our guest of honor, Professor A.C. Pandeyji, because of him only we are having this seminar. Because by seeing his circular, maybe about 10 or 12 days back, we really prepared this international seminar with the help of our staff members, and we had a meeting, and we searched a good topic, because now everybody talks about immunity. So we want to focus mainly about the immunity, and we put it as an important focal point, and we have very good guests who have stressed at length about the immunity. So in this, about 400 operating facilities and how they are providing, how better we can make use, and mind control program is main important for us to have a good health. If you have good health, you have a good immunity. So it is a chain system. So mind control is mainly important. So mind control is mainly you can achieve through the yogic practices. That means yoga, pranayama, and meditation. All these things are really helpful to you, which were mainly covered by our ancestors. But unfortunately, we missed them almost. But now we are ready to revive. And now we can divide entire area from the point of view of yoga in 2 ways. Just like before Christ and after Christ. Now we can say that the yoga practices and the yoga importance before COVID-19 and after COVID-19. So after COVID-19, if you see, the rise is sporadic, so boundless. So we have to think in this direction and try to spread, and not only spread, and keep it for a long time. Tell to your next generations the importance of yogic practices. So in this vote of thanks, I finally I want to say good luck to all the participants, and I request all the future lectures should be done in a proper fashion like today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the valuable message and the vote of thanks. Now I request our head of the department, Dr. K. Ramesh Babu Garu, to say swasti to our inaugural event.
Firstly, I pay my respects to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Guruji, Professor H.R. Naidu, and our Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor A.C. Pandeyji. So pay my respects to all, sir. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pasyantu, Ma Dukkha Bhaveet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Om Namaha.
Now the yoga demonstration. Generally, we planned up to 2 hours. This time 11 to 1 for the inaugural session. Anyhow, now the Academy of Yoga Consciousness is affiliated to Andhra University, and it is running last more than 2 decades of conducting a PG Diploma Yoga. And also this is an institution under the Yoga Consciousness Trust, under the guidance of Yogacharya Rapati Ramaji. So now I am arranging a demonstration for different aspects of yoga, asanas, pranayama, kriyas, mudras. So our Yoga Institute, Academy of Yoga Consciousness, will take care about the demonstration. Audience and all the people, please observe this yoga demonstration and get the knowledge. And also gain the knowledge about yoga and other aspects. Now, I request you, the principal of the Academy of Yoga Consciousness, please take care about the demonstration. Please start. Very good. Yoga Consciousness.
User ID and others.
User ID and Twitter.
ఓం నమః. హలో.
Now please start with prayer. Unmute yourself and start demonstration. Are you able to hear me?
నేను అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకున్నానండి.
Unmute చేసి you can start here. Please start the program yoga demonstration. Now we are going to outside.
This is for
yoga demonstration. For the demonstration session with Surya Namaskaras. Surya Namaskara is a complete sadhana, spiritual practice, and itself includes asana, pranayama, mantra, and meditation. Surya Namaskara has direct vitalizing effect on solar energy of the body, which flows through Pingala. This practice is composed with three elements from energy and rhythm. These asanas generate prana and the energy which activates his psychic body also. These asanas, pranama asana, Hasta Uttanasana, Padahastasana. Ashwasancharanasana. Dandasana. Ashtanga Namaskarasana. Bhujangasana. Parvatasana. Ashwasancharanasana. Padahastasana. Hasta Uttanasana. Pranama Asana. Surya Namaskara is a complete practice for physical health and psychic strength and also spiritual growing also. Then relax. Body strengthening postures. These are particularly useful for those who spend a lot of time sitting down and who have stiffness or pain in the back. They also strengthen the muscles and also keep the back straight during meditation and increase oxygenation and lungs capacity. These asanas, Tiryak Tadasana. 1 foot gap placed between both legs, hands up to shoulder, turn and rise up, lock and twist, exhale, turn right side, upper body only, inhale straight, exhale, turn left side. Inhale straight. One more round. Exhale. Inhale. Turning movement. Tiryak Tada. Exhale. Inhale. Now relax. The demonstration of Virabhadra is the most powerful muscle strengthening asana. Virabhadra. Three and a half foot gap between legs. Hands up to shoulder. Turn the foot. Turn your palms. Namaskara. Stretch the leg perpendicular to the floor, your thigh. Then Namaskara and look up.
This is Veerabhadra. Relax. Vajrasana is a special place in our yoga asana practices. The Vajra thunderbolt is said to be weapon of Indra, king of Devatas or gods. Just as mind is the king of all senses, Vajra is also major nadi directly connected with the genitourinary system, which regulates the sexual energy in the body. Control of Vajra nadi leads to sublimation and control of sexual energy. Vajrasana is a thunderbolt pose, seated in Samasthiti. Then come to the Vajrasana pose, is Dhyanasana also. Ushtrasana, camel pose, stand on knee. With right hand, catch the right heel. With the left hand, catch the left heel. Fully stretch the spine is good practice for lower back pain and remove the organic problems and improve the lungs capacity, and also good practice for thyroid also. Then come back to Vajrasana pose. Simhasana, drawing line pose. Place on both hands on knee with fully open mouth. Stretch the tongue and exhalation. Look up, gazing on eyebrow center. Please close your mouth and then focus on Brahmacharya. Now, Shuddha Vajrasana is also good practice for back strain. Both with elbow support, slowly lower back down on your floor. Down the head on the floor. Place the both hands on thighs. Already. You can please say. This Sarvangas, no? Redirection, but we have 84 lakhs yoga asanas, but in these 6 yoga asanas are better poses for these gives the benefits of all yoga asanas. In the first is queen of yoga asana is Sarvanga, Savasana. Savasana activates the total body and regulates all systems in our body. It stimulates the thyroid, balancing the circulatory, digestive, and reproductive, and nervous and endocrine gland system. Slowly, both legs rise up. With help of your hands, raise the spine and catch the lower back. Keep your body in L shape, point out your toes. We have a lot of variations in Sarvanga, Halasana, fluff pose. Is the strengthen the spine and flexible the spine and stimulate pancreas and liver in our body. It's good practice for thyroid also. Yoga Nidrasana is one of the advanced yoga asanas. Karna Pedasana, relax from Yoga Nidra, then do Karna Peda. Sarvangasana. Padma Sarvangasana is one of the variation in Sarvanga. Padmasana is one of the lotus pose. Padma Sarvanga is the variation in Sarvanga. From Padma Sarvanga, slowly relax your spine. Matsyasana. We achieve all benefits of Sarvanga while after Sarvangasana, while we practice Matsya only. Fish pose. Slowly relax from Matsyasana. Paschimottanasana is most powerful forward bending posture. This asana arouses the kundalini, strengthen the back, and also remove the belly fat and improve the flexibility in the spine. It stimulate Paschimotthana Nadi. Both hands up to shoulder. Raise up. Show your palms to front. Fully stretch the spine. Right. Exhale. Bend forward. Catch the big toes. And take forehead on. Place on knee. Without knee bend. Relax. Counter pose for this forward bending. We do backward bending asanas. Dhanura, Chakra, Purvottana. Purvottana, Chakra. These are the strength on the spine and remove the back strain and good practice for obesity. These three are the immunity boosters. Relax. Ardha Machendrasana. This asana resembles the says Machendranath. Is modified pose of Lord. Says Machendranath. Place the leg other side of the other knee. Then fold the other leg. Catch the toe with other hand. In therapeutic aspects, Ardha Machendrasana is good practice for diabetes and also improves immunity in these pandemic conditions and strengthen the entire spine and spinal nerves and spinal discs. Remove the fat in our waist area. Relax. Hamsa, Mayura, Padma Mayura. These three are the different balancing variations in Mayura. Hamsa, Mayurasana, Padma Mayurasana. Relax. Jhedara Parivartana asanas, Laghu Jhedara Parivartana, single leg Jhedara Parivartana, both legs Jhedara Parivartana. These are the Katipidasanas. Fold the legs, raise the leg, raise the both legs. These are the good practice for obesity. Laghu Jada Parivartanasana. Single leg Jada Parivartanasana. This one is both legs Jada Parivartanasana. These postures very useful for weight reduction, obesity. Relax. Our students shows some more advanced yoga asanas. Shirshasana, Padma Shirshasana. Shirshasana is king of yoga asanas, headstand pose. Left one is Shirshasana, headstand pose. Padma Shirshasana, that's also named is Urdhvasana. These are the king of yoga asana. Stimulate pituitary gland and activate all systems in the body. Is complete inverted pose. Relax. Purna Bhujangasanas. Complete cobra pose. Bhujanga means cobra. Tail touch to its head. This is Purna Bhujanga. This complete full backward bending posture. Relax. In Matsya Kridasana is one of the best relaxation asana in yoga asanas. It relieves the stress and mental tensions, hypertension, relax the spine, and those who have heart disorders. This is a good practice for these all elements. Now, Kurmasanam, tortoise pose. Tortoise pose. Place the both hands under your thighs. And interlock. And the forehead on the floor. Like Paschimottanasana, this is also full forward bending posture. Relax. Next, Bakadhyanasana is one of the balancing pose and also advanced posture, brain pose. Relax. Purna Machendra is the most advanced yogasana. Is resembles says Machendrana meditative pose. Relax. Purna Salabha. Purna Salabha. Opposite. Purna Salabha. Complete lotus pose. This is a complete backward bending. Both leg toes, join your both leg toes. Your toes and your toes. Yes. This is Purna Salabha. Relax. Final advanced posture. Vrichikasana. Same. Scorpion pose. Join your both leg toes. Side. Good. Relax. From Vrichika. Please relax in Shavasana. Shavasana is good relaxation posture. After yoga asana practice, then we must practice few minutes in Shavasana. Savasana Vishranti Karaka. It gives physically, mentally good relaxation to our whole body and mind. As per Hatha Yoga, asanas are the first step. After asanas, we practice Kumbhaka. Before Kumbhakas, we purify the nadis through Shat Karmas. Dhoti, Vasti, Neti, Tataka, Kapalabhati, Nauli. Our students perform some few kriyas. In these techniques at Karmas, only they demonstrate Jalaneti and Sotraneti. These are the simple and the best techniques. It gives concentration and also is preparatory for pranayama sadhana. Jalaneti, purify the nostrils with water. Gap between legs. Insert the part and part is in nostrils, as both nostrils. And insert the part now in nostril and open mouth. The water flow one nostril to another nostril. This is Jalaneti. Neti with water. Neti kriya. Purify the both nostrils with saline water, with salt water. This is good practice for sinusitis, dust allergies, migraine, and all throat disorders. Neti kriyas removes the all disorders of throat, nose, eyes, and ear. Jab throat-dvajata rogom neti rahuhanti cha. Hatha Yoga mentioned this sloka for the benefits of neti. Same with other nostrils also. With other side, same process. Repeat that. Insert the knob in nostrils, open mouth, the breathing, blow the water one nostrils to other nostril. Nice flow. Good. After neti, we must practice sneezing. All droplets, sneeze the all droplets.
Appalnaid garu,
Yes, sir.
if possible, please try Utkrama and Sitkrama also.
You know? Come. Sit, come out.
He will continue. Another person can perform.
Okay, sir.
Please.
After neti, you practice Kapalabhati also. Kapalabhati is one kriya in Shatkarmas. Kapalabhati will stimulate and strengthen the brain and nervous system. Kapala means skull, it stimulates the head part. Forceful exhalation removes the kapha dosha. Hands in mudra.
Appalnaid garu.
Yes, sir.
If possible, please increase the resolution of the camera.
Okay. Try it, guys. Okay, now you start Sit Kama or Nit Kama? Sit Kama, good. Come. Sit Kama, take the water and put in mouth and expel entire water through nose.
సైడ్ వ్యూలో చేయమ్మా, సైడ్ వ్యూ. క్లోజప్ చేయమ్మా, క్లోజప్ చేయి, క్లోజప్. ఇంకా so here is taking the water through mouth. It is one of the kriya in Kapalabhati. Bringing out through nose. This is very, very useful, especially in this pandemic situation. So it is cleaning the nose and all the cavities. So nose to mouth and mouth to nose. If you don't have a Jaraneti part, everywhere you will get the glass and water and little bit salt. If you practice this every day, morning and evening, you will get rid of COVID in this pandemic situation. So our principal, Appalnayadu Garu, now is demonstrating taking the water through nose and expelling through mouth. This is very simple. Anyone can practice, especially in this COVID situation. You can clean the area. You know that salt kills the virus. So it is very, very useful. It is one of the kriya explained in Geranda Samhita. This is Vikrama and Sitkrama. These two kriyas helps to clean the whole nostril cavity. And it is very good to activate the Agnya Chakra. So, Appalnayadu Garu, please once again show me the Yutkrama and Sitkrama in a close-up manner. We are very fortunate, Yogacharya Rapatti Ramaraji, our Guruji, trained in a traditional way in Guru Parampara of Ramlal Prabhuji. So, this is a unique institution in the world, is a Anushtana Yoga Vedanta. So, all people instantly, you can see, is taking the water through mouth and expelling through nose. Okay, thank you, Appalnayadu Garu. Next, we can proceed.
Yes.
Yeah, Appalnayadu Garu చేస్తున్నారు.
Next, other technique in APROACHES is Sotraneti. We use rubber catheter in Sotraneti technique. Is also one of the nozzle cleaning technique.
Appalnayadu Garu,
Yes, sir.
please make the demonstrator in a side way and show me the Sotraneti in a close-up and fix the camera
Yes.
with stand.
This is rubber catheter. 9 inches
Yeah.
length.
Generally, we use this normally with a thread, with cotton. As per yoga text, we use the cotton one. Nowadays, we are using this catheter instead of that to make it easy. So, it clears the sinusitis and also any blockages in the nostril. Especially the Swara Yoga practitioners, this is very, very useful. Just simply inserting the tube into the nose and it brings out to the mouth. but it is very useful at the same time. Under proper guidance only you must practice. So sometimes it may enters into sinus cavity. It may be little bit harmful. So be careful, and this is very very useful. Some people who are suffering with uh, sinusitis and also septum deviation. So it activates the two hemispheres of the brain and also cleans the nostril. Thank you. And slowly bring it out, but not move very fast. Do it very slow and slowly bring it out through mouth. And we do generally with the second nostril also. And you can do with inserting one nostril, and you can bring it out through other nostril. If anybody is there, you can try that also. Only the final thing, Appalnayadu garu, everything is prepared with nostril to nostril. If it is possible, you demonstrate.
Yes, sir.
Afterwards, the background you prepare. Only final thing you can demonstrate here.
This is the both nostril technique. Nostril to nostril. Yeah. And slowly move it to nose. Separate the both hands and catch with both hands and clear it in both directions. Yeah.
Raise your hands and show me. Yeah. Please raise and stay there. You come to the center. Yeah, we'll take a photograph. Okay, thank you.
Slowly move to the nostril. Good. Now, Mr. Revant, special demonstration on Jaladeep. Om Gurubhyo Namaha. Jaladeep is a creative special yoga demonstration. In this demonstration, they involve yoga asanas and a concentration with balancing with the water glass with the lighted flame on forehead. This is the group of series.
Yeah.
Jaladeep, the glass placed on his forehead. He balanced that in this entire process. He demonstrated series of asanas, pranama, asana.
This Jaladeep is a unique practice.
Hasta Uttanasana.
This is a unique practice, Jala Deep. Jala is nothing but water and Deep is a light. It awakens and improves the concentration, and also for children it is a challenging. So they can practice this to improve their concentration, and also this is at the Agnya Chakra. The whole practice
Namaskar.
indirectly it focuses on the weight at the forehead, and to completely that what asana says, Sukham Sthiram Asanam, that sthira, that means it is not the physical movements. Where you
Tadas.
concentrate, that is more important. Now, please observe, it is very useful for all the students with the practice. It increases their concentration and
Palm tree pose.
strength.
Next, Tiriyat Tadasana. Turning movement in palm tree pose. Balancing. Come to the straight pose. Udara Karasana. Come to the back pose. Chakrasana in standing. Come back. Come back. Virabhadrasana. Ardha Chandrasana, half moon stretch. Half moon stretch. Ashwa Sancharanasana, horse rider pose. Ushtrasana, camel stretch. Vajrasana, thunderbolt pose. Shutta Vajrasana. Press the back on floor in Vajrasana. Our lovely Shavasana. Amritasana. Other name of Savasana is Amritasana. Sarva Uttara Padasana. Pavana Muktasana. Removes the unnecessary air in our body. Pavana Mukta. Setu Bandasana. Rich pose. Is a good for back at lower back pain. Sarvangasana is the queen of yogasanas. Cycling variation in Sarvanga. This practice will help for knee joint pains. Padma Sarvangasana. Baddha Padma Sarvangasana. Vistarita Pada Halasana. Vistarita. Widely. Pada Halasana. Karna Pedasana. Locking both ears. Halasana. Flat pose. This is very critical step in this process. Makarasana, like Savasana, this is also one of the best relaxation pose. Jayastikasana, other relaxation asana. Advasana. Now, locus pose, Saravasana. Bhujangasana, Cobra pose. Sarpasnam, Dandasnam, Shikos, Swankosha, Hamsasnam. Mayura before step. Mayurasnam, peacock pose.
You will surprise. Where is the Jala and Deep? You understand?
Mayurasnam,
Catch with both knees,
mountain pose.
half muscles.
Laghu Jadara Parivartanasnam, or this is also one of the critical step in Jaldi. After rubbing,
He is skillfully putting the glass with light the Jaldi again on the forehead.
Laghu Jadara Parivartanasnam. Simple abdominal twist. Navasnam. Navasnam. No sitting pose. Vakrasnam. Vakrasnam. Ardhamachendrasnam. Next step in the Vakra, Ardhamachendrasnam. Next, Padmasnam. After Ardhamachendra, relax, then you enter into the Padmasana pose. Padma Padmasnam, blocking, is also very effective, very beneficial Yogasana and Padmasana series. Uddiyana Padmasana. Gomukhasnam. Gomukha, cow face. Virasnam.
How beautifully he is sitting in Virasana, like a real warrior.
Garudasana in standing. Eagle pose. This is also one of the balancing yogasana. On this side. Turn this side. Yeah. Garuda. Eagle pose. Relax. Pranama asana. Our Jaladeep demonstration is over. Om Namaha. Light language. Final demonstration. Advanced yoga practices. Nauli, Agnisara Kriya. These are all the wonderful techniques in Shatkarmas. Yes. Nauli. First Nauli. Nauli is the king of yoga.
Please, in the process, they will demonstrate first Uddiyana Bandha. Uddiyana is a Mrityu Matanga Keshari. That means you can become immortal. So you can conquer the death. That is according to. First we start. If you want to practice any pranayama, you must be mastery about the three bandhas: Mula, Uddiyana, and Jalandhara. Now, first we will demonstrate Uddiyana Bandha. It is a Bahya Kumbhaka. Three bandhas. So, Appalad will mute sometime. I will guide you some more minutes. Yeah, this Uddiyana, it is a Bahi Kumbhaka. Here he is doing the Mula Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. So Jalandhara Bandha also focus at the. This is not only while standing, while sitting in Vajrasana, and also you can practice in Padmasana or Siddhasana. Now my friend will demonstrate while sitting in Vajrasana. Please. And you can see in two views, front view and also side view. So front view, he is make a little bit more distance between both legs. Try to fix the camera. Stand. Thank you. No, little bit up. Yeah, fix the camera. First, without bending the head, you please try Uddiyana Bandha. Fix the camera, please. Now, completely exhaling and withdraw. Head is straight, my friend. Head is straight. You can see automatically it takes the Jalandhara Bandha. Once you get the Uddiyana Bandha, there is no need for all other things generally. But in general purpose, we practice simultaneously Jalandhara also. Now, my friend will demonstrate three bandhas. Maha, that is Mahabandha. It is nothing but Moolabandha, Uddiyana and Jalandhara. Now, slowly exhaling and withdraw in the stomach, applying the Moolabandha and applying the Jalandhara Bandha also. The chin presses the hollow of the throat. Now slowly release Uddiyana and Jalandhara, but not Moolabandha. So many people are not mentioning about Moolabandha. It cannot be visualized. 90% of Moolabandha is psychologically, it is psychic, and 10% only physical. So it is inside and the perineum will pull it. My guru introduced the Anala Mudra. If you are not able to identify for beginners the Moola Bandha, you can practice Anala Mudra. That Anala Mudra is the tail of the spine and also reproductive region and also the anus part, that is Ashwini Mudra, Vajroli Mudra and tail of the spine. So you pull all the three, that is Anala Mudra. This is given by our Guruji Yogacharya Raparthi Maharaj. Is a unique practice. This Anala Mudra alone can active or awaken the Kundalini. So now my friend will demonstrate Agni Sarakriya while standing. Please stand up. Now, first Uddiyana Bandha. This is a Agni Sarakriya. Is a one of the Kriya explained Dauti Kriyas, Vahini Sara according to Geranda Samhita. In Uddiyana Bandha, we move our stomach front and forth, back and front and back, front and back, front and back. So, but we are hitting back only, not front. So, this is very carefully under proper guidance, you must learn. Yeah, as many as you can, strokes. So, this is another important concept in yoga, that is the 72,000 Nadi centuries Kandam. That Kanda activates and purifies by the practice of Agni Sarakriya. My Guru Ji, Yogacharya Raparthi Maharaj Ji, introduced three things. This Kriyas purifies all 72,000 Nadis. That is, it is a below 3 inches navel. So, this, the first is Agni Sarakriya. Now, my friend will demonstrate Nauli. Is a Nauli among the Kshatriyas. Nauli is the superior. In this, the first Nauli, Madhyama Nauli, a little bit down your pant, little bit down. Yeah, fold it and slowly. It is different with Agni Sarakriya. Completely exhaling with the support of hand. Keep it there. Yeah, stay there. So that is Madhyama Nauli. Yeah. Now slowly relax. Take a deep breath. This is this is Bahya Kumbhaka. Now what we will do, staying only, please try only once and stay the Madhyama Nauli and then take it back, Vama Nauli, just keep it there, go back, and Dakshina Nauli and Madhyama Nauli. Is it okay? Now please. Exhale.
Left side.
Stay there, stay there. No movement. Stay there. You will understand. That is Kanda. Then left. Take it back. Then right. Take it back. Again center. See how flexible he is. If you master this, any elements, but only you must practice. This is a purification of all 72,000 nadis. Now, my friend will give us thoughts. I will share my experience with the august audience. When I am a student, I was surprised. I am the national champion and all the things. So my guru asked me, how many strokes are you able to demonstrate in Nauli? I said, I will try how many. Then I counted, but it is only at 20 or 30. So I will perform at the age of 70 plus at that time. My guru demonstrated, Yogacharya Rapati Ramaraji, it is more than 120 strokes at a stretch. I was surprised. Then I took that a challenge. I tried my life and tried. I can able to do only 80 to 90 strokes. This is very, very excellent practice. Now, our friend will demonstrate first Madhyamanavali strokes, then Vamanavali, then Dakshinanavali. Please, go ahead. Yes, strokes. Okay. Now, try in the Naulik Kriya. Please check the internet. Yeah, please go ahead. With Naulik Kriya, left to right, right. Only one stroke, completely left to right. It is mesmerizing how he is moving. Automatically, the Khanda will be purified and activates and awakens Kundalini. Whatever you eat, you can digest, but don't try. Under proper guidance, you can try all the practices. This is very, very important not to try yourself by seeing this video. Please listen carefully. Now, my friend will demonstrate the Madhyamanavali and please go ahead. Not 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay. We must appreciate his practices in. Yeah. Thank you very much for on behalf of this international seminar, Dynamic Approaches to Strengthen Immunity. If you practice this Nauli, Agnisara Kriya and all the practices is excellent. You can improve your immunity and strengthen your whole body. Thank you for the Academy of Yoga Consciousness giving a wonderful demonstration, starting with a simple asanas and then the unique practice all over the world is seeking and inspiring that deep. That is, it is very good to motivate our children to practice. This is a very challenging job for them. Namaste, Appalnaid Garu.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
sir.
very much. He is a principal of our Academy of Yoga Consciousness, and all the team members they given. You can see this is a Academy of Yoga Consciousness is affiliated to Andhra University, and more than 2 decades it is running PG Diploma Yoga, and so many conferences about all the things. So, congratulations, your team. Thank you very much on behalf of the international seminar and Andhra University Department of Yoga Consciousness. Once again, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we are eagerly seeking the first session of the this conference. We are ready with our chairperson, uh, Dr. Ramesh Babu. He's the head of the department, and other dignitaries also, Manoj Fernando and Carl Bird, and especially our Guruji's most senior disciple, meteorology professor, Sheikh Hakim. He's from joining from Australia, and Manoj Fernande from Sri Lanka, and Coral Bird is from New Zealand, and Pooja is also from New Zealand, and one of our faculty and naturopathy doctor, Tulsi Rao Garu, we have the first session under the chairmanship of our head of the department, Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, Dr. Ramesh Babu. So now I request Shravani the guests and I will invite Dr. Ramesh Babu, head of the department, to chair the session, and others.
So may I start?
Yeah, please, Shravani, invite the guests and also taking further. I request you, Shravani and Ramesh Babu, please take the opportunity. I'm very happy to introduce. Namaste. Thank you. Please, Ramesh Babu Garu, please carry on.
On the occasion of the 7th International Yoga Day 2021, and on behalf of the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, I extend a warm welcome to all the eminent speakers and participants of this international seminar, virtual, titled Dynamic Approaches to Strengthen Immunity, Traditional and Modern Methods. Myself, Shravani Chitturi, research scholar from the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, will be the moderator for this session of thoughts, and my co-moderator, Mrs. Radhika, will be joining you for the next session of thoughts. Before I start with the first session of invited guests' talks, I would like to ask all of you, what is immunity? Immunity is the body's capacity to defend itself from pathogens by the specific action of antibodies, or it can also be called as the body's capability to resist microorganisms from entering the system. And considering the present context and the situation, the scenario in the present context, the term immunity has become a very sought after physiological phenomena. And as our chief guest and other speakers today this morning has emphasized enough on the importance of this platform, I will not waste much time but invite the session 1 guest speakers. I take great pleasure in inviting Dr. K. Ramesh Babu, Associate Professor, Head, Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Chairperson of the Session 1 of Expert Guest Talks. Educationally, he is a MA Philosophy, PhD in Hatha Yoga from Andhra University. He has 26 years professional experience in teaching yoga theory and practice. He served in the Department of Yoga as Assistant Professor between 2006 and 2018. He has published a number of books and papers in the subject of yoga. Sir, I request you to join us and take over for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Rani. Very good afternoon to everybody. Now, good morning. The inaugural session is completed. Right now, of the inaugural session, the first session is
వాల్యూమ్ కొంచెం పెంచండి సార్.
Okay, are you audible? Are you audible?
నో సార్, కొంచెం వాల్యూమ్ చాలా తక్కువగా ఉంది సార్. మీ స్టేజ్ మీద ఉన్నది వాల్యూమ్ కొంచెం పెంచండి సార్. వాయిస్ మఫ్డ్ సార్.
Okay, right now, are you audible? Okay?
Sound better. Yes sir. Yes sir.
Okay. Now the seminar topic is how to improve immunity, how to strengthen immunity by various means of traditional as well as modern methods. As I am concerned to yoga, I emphasize by practicing different types of yoga techniques. Definitely, we strengthen our immunity. Our yoga techniques, our ancient yoga scriptures are based. For example, you may practice kriya or asana or mudra or bhanga meditation. For each this technique, the scriptures mention the benefit of these techniques to enhance immune system. For example, take Kshatriyas. Karma Shaktimelam Gopyam Katasuddhi Karakam. By practicing Kshatriyas, it leads to purifying the Kata means body. So how it is possible? Only by enhancing the immune system only, we purify our body by doing Kshatriyas. The same way, when talking about asanas in the classical text, Kriya Tadasanam Stairyam Arogyam Sandalaya. By practicing asanas, Stairyam, you will get the stability of the body and mind. Arogyam, you will get mental and the physical well-being. Mangalaga, you will feel the lightness of the things. So here, Arogyam means we get both physical and mental well-being. It is possible only by enhancing the immune system to our body by practice of different types of asanas. The same way, by mentioning about Jalandharmanda, the result mentioned in the scriptures. It is very, very useful to enhance the lifespan and also destroys the death that was mentioned. It is difficult to escape from death, but it helps to improve the immune system. Like that, while describing about the, I think, Ujjanamanda, it was mentioned Muchi Madanga Kesari. Ujjanamanda is a Muchi Madanga Kesari. It is a line for elephant death. So these types of descriptions indicate by doing various types of yoga techniques will improve our immune system. Even in about telling meditation also, in the Yoga Sutras, second chapter, first few sutras, tells about the 5 types of sufferings, pains, multiplexes. So how one can overcome these multiplexes? Jnana, Heya, Tadvrtaya. By practicing meditation, we overcome these sufferings. How it is possible? Only by practicing meditation. And meditation itself also helps to improve or strengthen our immune system. So in such a way, but the yoga believes or karma siddhanta, Vesya mola karma sayo uska duska janma. The root cause of disease is our karmas. So the result of karma we have to experience either in this birth or next birth. So to avoid these karmas, meditation helps a lot. It changes our lifestyle, it changes our attitude, it changes our thinking pattern. So with this short message, we start our session. Right now, the first person, speaker, the first speaker is Professor S.A. Hakim, Director, International Institute of Yoga and Consciousness, Australia. He knows me very well. We both are trained under one Guru, Yogacharya Rapat Ramarao. I am very happy listen his speech on this occasion. Sir, Professor S.A. Hakim Garu, I invite you to deliver a lecture. Yoga on its clinical significance.
Thank you. Kameshwar Garu, very nice. Could you hear me?
This is Ravni, introduce Professor S.A. Hakim sir.
Sir, I would like to introduce you. Before that, I want all the participants to be on mute. And if you have any questions for the session speakers, please put them in your chat boxes. And the moderator will address the questions and shoot the questions to the speakers. Please do not send the questions to the speakers through your personal chat boxes. So now I would like to start the session with the first speaker, Hakim. Professor S.A. Hakim was practicing yoga over 50 years as a serious yoga sadhaka. He is trained in yoga methodology, which rooted in the Himalayan tradition of yoga guru, His Holiness Ramlal Prabhuji. His direct yoga teacher was Yogacharya Rapat Ramarao, the founder of Yoga Consciousness Trust, Vijayagiri, in India. He is a yoga mentor and senior teacher of Yoga Australia. He is one of the founding members of Yoga Consciousness Trust in India, founder of International Institute of Yoga Consciousness in Australia. He is teaching higher yoga for several years under IIYC, that is International Institute of Yoga Consciousness. On the other academic side, he is a doctorate in meteorology and worked in several universities as teaching professional in India, Kenya, and Australia. He worked as an operational meteorologist with the Bureau of Meteorology, Australia. Now he is going to present to us on the topic yoga and its clinical significance. I humbly request Professor Hakim to take over and present his talk.
Hello. Could you see my presentation?
Yes, please.
Could you able to see my screen?
Yes.
My presentation screen?
Yes.
No?
Yes, yes.
No, the presentation?
We are seeing your picture only.
Now?
No, sir.
I want to share.
You can share screen, sir.
So when I put my screen, is it not okay? Share.
Sir, screen share
Okay. Now,
sir.
now, which is that screen share?
Watch it. Yes, sir.
Which is that?
Yes, yes, sir, yes, sir. వచ్చింది
వచ్చిందా కూడా?
వచ్చిందండి వచ్చింది.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ramesh Babu garu, very kind introduction and your kind words. Now I'll just go through this little topic, and I thought this is maybe relevant for the conference. I want to speak few things about the yoga and its clinical significance. So the outline of the talk is just I give a little bit view on the yoga, and I talk about 3 stages in yoga, then its clinical importance, and I want to just touch on yoga in Australia and the current trends in yoga throughout the world. Nowadays, yoga become popular worldwide. Some of the reasons people practice yoga regularly are exercise and improve flexibility, deal with the daily stress, feel calm and happy, to relax, enjoy inner peace and tranquility, to provide good environment for socialization, for some to use as a path to attain self-realization. In this present time, anyone refers to yoga means the blended techniques of Hatha Yoga and Raja Yoga. These techniques are mostly presented and pursued for personal well-being than spiritual practices for higher yoga. In this presentation, when I refer yoga means Raja Yoga and or Hatha Yoga. In Eastern philosophy, the word yoga confined to a particular meaning as joining or bringing together, merging two things, etc. Ultimate aim of the science of yoga is to attain wisdom, progress higher in philosophical thinking. I just divided this yoga practice into 3 stages. We can broadly divide these practices in 3 stages. This is mainly depending on the yoga techniques and the results expected from these practices. These stages are overlapping. Let us call them stage A, stage B, and stage C. In stage A, this is called asana, pranayama for physical well-being and healthy and happy lifestyle. So this stage A, people who practice that one mainly deals with physical postures, body training, and breathing techniques. These techniques are close to physical training. And you can see things like Tai Chi, Pilates, all these things, they look like similar. These people who practice this one is only for physical well-being. And you can adapt to suit. Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
sir, you can continue, sir.
Continue, okay. Adapt to suit their healthy and happy lifestyle and also socialize through regular yoga classes. The yoga techniques of this stage are suitable for yoga therapy and provide great results. Then if you go to stage B, and they are overlapping. You can see just diagram. B is mostly on pranayama, relaxation and concentration techniques for mental and emotional well-being, happy and peaceful lifestyle. In stage B, in addition to stage A, some people wish to go beyond physical fitness by adopting relaxation and concentration techniques in stage B. These also needed to practice some physical postures and a bit more breathing techniques to get relaxation and concentration. People who aim at this are basically looking for mental and emotional well-being for happy and peaceful lifestyle. They enjoy calm and happy moments through the practice of these techniques. Most of them also feel that they are practicing higher meditative techniques which are going to lead them to attain spiritual progress and a state where they are one with yoga consciousness. These techniques could also be used as therapy for some psychological, mental, and emotional issues, currently used widely for clinical purposes. Now, if you go to say stage C, if you can see all the A, B, C are overlapping, and you see also overlaps with A. And this is for meditation techniques for wisdom, knowledge, and self-realization, happy and blissful life. Though stage C overlaps with stage A and B, the main purpose of this stage is only to explore the ultimate knowledge, experience yoga, consciousness, and attain spiritual wisdom, which leads to self-realization and blissful life. The meditative techniques are different from stage B and more intense and more refined. The sadhakas or practitioners get some experience while they practice stage C meditative techniques. The other critical component of the stage C is the way to analyze the experiences gained. Generally, sadhakas believe that continuous and sincere practice of stage B techniques lead to the goal of self-realization or blissful, which is not true. The reason why people misunderstand is the fact that some of the stage B and stage C practices look similar. Hence, believe that more intense practice of techniques in B leads to final goal of self-realization. Now, I am going to talk only because of clinical use of yoga, and we are confined to techniques applied for stage A and B. Practice of yoga techniques from these stages will help in overall well-being. They are good. There is a good scientific evidence that yoga increases muscular and bone strength, increases lean muscle and decrease body fat, help control weight, enhances your psychological well-being, reduces depression, reduces symptoms of anxiety, and improves your general mood. Improves many medical conditions such as lower heart rate, balanced blood pressure, relief from allergies and asthma symptoms, help in smoke cessation. It also increases the strength and flexibility, reduces anxiety and muscular tension, slowed aging, improves sleep, reduces stress, overall sense of well-being. The benefits of yoga on mental issues: through relaxation and concentration exercises, one can resolve mental conflicts, strengthen the mind, improves mental health, and get more energy to work. Health conditions in which yoga may heal or treat are arthritis, allergies, asthma, hypertension, coronary artery disease, irritable bowel syndrome, heartburn, constipation, tension, headaches and migraines, PMS and menstrual discomfort, menopause, pain of back and hip knees, depression and anxiety, substance abuse, skin disorders, chronic fatigue, overweight, sleep problems. These are all proven things. When you search in Google Scholar on any of the following topics, you will get several studies and case studies conducted by not only universities but also in hospitals. You can see all these things. If you see a lot of activities, research has done in these sites. This indicates the level of research and use of yoga technique for clinical use or worldwide. It also indicates the versatile nature of the yoga in applying for clinical purposes. That means yoga has ability to improve overall immune system of human body. Yoga in Australia. I'll just give a little bit note on what is the state of yoga in Australia. And the School of Health Sciences in RMIT, like Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology in Melbourne, they conducted a master's thesis and a good study in March 2008 by Stephen, and he improved this one in 2012. They used about 4,000 Australian participants. Among their survey found key findings are: the average yoga practitioner is a 41-year-old woman who lives in urban area, works full-time, is tertiary educated. Most people started practicing yoga for its physical benefits, but found they benefited as much mentally through reduced stress and anxiety and from an improved sense of well-being and purpose. Many also found the personal development or spiritual path in yoga activities attractive. Of the people who went into yoga for specific health reasons, more were using yoga to treat stress, anxiety, depression, and sleeping disorders than using yoga as per the more traditional back pain or musculoskeletal problems. Participants report using yoga to address a huge range of health issues, including, similarly what shown earlier, anxiety, stress, panic attacks, menopause, topping, postnatal follow-up, depression, headaches, mood disorders, period pain, smoking, insomnia, migraines, pregnancy, PMT, weight loss. Now, the current trends in yoga, what is happening now? There's a great deal of change happening in yoga practice in recent years, especially during this COVID period. The main changes we could see are surge in yoga for mental health, more online classes, increased interest in yoga teacher training. The other trends is to combine various other physical and sport techniques with yoga and different names such as Chroma yoga, aerial yoga, Broga, SUP yoga, Roga, slackline yoga, etc. Another major influence in recent years is social media. We could see huge promotional activities on various social media platforms. Exchange of individual views and experiences over social media has skyrocketed. One good thing from this is that individuals around the world could explore, understand, and learn yoga from any remote location. This gives a greater exposure to various yoga therapy techniques to all people around the world. However, this puts huge pressure on yoga professionals to maintain standards and keep the profession as professional as possible. Universities and major institutions should come together to put and implement standards to the professional practices. So I put few references, which if you want, you can go through and see some books. It's very good on the clinical aspects of yoga. Okay. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Will you be around, sir, for some time? Because we need one of the other speakers as well. As of now, there are no questions.
Hello.
Sir, will you be around for some time? In the
Yeah,
meeting?
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. As of now, we have no questions. Maybe in the next few minutes, we may get some questions. So we can
Yeah.
wait for some more
Yeah.
time. I will introduce
Thank
the
you.
speaker of the evening.
Yeah. Okay.
I invite Carol, Miss Carol Bird, to join the meeting with us. To talk about Carol, Carol Bird was a graduate student from Department of Yoga and Consciousness back in 2008 and 2010 and 2011. The discipline in yoga prepared her for energy work. She is now an auric magnetic healer in New Zealand who channels cosmic energies and higher frequencies in order to restore, transmute, and uplift vibration of the cellular structure of her client's body and on many levels. Today, she is sharing her experience and knowledge about how to boost immunity from an energy healing perspective. She holds a master's degree in management, University of Auckland, PG diploma in yoga, and diploma in yoga from Andhra University. Now she's going to present to us her talk on how to boost immunity from the energy healing perspective. We are pleased to have you, Ms. Carol. Please join us and take over. Please unmute yourself, Ms. Carol. Unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself, Ms. Carol. On your microphone.
Om Namaha. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to give special thanks to Dr. Ramesh Babu and his team of organizers for inviting me to join this special event, International Yoga Day 2021. I am deeply honored and felt very privileged to be amongst all the eminent speakers. Today, I'm going to share my experience and knowledge of how to boost immunity from an energy healer's perspective. My name is Carol Bird, and I am an auric magnetic healer. I channeled cosmic energies for healing on adults, children, and animals. Let me tell you a little story of myself on my journey to become healer. This is my first time to reveal this in public. It's just going to take a moment where I'm trying to show the presentation. Please bear with me. Trying to get the PowerPoint working. There we go. That's awesome. Thank you. Yes, let me just start with a story about how I come in connection with the Yoga Consciousness Trust and the university. I have completed the yoga course in yoga back in 2018, and there were about 20 of us from Hong Kong who went to India to do the exams. After that, I went back to enroll and complete a postgraduate diploma in yoga from the same institute, the Academy of Yoga Consciousness, affiliated by University of Andhra Pradesh back in 2010 to 2011 in Visakhapatnam, India. Since then, I've been guided by Guruji in Vijayanagaram. I was with my 4 years of yoga, and we stayed in India for nearly 2 years while I'm completing the postgraduate diploma course and teaching yoga as well.
Ms. Carol, can I interrupt you slightly? Can you maximize your presentation?
Oh, sure. Sorry about that. Is that better?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm not very used to this online. I went through the process of Ashtanga yoga or Raja Yoga sadhana has actually transformed me into who I am today, an energy healer. It took me 15 years of vigorous purification in body, mind, and the yogic practice, and with Guru's grace and higher help from the divine over the years that I can be ready to access these higher frequencies of healing. I'm still on the journey, and currently I'm still studying and researching in the field of energy medicine and energy healing. I realized that the more you know, the more you don't know. I was in a stage of dharana, which is the sixth stage of Raja Ashtanga Yoga, when I met Guruji in his ashram. He guided me towards dhyana, which is the seventh stage of Raja Yoga, and has instilled me a taste of samadhi, which imprinted in the background of my consciousness. This seed is what he planted. I remember when I was in his ashram, I can feel his energy feels very vast and very powerful because my mind was completely still and quiet, so I cannot ask him any questions. After I left, I was like, oh, why don't I ask him this or that? But then when I met him, nothing can come out of my mouth. I realize now that he has given me the greatest gift of all, which is all I needed at that time to walk my path ahead and let things unfold. After completing the postgraduate diploma and my daughter was turning into school age, I moved to New Zealand so that she can study in a Rudolf Steiner school. My family lived in New Zealand that time, so it made everything easier. So my journey in yoga sadhana continues until last year I became a full-time auric magnetic healer. The yogic discipline has prepared my body and mind to this work. I then came across a Kiwi healer, Colin Lambersville, who is the founder of auric magnetic healing in New Zealand, and I was trained by the professional institute that he developed before he passed, and to use his protocol and principles to perform energy healing on clients. No one healer is the same, just as every human. We all are unique and have different gifts to give this world. What I love about Colin's work was his simplicity and keep healing work simple by a direct connection to the higher force. In yogic science, now validated by modern Western science and quantum physics, compared to 15 years ago, it is no longer controversial, but an agreement that there is a field that connects everything. And there are also 7 chakras in our body and 7 energy layers around our physical body. I could effectively use my hands to scan my clients' energy bodies from a few inches away from the body and access the subconscious mind to find out and clear those blockages, traumatic areas in physical, mental, and emotional levels. I evaluate clients' vibrational level before I start and re-evaluate after I finish the session. Normally, I'll see a change after the healing session, and there will be an increase in vibration level. I also rebalances the chakras, seal the aura, and enforce protection towards the end of the healing session. I'm also preparing some people who are activated, who are advanced in spirituality on the path to the 12 chakras activation. I can feel those chakras above the head. Our junk DNA is not junk. They are not activated or understood yet by the modern science or human. Again, no one healing session is the same, even with the same person. That's how interesting this work is, and it is not I who perform the healing, but a higher power, higher consciousness, higher frequencies at work, and body is a conduit. So, to live as a living energy beings transforms the awareness of everything. The children born nowadays as well have 12 chakras open, and therefore negative environment, which has a lot of conflicts, stress, fear, and surrounded by non-loving people will make them shut down and sick. In addition to the poor diet nowadays. They are very open, sensitive, and they are the gifts to the world to lift the vibration of Earth. Some children are labeled as ADHD, autism, ADD, etc. Their frequencies level is very different. They operate on such a higher frequency, therefore we cannot understand them if we do not lift our vibration up to create an environment where they could strive and reveal their gifts to us. A strong electromagnetic or biofields means the chakras are well balanced and not blocked, and the person's healthy and the immune system is strong. A weak field also reflected in the chakras and will find blockages, layers from layers. It also means their health system is not at its best. The chakras pathway, which is in the middle of the body line, are also not aligned sometimes. People who has a weak biofield is also prone to psychic attacks and invasions from entities and interferences. This could greatly impact their well-being, productivity, and ability to function healthily with others. In my work, I tune up the overall vibration after working on clearing major blockages, inflammation, or traumatic areas in the body and different layers of the bodies. Almost 99% of my clients can feel a significant difference after the first healing, where the pain or the symptoms subside and they feel a lot lighter and calmer. Since COVID, I addressed to some clients the subject of how to maintain high vibration, especially after I tune their vibration up to a certain high level. This suggestion, which I'm covering here shortly, is directly applying to boosting immunity in general as well. The first point is the importance of having an alkaline, organic, if possible, plant-based wholesome diet. If you eat meat, choose ethically grown meat or eat in less quantity but quality with fresh vegetables, nuts, or seeds. And avoid processed food. Sometimes gluten, dairy-free are helpful. And drinking green juice, alkaline water. Always bless the food and drink and to increase its vibration. The science can be backed up by quantum physics and the work of Dr. Masaru Emoto on the effect of intention from the mind to affect water molecules. Or Dr. William Taylor during his years as a professor of material sciences at Stanford documented that human mind can alter the pH of water. The Institute of Neotic Sciences, Dr. Dean Radin, also experimented and came up with the same conclusion, has collaborated with Dr. Emoto in the study in the past 4 decades and get consistent results. So you can actually increase vibration on food and drink by intention. And filtered water for shower and bath is preferable as well. The skin absorbs water. And if there is toxins in water, it takes your body more work to detox. Numbers also relates to geometry, which we could use 995 to bless food and 887 to bless water. Is 1,000 times more powerful than average prayer. The mantra we use in Guruji's ashram before meals are used to raise awareness and show gratitude to the divine at work when we ingest and digest, which in turn raise vibration of both food and the body. It's same principle, different methods, different ways. Mantra is a sound vibration which is cymatics. It creates geometry. Everything is energy, that everything has geometrical structure in it. The structure provides a template, so if we tune into that template, it lifts our vibration. Detox and fasting is important. I personally found that the colon hydrotherapy is very effective way to cleanse digestive system as part of the Sat Karma yogic practice. Infrared sauna, spa, hot springs to detox, improve circulation in winter. Skipping meals and juice fasting according to the body clock is very helpful. There are a lot of information about this subject online out there. The BioCleanse technology is an effective way to draw out toxins, heavy metals from the body and synchronize the body with the Schumann waves at 7.83 Hz. Food reflexology, acupressure points on the feet to help detox, maintain, improve the flow of prana or chi. Rest, sleep, balanced lifestyle, relaxation, and release is really important to the body, especially when the planet vibrations rises now. The photons are affecting our bodies in a substantial way. But also when you live in a very busy lifestyle, the body must rest, take break, and rejuvenate. Relaxation methods such as pranayama, yoga nidra are great and powerful tools. Listening to relaxation music, mantras, seragato frequencies, music such as flute, tabla, singing bowls, etc. Meditation is very powerful. There are so many different ways to meditate, but even focus on breathing. For like a normal person who doesn't practice yoga or meditation, for them to just only focus 3 to 5 minutes, you're giving the body a break from stress. And you're also being present. Your mind is not running here and there. The awareness is shifted from the outer world into the inner world. The nervous system also starting to calm down, so healing can happen. The body feels safe when you focus on breathing. Then immunity will then improve. Use natural and homeopathic medicine and supplements. Traditional Chinese medicine is also helpful to many people since ancient times. These are all natural and easily assimilated by the bodies. Exercises, yoga, pranayama, meditation, qigong, tai chi, pilates, dance, whatever you like to boost serotonin and increase oxygen in blood. This creates happiness hormones and helps to detox. Singing can be an exercise too, if that makes you happy. Walk for at least 30 minutes a day supports healthy immune function and increases metabolism. Smile, joy, appreciation, gratitude, beauty, kindness, all these thoughts powered by emotions generates enormous amount of positive energy in the body electromagnetic fields. It affects others too by this positive energy as we live in a connected living universe, and the consciousness is fundamental proved by the science now. So if you could change your thoughts and feelings, you change vibration. Mindful to your thoughts and emotion are the keys to high vibration, high immunity. These science of how mind and emotion affects your body, I found it very true. And this science also proven and backed by the groundbreaking researches and studies from the HeartMath Institute. It is especially true in my work as all the blockages and trauma stored in the body cells, no matter it was this lifetime, past life, or ancestral, they are all programs in the cells. And they are the programs of emotions and thoughts. They are like a patterns of data being stored in our computer, which is our body. None of these diseases or problematic areas in the body do not have programs in it. Therefore, the programs becomes patterns of our behavior and reaction, which keeps us in karma, the loop of cause and effect. They can be affecting us physically, mentally, emotionally, and it affects our relationships with others. To break this loop, to break karma, you have to lift your vibration because you cannot solve the problem from the level of the problems. And there are a lot of non-intrusive therapies with no side effects to help raising the vibration, such as some of the approaches which our speakers in the seminars are presenting and sharing. The information is all out there. All you need is to ask or seek. If you think COVID is fearful, stressful, and we are doomed, then our thoughts become intention and our brain starts sending signals to the body to react, and our emotion is contracted because of fear and we are in survival mode. Muscles will be tight. The brain is sending signals to generate chemicals to deal with stress by making cortisol and adrenal. It shuts down healing response and rejuvenation. Hence, you can see the comparison between how high and low vibrations frequency affects our energies, bodies, and the aura. The heart chakra will be blocked as you choose to think and feel fear, stressed, rather than to think love and feel love. The whole immune system becomes low or shutting down, just like that. Then the next thing you get is the virus. All the people around you gets it. This fear drives you further and further away from the truth when you believe you have absolutely no control or you are helpless in the situation. Weak aura attracts virus and negativity. But this is far from the truth. We are powerful beings, which our thoughts are electric and emotions are magnetic. It manifests first in our body, then out to the world. In my energy work, I found it manifested as different body ailments, blockages in emotional and mental bodies. With the thoughts and emotion of love, peace, beauty, gratitude activated through meditation, through conscious practice, it increases coherence not only on physical level in every organs and cells, but on the chakras as well. The organs, the cells vibrate, and it's like a music orchestra that plays a symphony in harmony when it is in coherence. All dramatics in the organs and chakras work together to create an art. The physical heart also linked to the heart chakra. Science has proved that the heart's electric field is 100,000 times stronger than the brain's, and the electromagnetic field of the heart can be 5,000 times stronger than the brain's, which can extend up to 3 feet from our body. If you increase immunity system to optimum level by being in coherence, in harmony with your heart and mind, in this way, no virus or disease can easily reach you or touch you. Even if you are amongst it, you will not get the virus or disease. You're basically vibrating at a different level, at a different frequency. You can still learn the facts or hear news about COVID, vaccine, and all that, but keep remaining in a state of non-reactive mode. You deal with your daily life with what you need to do to keep yourself and your family healthy, but your core remains unmoved, like a 0 point. The point which is permanent, like what Guruji said. When you are in coherence, you are also able to hear the inner guidance from within. You are able to connect with the divinity, the higher guidance, so you will know what is true or not, what is right or not, what is good for you or not. And now, this is freedom. So, when my client asks me, should I take vaccine or not? Personally, I would not want anything foreign, especially chemicals in nature, to be injected into my sensitive energy body, because the body is a piece of advanced technology that is built to self-defense, self-heal. However, having said that, everyone is different and the condition is different. If you are in a situation where you have to take the vaccine, then by all means, align your thoughts and emotions to it. Thank it, love it, bless it, so that it merges in your body for the best, and let it assimilate and protect you. The worst scenario is that you are feeling unsure and having internal conflict of thoughts, emotion, or being fearful about it, then the vaccine will not do you any good. You might get sick even after taking the vaccine. I also suggest my clients to consult a doctor as well when you are gathering information to make a decision. Pay attention to EMFs and the effects on cell phones, electronic devices. There are plenty of research online to learn about how those waves affect our electromagnetic fields. Try to minimize exposure to the waves or make your bedroom a place with minimal device or turn Wi-Fi off while you sleep. If you cannot avoid those effects, since it's everywhere in a city, use crystals or set a protective shield energetically or find or search for some devices. Being aware of these things is the first step of lifting vibration. Spend time in nature and appreciate the beautiful things around us. Good things are happening every day, and good people doing good things too. Focus our attention on the good and the energy will go there and expand. The nature and grounding, appreciating its abundance puts us in a higher vibrational level and boosts immunity. Get energy from the sun, connect with the sun and ask its radiant golden light to wash over the body and infuse the body with its golden energy. Our body and all living things cannot live without the sunlight, basically. If you love working with colors, you can imagine golden, silver, violet flames surround your body and transmute all the negative energies into light. Make it like a meditation practice for at least 5 minutes before and after sleep. Thank you. I hope you enjoy and find the information useful. And if some of the information does not resonate with you, please follow your own guidance and intuition, because everyone and everybody is so different, but you are to make your own choices in conscious, loving intention will bring best possible outcome. Lastly, I would like to share the quote from Swami Vivekananda. Manifest the divinity within you and everything will be harmoniously arranged around it. You can also learn about my work at my website, www.energy-medicine.co.nz. And if you want to know about information on Colin Lambert and his Healing Institute, it's on my website as well. Om Namaha. I will now exit the PowerPoint, and so you can see my face again. Thank you.
Any questions from participants? Any questions from participants?
Yeah, Ms. Cannon, Dr. Naveen is
Yes.
asking you if you can share some information on your experience of healing or working with ADHD or autistic people. Shall I repeat the question? Dr. Naveen wants to know your experience in healing or working with ADHD or autistic people.
Right. For me, at the moment, I haven't actually worked with the ADHD or autism kids in a professional way, but I have parents who bring their individual like kids who are having behavioral problems, adjusting to school and having various mental and emotional problems. And so I work on with the energy level, but during my research on the energy medicine and this energy work, I knew, I came across some books that talk about the professional who actually works with ADHD and autism children. So I could share those information with you if you would like to send me emails through my website, or you can get the emails from the university or the host.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cannon.
Thank you. Very good.
Hello, Andy. I'm planning to leave. Is that okay? Hello, Ramesh Babu.
Sir. Professor Rahim sir, yes, sir.
Yeah. Is there any questions for me? It's a good presentation by Carol.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, Dr. Babu.
I think we received the notice of your presentation.
We'll direct the questions to you, sir. We have your contact and your email ID in case we get any questions. We'll direct them to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time and input.
Okay. Thank you. All the best. I'm sorry I could not connect.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Now I would like to introduce Dr. Pooja Mandela. It's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Pooja Mandela, again from New Zealand. She is a founding director of Dr. Pooja's Yoga and Integrated Mind-Body Therapies. She is a highly accomplished international speaker, health service researcher, mindfulness coach, Indian naturopathy, yoga and Ayurvedic practitioner, exceedingly skilled master yoga and master therapy trainer, mentor and clinician. She offers continuous medical professional education courses to conventional and holistic healthcare providers. She received several awards, Yogini Award USA and Tutor of the Year 2020 New Zealand for excellence in teaching and facilitating yoga philosophy, and also National Women's Excellence Award. She's going to present to us on the topic Pillars of Immunity. I take this opportunity to invite you onto this platform. Dr. Pooja ma'am, please take it over. Thank you for your presence here.
Thank you so much. And it's very honored to be here with you all. And my special thanks to Yoga and Consciousness Department, Andhra University, Dr. Ramesh Babu Garu, Bhanu sir, and Tulsi Rao Garu, and students. Thank you so much. I'll share my presentation. Hope you are able to hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yes.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Yes, madam. Please
Can
continue.
you see the presentation?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I'm talking on the topic Pillars of Immunity. So some fundamentals of immunity I'm going to cover today. So we all discussed already what is immunity. So it's a human body has that ability to resist almost all types of organisms. So it is protection, prevention. That capability is called immunity. So to improve that capability, those pillars are very important. So if you look into immunity, there are two types, innate defense as well as adaptive immunity. So there are two types. So first one, that innate immunity, there are two layers again. So first line of defense is surface barriers or skin and mucous membranes. So body cavities that open to the exterior are lined with mucous membranes. For example, mouth, throat, digestive system, respiratory system, as well as reproductive system. So all that lining, the mucous membranes. So that is first line of defense. So any pathogen that needs to come in, first gate is that surface barrier. Okay. And if any reason it crossed, it penetrated that barrier, then second line of defense is internal defense. So phagocytes, that is also called macrophages, big eaters. So they swallow it, they attack it. And also same with antimicrobial proteins, they also try to kill the pathogen. And natural killer cells, they are like a police job. So that, or pit bulls. So they attack. And fever and inflammation, that is immune response against the pathogen. So that is more deeper than the surface barriers. Okay. So that's our innate immunity. We are born with that. And second one, that adaptive one, is all about B lymphocytes and T lymphocytes. B lymphocytes are more connected to dealing with bacterial infection. So they produce antibodies and attack the bacteria. But here, more importantly, that T lymphocytes, they are major part of that adaptive immunity. Okay, and T lymphocytes' main role is they directly can kill the infected cell. And they also activate other immune cells and also produce cytokines. Cyto, cell, kinase, movement. So that cytokines help cell to cell communication. And so that cells are communicated well, then they are going to attend the site of attack, site of inflammation. Okay, so that's how T cells are very important, and this is acquired immunity. So we have to develop it constantly, right? So that's about little introduction. And as I already mentioned here, innate immunity, that is little bit faster than the acquired immunity. So that attacks quickly, no matter what pathogen is attacking us, immediately respond. Whereas adaptive immunity is, it may take little time, like 2 weeks or few months. That is what, 14 days, 2 weeks, we have to wait in quarantine and all that. Okay. And here, third one you could see here, interferons. See, when there is a fever, see here, this red one, infected cell, if we are infected with the virus, then it develops fever. So when there is a fever, that stimulates production of interferons and helps in recovery from viral infection. So what are interferons? They are like a signal molecule proteins. So they signal immediately to healthy cells here, you see on the screen, healthy cells. Can you see me? Excuse me, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
madam. Okay.
Yes, madam.
Is PowerPoint coming there?
Yes, madam.
Okay, okay. Sorry, I can't see here, that's why. Sorry for that. So when there is a fever, this infected cell releases interferons. So they take the signal and indicate to healthy cells to be safe. So they'll be highly alert to fight against the virus. See how nicely, even though this red cell here, infected one, it is dying or it is infected with the virus, but still trying to communicate with healthy cell to be taking charge, be protective. See, so that's why we have to learn from ourselves to be kind with one another and help each other. And then interferons help to activate that white blood cells and natural killer cells. Then obviously they'll be attacking the pathogen. See that communication, how well going on. That's the beauty of higher self-given immunity. And here, that is why a lot of practices we are already doing for our surface barriers. First layer of defense, that is steam inhalation and hygiene, washing our hands, wearing masks, and Gelaneti is encouraged to do, hot water gargling. See, those sort of things, very powerful to protect at the level of first layer of defense. And practices for internal defense and adaptive. These are the 4 pillars, very fundamental, that everyone need to be really focused and not undervaluing them. proper nutrition, exercise, detoxification, and stress management. So when it comes to proper nutrition, mainly focus on all different colors of vegetables and fruits, because of vitamins and minerals are very rich, okay, especially red colored ones. For example, tomatoes, that is, there is a lycopene in it, break the free radicals. So like that, a lot of colored fruits and veggies. And also probiotics. For example, in Indian culture, yogurt is day-to-day thing. Sometimes we take it granted, but that's one of the best probiotics. And if you keep that buttermilk or the yogurt about 12 to 16 hours, like overnight, not in the refrigerator, but outside, it becomes more sour. That's when it's more powerful and good for our immunity. And antioxidants reduce oxidative stress. So a lot of berries are very important so that they can be reducing oxidative stress. So oxidative stress is something that imbalance between free radicals and antioxidants. So antioxidants are giving electrons to that free radicals and making them stabilize. So there won't be any chemical reaction. Okay. And then ashwagandha, now pretty much everyone using. That is really good one to reduce stress and prevent from any inflammation and oxidative stress. And then also spice up a bit, turmeric and even cumin, fennel, ginger, pepper, in any form, but they are really great spices to be adding on. And then vitamin C and B is very important. And we all know about sunbathing and mainly having something like kiwi fruit or lemon on day to day. You see in yoga and naturopathy hospitals, that is the regular ritual. And amla, gooseberry. And interestingly, ancient wisdom focuses on sun salutations and in the morning and evening, and really to activate that vitamin D. And then proper exercise, that is second pillar. And mainly the coordination exercises and balancing ones are very powerful than any other things in relation to COVID-19. And a lot of benefits here, cognitively great for the harmony at brain level, focus and memory and all that. And emotional level, it reduces anxiety. A lot of people suffer with anxiety and depression and with the fear of disease and all that. And also neurobiological benefits are really brain cells and their function can be improved. And total overall lifestyle benefits is improving quality of our life. And here, third pillar is proper detoxification. And there's a one important model of health, Agni, that is your metabolic fire, and also psychological fire, your thought processes, how you are thinking affect your digestion capabilities as well. Keeping that digestive system healthy and elimination day to day, very important to detoxification. Okay, detoxify any accumulation of morbid matter. And here, very important little technique for lymphatic drainage. A lot of people doesn't even give value to lymph or maybe overlooked, but it is very important because this is the only that fluid that can take all the rubbish out from the body, right? So here, if you could simple movements, your feet, imagine these are your feet, 20 times, 1, 2, 3, like pumping. That is the first step. And second one, squeezing the gluteal muscles, buttock muscles, 20 times, 1, 2, contraction and releasing. And then gentle strokes on the neck, so that you are coming from feet to hip area to then going upwards. So you are allowing that lymph to drain. And also another practice, interlacing fingers on backside of your head, and you just simply say, so gently, all these, see here, lot of lymph nodes here and hip area, so that we have to squeeze them a bit to improve the flow. Okay. And this is very important one. There's two things. One is respiratory pump. See, when you are doing abdominal breathing, so you are milking that vein, especially inferior vena cava. And that milking happening, that is taking the blood efficiently to heart. So that's why it is so powerful to do abdominal breathing. Okay, so that is respiratory pump. And then here, if you are contracting your muscles and relaxing, so that is muscle pump. So squeeze and relax, they are again milking the veins. So these are the muscles and this is the veins. So that propelling the blood upwards and reaching to heart efficiently. If you are doing occupation like standing jobs, it is important to contract and release to take care of your lymph. That's very important in relation to proper detoxification. Last one here is stress management. Patanjali Yoga Sutra says, Avidya asmita raga dvesha abhinavesha kleshaha. Avidya, ignorance, asmita, ego, raga, dvesha, attachment and hatredness, abhinavesha, very important, fear of sickness, fear of disease, fear of death. These are the causes of suffering. But if we do yoga, especially, a lot of research proves that, especially abdominal breathing, if you inhale, abdomen rising, exhale, squeezing, so that lymph drain happening, and up to the genes level. See, this is telomeres, this is chromosome, and these caps, lids, like shoelaces, there is lids, they are lengthening when you are doing abdominal breathing. But in the stress, it shut down the immune process, and then your telomeres are shortening. So to lengthen the telomeres, abdominal breathing is the best one. And another one is pranayama square breathing. Inhaling 3 seconds, holding the breath, exhaling 3 seconds, holding the breath. So you are adding holding, that is a little bit more resistance, more endurance to our lungs and more oxygenation. And also obviously positive thinking helps a lot. Previous both speakers nicely explained about it. Your energy and your way of thinking is very important to boost immunity. And sleep is very important because these are all stress management tips. So that is very important, where your brain can cleanse the rubbish out during sleep. And meditation helps a lot. Just for 5 minutes of your time day to day, just watch your thoughts. Don't analyze anything. Don't disturb your thoughts. Just watch them, so that self-awareness can be enhanced. Self-resilience, we can cope with the stresses. We are more positive, and that enhance our immunity. Okay. And a lot of YouTube channel, we have resources. So you can, if you wish to, you can watch them. So they are elaborative techniques. Okay. And definitely take care of yourself. And what you do today is having great, future. So that take action, take care of yourself. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Thank you so much.
The participants, any questions or doubts?
Sorry?
I think no questions, no doubts from your talk.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
It was a very clear and very impressive presentation, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next speaker. Dr. Manoj Fernando. I would like to invite Dr. Manoj Fernando to join us. To invite him, I'd like to talk about him a bit before he joins us to give us his presentation. Senior lecturer in health promotion at Rajaratna University of Sri Lanka. Experienced senior lecturer with a demonstrated history of working in the public sector, a public health professional, skilled in counselor training, lecturing medicine and public speaking, He held important positions like National Consultant for United Nations Population Fund back in the years between 2012 and 2014. He has numerous book publications with titles Health Promotion for the Prevention of Lifestyle Diseases and Mental Health and Alcohol. He also has numerous paper publications in international journals to his credit. Now he is going to present to us on the topic immunity and unhealthy behavior. Dr. Manoj, we are pleased to have you here with us. Please join us to share your thoughts.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes, there are.
Right. First, let me thank Professor Bhanukumar and the team at the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, and also my friend Himalitaakshila Vithanage for inviting me for this very important conference. Actually, being a Western medical practitioner as a public health specialist, I learned a lot about yoga and a lot of what do you call parallel medical spiritual approaches in order to improve health of our people. So I think this is one of the main needs of all human beings on earth today. So we are witnessing what is happening with coronavirus today, and we are in a battle of evidence and finding out what exactly work out in preventing and treating COVID cases in the world. And also I'm happy to join today from Sri Lanka because today we are celebrating the most important gift we received from India, that is Buddhism. So nearly 300 BC, Buddhism arrived in Sri Lanka by the son of King Ashoka, and today is the day that we celebrate that festival. It's called Poson Festival. So it's a very important day for us, and now I will move on to my presentation. I hope all of you can see the presentation slide.
Yes, doctor.
Right.
Please little bit zoom it, please. Enhance the picture. Maximize it.
Give me a second there. Right. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Right. The topic given to me is immunity and unhealthy behavior. The presentation focuses on four important areas during this period. The first part of the presentation, I'll be focusing on immunity, a little bit of introduction to immunity. Then, what are the common unhealthy behaviors that I am trying to focus on? Then, what is available evidence for the relationship between immunity and these unhealthy behaviors? And finally, let's see how to address these unhealthy behaviors and what some concepts of addressing these unhealthy behaviors. So, when you talk about immunity, as Dr. Pooja rightly pointed out, I'm repeating some of her ideas here because of it is introduction to the presentation. So immunity is the resistance of all human beings and also animals as well, the developed animals. So immunity is the resistance of a host to pathogens and their toxic effects. So this is usually referred to as protection against the invaders. But not only preventing ourselves from these invaders or the so-called pathogens, bacteria, viruses, but at the same time, the human immune system is responsible for protecting us by removing dead and damaged tissues like dead red blood cells and the dead tissues of wounds. And also recognizing and removal of abnormal or foreign cells or certain substances which can harm human beings. For example, the malignant cells. So every minute, cancer cells are developed within our body. So why we don't get cancers because of that? The issue is that our immune system is capable of removing almost all of these cancer cells by recognizing and then removing. But rare circumstances where when we lose this balance, the end result is the cancer or a malignancy. And also, transplanted tissues, foreign bodies coming into the body is also rejected by the immune system because those tissues are not belongs to that person. But transplantation is now identified as a therapy. So that is why after a renal transplantation, most of the time you have to give medicines to suppress the immunity till you die. So this is an introduction to the immunity. And what about the organization of the immune system? So I'm not going to repeat what Dr. Pooja has said because she has beautifully explained the human immune system, right? But what I want to tell you is that human immune system is such a complex thing. And there are cells and there are natural defense mechanisms such as the anatomical barriers like our skin, and also various chemical substances like cytokines, active phase proteins, complements, and cells, the undifferentiated cells and cells who are differentiated. And finally, the antibodies. I think most of us now we know about antibodies because of this COVID problem. And people are interested in finding out whether they have developed the antibodies after taking the corona vaccine. So the immune system is so complex and it protects human beings from various agents. At the same time, the immune system is important for us to enjoy the life. So that is the whole purpose of living. Right, now let's go on to the next half of my presentation. That is, what are these unhealthy behaviors which have an impact on immune system? Now, unhealthy behaviors are usually defined as a pattern behavior. That is, a kind of behavior that we have been involved for over a period. So a pattern behavior that is harmful to physical or mental health, right? And you know that most non-communicable diseases nowadays are due to these behaviors and lifestyles, right? And the other factor that I want to highlight is that human behaviors are influenced by many factors, whether it's diet, consuming substances like alcohol, unprotected sexual habits, or any unhealthy behavior, right? It's influenced by many factors. People around you, the corporate industries in the world, your own opinions and beliefs. So there are many factors influence behavior. So I decided to pick some important common unhealthy behaviors that negatively influence human immunity to discuss with you.
Sir, can I just pose a question? Can you share the slides because we are not able to see the slides.
Sorry?
Can you share the slides?
I'm sharing.
Can you see the arrow on the screen? Yes.
Don't you see my slides now?
No, sir. No.
Really? Okay. Let me check it again. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes. Previously the slides are not moving. Right now they are changing now.
oh, really? Okay. Great. So, shall I use this screen then instead of going into the large screen? I think there'll be a technical glitch. Can you see the screen clearly here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, sir. Great. Thank you. So I have picked 4 important unhealthy behaviors which are really common for any part of the world, which negatively influence immunity. That is alcohol use, tobacco use, unhealthy diet such as using excessive sugar, salt, fat, and various other substances, and lack of physical activities. In other words, immobility. Now let's move on to the next slide and see what is the evidence available on these behaviors and how these behaviors influence immunity. Now let's start from alcohol. So alcohol and immunity. Now what is the available evidence on impact of alcohol on human immunity, right? So there's enough evidence coming from all over the world how alcohol impact on human immunity. So one is that the risk of infection and disease progression is increased with alcohol. So that is why diseases, communicable diseases or infective diseases such as tuberculosis, pneumonia and HIV are comparatively more prevalent among chronic alcohol users. So how alcohol affects the immune system? So they have identified 3 important ways of alcohol attacking the human immune system. They impair the ability to develop immunity and also reduce existing immunity for an infection. Now, for example, nowadays we have coronavirus. So there are some research papers who discuss this topic that alcohol users are more at risk of acquiring the disease and progression of the disease into a more complicated form. And the third method is increasing the risk of serious complications by triggering an excessive immune response. We have all heard of these excessive immune responses. Sometimes, when you eat something, allergic food, some people get very serious allergic responses. Ultimately, they can die of this allergic response. So these are the 3 main ways of alcohol affect the human immune system. And also they have found alcohol impair organ-specific immunity. They can reduce the immunity of lungs, gut. And also, as I told you earlier, alcohol increases the COVID-19 transmission because of this 3-pronged approach of reducing the immunity among individuals. And recently, many research papers have discussed that this COVID-19 transmission among alcohol users could also be due to the reduced social inhibition even at low levels of alcohol use by alcohol users, because it can disrupt the preventive strategies of COVID transmission by negatively influencing the social distancing and hand hygiene. So this is the relationship between alcohol and immunity. So it's pretty clear and pretty evident that alcohol has a direct and indirect influence on human immunity, which results in many diseases. Then the second behavior is tobacco use. So nearly 7 million people die each year in the world because of this deadly habit. So there are many diseases caused by tobacco smoking. The immune-mediated mechanisms responsible for the breakdown of the normal pulmonary, that is lung architecture in smoker, can cause various lung diseases including bronchial asthma to lung cancers. And also the smoking, because you should know that in tobacco smoke there are 4,000 chemicals dissolved in tobacco smoke. From these 4,000 chemicals, 30 of them are carcinogenic, and there are many other toxic elements in this 4,000 mixture of chemicals of tobacco smoke. So the tobacco smoke can reduce certain chemicals like interleukin 6, which ultimately results in reducing the effectiveness of our body resistance against foreign invading pathogens. And also there are certain cells in the lungs which protects our lungs from invading pathogens, and these cells are called alveolar macrophages. I think Dr. Pooja has explained it beautifully. So these alveolar macrophages, or the protective cells in the lungs, can be damaged by cigarette smoking. So it can lead to diseases like tuberculosis. So that is why they say smoking is the single largest risk factor driving the global tuberculosis epidemic. So the effect of cigarette smoking is not only confined to the neutrophil numbers, but also functional state of neutrophils. Neutrophils are representing a large battalion of white blood cells in our human blood, which go and attack invading pathogens like bacteria. So the neutrophil numbers and their functionality can be reduced by tobacco smoking. And finally, there's a very important chemical called tumor necrosis factor, TNF-alpha, which can protect our cells from cancers. I told you, when the malignant cells or the cancer cells are formed, these TNF-alpha can go and damage these cancer cells and protect our body. Tobacco is actually harming these chemicals. Then what about diet and immunity? I think we have enough evidence to show the relationship between the poor diet or the unhealthy diet and the immunity. So diet, especially diet containing various unhealthy nutrients, increase the occurrence of allergy and autoimmunity in the second half of the 20th century. So it has been found that second half of the 20th century, there were a lot of diseases reported due to allergies and autoimmunity. Autoimmunity is immunity against the body. And we all know that how diabetes reduces immunity. And people with diabetes are reported with repeated infections because of this loss of immunity. And also they have found the dietary ingredients such as high dietary fat and low dietary fiber intake alter gut microbiome. Now, what is gut microbiome? There are protective microorganisms in the human gut which should protect the human body from invading pathogens, that is disease-causing pathogens. So we have an army of bacteria in our gut and various other areas as well, where they fight against the harmful bacteria. So they protect us. But some diet or nutrition elements, high dietary fat and low dietary fiber intake, can damage this protective microbacteria. So you know the end result. The army is going to attack us. So that means the immune response is diminished. And again, serum levels of certain chemicals such as cytokines, interleukin-17 decreases with certain diets. Now, according to one study, the interleukin-17 and cytokine dramatically increases 1 hour after the ingestion of a Western type hypercaloric breakfast. Now, this dietary shift from our, Indian, Eastern-based, more fruits, vegetable-based diet to a more westernized diet causes many problems. Now, one is the serum levels of these chemicals increases, dramatic increase. So that means there's some kind of inflammatory process going inside the body, which can harm certain body organs. And also they have found obesity and the relationship between the immune loss. Obesity, additional chronic disease and unhealthy lifestyle interactively impair immune function and increase the risk of severe infectious disease. So a lot of evidence about diet and immunity. Then finally, the physical activities and immunity. Right. So the reduced physical activity leads to obesity and various metabolic diseases such as diabetes, and this considered as pro-inflammatory and increased risk of infection. What do you mean by pro-inflammatory? It supports inflammation inside the body and you are more prone for infections. So if we are obese and if you don't do exercises, physical activities, right, then the end result is this. And also physically active lifestyle reduces the risk of contracting various communicable diseases. So that is why this conference is very important, because I saw how you have been promoting the physical activities, diet, and all in all, a more holistic kind of a lifestyle which have impact on all these behaviors. I'll come to that point at the end. So near daily practice of moderate intensity exercises such as walking or cycling, they have found it reduces upper respiratory infection symptoms by at least 40 to 50%. That is a significant percentage. Finally, we move on to the last part of my presentation, how to address unhealthy behaviors. And that is mandated to promote immunity. Now, when you talk about addressing unhealthy behaviors, you can see the individual approaches, and there are societal or community-based approaches. In public health. They're working more on these public community-based health societal approaches as well. So when you come to individual approaches, right, and yoga, meditation, relaxation techniques, lifestyle modification, they work really well. Now, why yoga? Right? And thank you for confirming these points by Professor Hakim in his lecture. Now we know that yoga reduces body fat. Yoga reduces obesity by reducing body weight and control allergic responses and support tobacco cessation as well. It reduces blood pressure and improve overall well-being and overall immune system immunity as well. So there are many advantages of participating in yoga and related activities. So there are many interventions promoted in the Western medicine. There are many drugs, and the strategies used in Western medicine is very costly. And also we are using various toxic materials to control the imbalance of our lifestyle. Now, yoga is an ideal way of bringing back this balanced lifestyle into the human body. Finally, let me put some thoughts from my subject as well. So what is the modern public health approach suggesting to address unhealthy behaviors? It's kind of a societal approach. So while we are doing all these things like yoga and everything, it's also important to reverse the industry influences which have an impact on behavior of our kids and behavior of all our young people and also sometimes us. So this is very important. Alcohol industry, tobacco industry, the big food industry, the mass media, social media, they are infested with the advertisements of these industries promoting their products by influencing the behavior of our children. So we need to find ways of addressing these things. You can see the small video clips, the images that I shared with you, how this is done through movies and various other means. The policy and legislation is also important to safeguard our kids and young people as well. And community action and empowering communities, it's a kind of a community, the immunity or kind of immunization of community members against these corporate influences. Because that is also important, because people should realize how these industries influence their behavior and ultimately take them into the deadly coffin. And other interventions such as awareness is also important, but I want to reiterate that most part of the world, now we talk about cost-effective interventions, detoxification of human body, and methods where you can use without a serious difficulty, methods with no side effects. So you are promoting that method. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for the invitation given to me. And these are my references, and all these references are well accepted by the research community in the world. And all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker, Dr. R. Tulsi Rao. Dr. R. Tulsi Rao, Assistant Professor in the Department of Yoga, Andhra University. He is a B.Ed and YS medical graduate from Government Medical College, Hyderabad. Postgraduate diploma in acupuncture from Andhra University. He is a PhD gold medal in yoga and naturopathy from Andhra University. He has received several awards like Vaidya Ratna State Award in the field of naturopathy. He has an overall experience of 23 years clinical experience in the field of naturopathy. He's going to present to us on the topic natural way to immunity. We are pleased to have you here, sir.
Good afternoon, dear participants, and a special thank to Organizing Committee of our department, Professor Juan Kumargar, Ramesh Bagar, and other research scholars and students. Today, my topic is nature way to improve our immunity. You know, naturopathy is a drugless science. We are not using any medication, but we cure all the problems. You know, our body is made up of 5 ingredients: air, water, ether, air, fire. Pawan Pani Prithvi Prakash or Akash Panchabhuta ke Jagat ka pass means our body is made up of 5 ingredients, that's called Pancha Mahabhutas. So violation of these Pancha Mahabhutas, that is due to the disease. According to WHO, define health is a state of physical, mental, social well-being, not mere absence of disease. So, if one ailment is lost, automatically it impacts the other ailments. So you have to maintain equilibrium inner sight. Our body is made up of single unit. All cells together form the tissues, all tissues together form the organs, all organs together form the systems. So total in our body there are 12 systems. So compulsory the 12 system function proper way. Today topic natural way to improve our immunity. Immunity already Dr. Pooja, so many speakers are well explained, but here simply innate immunity and acquired immunity. By birth we issue some immunity from the mother womb, that is called the innate immunity. Later we develop by vaccination or we are exposed to some diseases, automatically these antibodies will be developed, that is called the acquired immunity. These two immunity we have to maintain properly. That is a baby. The baby itself having the richness of immunity. That is a immunity producing cell. In the blood, red blood cells, white blood cells. So white blood cells mainly neutrophil and lymphocytes. The T lymphocytes, B lymphocytes, NK killer cells, T lymphocytes, these are the top immunity cells. The B lymphocytes is the fight against any pathogens, and NK cells, nature killer cells. If any tumors are enter into the body, immediately it is neutralized. This is the first primary defense mechanism. So we have to maintain these antibodies in proper way. Yes, please. So these are the immune suppressive factors. Immune suppressive factors that are inappropriate diet, lack of physical exercise, mental tension. These are the immunosuppressive factors. Next one. So, any type of disease enter into the body, that is mainly due to accumulation of any toxins. Any toxins in our body, that is the main cause for the various disease. That's why in naturopathy, they said unit of disease and unit of cure. In a simple way, you have to expel that morbid matter from your systems. First, you have to expel the morbid matter from the rectum, then urinary organ, skin, respiratory system. Simply, when you take 1 or 2 glass of water, when you take 1 or 2 glass of water, immediately, 3% of the toxin will be thrown out from the body through the rectum, and 7% toxin will be thrown out from the body through the urinary organ. 20% skin, when you proper expose to the sunlight, and if you proper practice some physical exercise, then only 20% of the toxin will be thrown out from your body. Remaining 70% to the respiratory system. That's why in yoga system, pranama plays a vital role. It regulates your vital capacity. Every person itself having some capacity. So normally, diseased person having only 3,000 ml capacity of their vital capacity, whereas healthy person, those who are practicing regularly yoga and other physical exercise, aerobic, etc., they are having 5,000 ml. So if you maintain the 5,000 ml of the vital capacity, no need to worry about any type of deficiencies, either autoimmune disease or bacterial disease, what it may be, because your lungs will have a powerful. So these are some diseased person. Those who are having the lack of immunity, lack of energy, automatically then the person is more prone to the various diseases. This is another disease. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are all due to the lack of energy, lack of immunity. So, if we proper application in natural way, automatically immunity system will be developed. So, father of the modern medicine, Hippocrates, they said, Hippocrates in those days, your food shall be your medicine shall be your food. Without strict dieting, what is the medicine? With strict dieting, no need of any medication. So, actually, our body no need to take any type of medication. Our body itself have that much inherent power. We have to tone up in proper way. Small experiment we are conducted in our department of Yoga and Consciousness on the university. So next slide, please. That is womb. That is a diabetic womb. Diabetic womb. Usually we are taking some medication, antibiotics, and some other herbal medicine we are applying, and we are treating this case. But here, in natural way, we have to improve the immunity automatically, the body itself in the disease. For example, just you have to see, and that is experiment we are conducting in our department. That is more like that. Next, we are using only some natural ingredient. That is medical ingredient. That means natural ingredients. That is coconut oil, menthol powder. 1 or 2 items. Remaining water. That is normally boiled water. Normally boiled and make it cool in body temperature. Next, I will take a towel, clean towel. Next, please. Next. So first step is, you keep your feet in the water. Afterwards, you have to cleanse with the clean towel. Means when you keep the wounded feet in the water, means if any dead tissue surrounding the wound, that will be coming out. Afterwards, you have to clean with the towel. Then you have to give the slight peripheral massage. In naturopathy, that is massage is one of the best therapy. That means where the wound is there, toward the wound side, you have to give the gentle massage. When we give the gentle massage, that means we are more blood flow toward the wound area. That means more oxygen and nutrition will be separated wound area. Ultimately, the body itself heals. Next, please. Next slide, please. Afterwards, we are applying the menti powder. Menti powder, you know, that's a fenugreek powder. The menti, when you apply the menti powder, when you make it a wet one ball, you have to apply that wound. Automatically, that wet that extract the blood from the various parts. So more blood flow in that area. So continue only massage and application of the fenugreek powder. So after 1 week, just after 1 week, you have to see the wound size will be very narrow. Same treatment, I continue further another 1 week, wound become a completely. So like that, 3 weeks, we apply the same treatment completely. We that is called the diabetic foot ulcer. Usually diabetic foot ulcer, we are using the so many medication, but naturally, without any medication, you can cure your diabetic foot ulcer. So next, here, this is preventive as well as curative aspect. Naturally, you have to improve your immunity. 5 basic principles how to improve your immunity. So all of you have to follow these 5 basic principles. So first, when you wake up from the bed, you have to drink 2 to 3 glasses of water or 4 glasses of water. The waters you have to store in the one bottle, that is water. Then afterwards, you have to intake of the water also. You have to you take gulp, not a sip. Directly, if you gulp, the 8% of the water will be directly enter into the small intestine. Then you have to follow the same treatments of asanas, these 5 asanas. If you practice, automatically 8% of the water will be directly reached to the large intestine. That is, large intestine is 5 feet long. So where the fecal matter is accumulated in the large intestine, automatically this water will be added and gradually it will remove from them. So all the diseases main causes toxin. So in Ayurveda, the sarvaroga, malas, and the constipation is the root cause of all the diseases. First, you have to root out, but in this way. The second step is to do daily 1 hour yoga. Already number of speakers already told benefits of yoga. So here I mentioned diaphragmic strengthening exercise. These are natural breathing exercise which help to improve your vital capacity. That is abdominal breathing. When you do the abdominal breathing, lower lobe of the lungs will give the massage, and the thoracic breath, middle lobe, and upper lobe. This is wonderful techniques. If you continue to practice at least 10 to 15 minutes, automatically your vital capacity will be enhanced. This is simple way. So to fast once in a week. Fasting, you know, there are 4 varieties of the fastings are there. Jalopasam, Nirjalopasam, Rasopasam, Palopasam. So at present condition, weekly once we have to fast with the citrus fruit. Because citrus fruit contains the vitamin C, natural healer. So morning to next day morning, we have to fast with some juices, that is called the fasting. During the fasting, what happens? Initially, your white blood cell count will be down. Gradually, your white cell count will be enhanced. Okay, next please. So if you want to do the long fast, So one day fast, no need to take clean your bowel. If you take a long fast, if the disease is more, you have to weekly thrice like that. You have to fast. You have to cleanse out your large intestine. That is called the douche. Next please. To take 2 meals per day. In yoga, Ekabhuktam, Mahayogam, Dibhuktam, Mahabhogam, Tribhuktam, Mahabhogam. So number of times if you take the meals, that will lead to the disease. So you have to give the rest to the systems. So less you take the less food, more water. So here during the COVID time, you have to improve your immunity. Means you have to design your diet. In the breakfast, you have to design the citrus fruits and normal fruits. Lunch 1 cup of brown rice and 2 cups of vegetable curry, 1 cup of dal. Afternoon, 1 glass of fruit juice. Dinner, khichdi, moong dal. This is a simple menu for the how to improve your immunity. Next, please. This is a wheatgrass, wheatgrass and squash. These are great. Turkeys, wheatgrass, that is called the green bread turkeys. This wheatgrass contains the rich vitamin A, ascorbic acid, iron, zinc, etc. Zinc also we need because the zinc in our body, every cell itself having the zinc. So zinc is also need to strengthen our immunity system. That is a spot. Now usually we are taking the small 1 or 2 cups of spot. No, we have to take the more spots. The spot also contain the ascorbic acid, omega fatty acids. This is good for the lowering the lipid levels in our body. Automatically, this type of food will help to prevent the cardiac arrest. Next, please. Natural immune boosters. Normally, we have lifelong. If you take these 3 items in every morning, to take a turmeric water. This one 3 p.m. like that, take a ginger juice. To take the tulsi leaf really act as a natural immunity system. It is enhance your immunity. It contains the more vitamin C and zinc. It act as a natural immunity booster. Okay. So now finally, 5th one is daily you have to practice 2 times meditation. Meditation is a good for the mind. So when you meditation, automatically theta waves will be developed. Theta waves, that is about 3 to 4 hertz, that is healthy waves. Totally your heart, your lungs, all the systems will be calmed down. Okay. Next, please. So this is the simple method to improve your mood. Thank you.
Thank you, Tulsira Garu. Thank you, Ramesh Garu. Next session, the speakers and guests are ready. Please, I am requesting Ramesh Garu concluding remarks as early as possible. Please. Thank you all the guests of this Manoj Fernande and all the speakers, S.A. Hakim and all the people. Now we are ready to next session. Professor Venkataraw Garu, former principal of AU Engineering College. Now he is representing from Yoga Consciousness First. He is ready for the next question. The speakers are also ready. Ramesh Garu, please give your concluding remarks with as early as possible. Then we will go for next session. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
She focused on the aura and the effects of weak and strong aura and its effect on immune system. Very nicely she explained. And Dr. Pooja, very well she explained the innate and acquired immunity. And well presented, madam. Thank you. And Dr. Manoj is presentation brought out the role of gut microbiome and behaviors and physical exercise. And lastly, Dr. Visarao he explained nicely. He emphasized the 5 principles to boost up immune system, and modalities and naturopathy treatment for diabetes and other things. Very nicely explained. Thank you to all of you. Now, by this session is concluded. The next session will be started.
Yeah, thank you, Ramesh ji. Wonderful session you chaired and also managed the time with your chairmanship. We have enjoyed a lot. Manoj ji and Pooja and Hakeem and all other speakers wonderfully shared your knowledge with us. Thank you very much. Now, Shravani, please introduce Venkatrao Garu and invite all other speakers. Alex, a distinguished speaker, is a Alex ji, it is a very great and also we are very thankful to you. You join with us. And today is a wonderful session, sir, because the speakers are well versed with yoga and allied sciences. Professor Ramesh, he is the professor in Anveshana, Bangalore, and honorary professor Vijay Ratnam of Andhra University, and Shushma ji from USA, and another professor. Pran Gaud from Patanjali University and Preeti from Gujarat. This is a wonderful session. They will share their knowledge. I will hand over to Shravani. Please invite all the guests and introduce Professor Venkatrao Garu. Then he will take care about he will chair the session. Please, thank you very much, everyone. Namaste.
Thank you, Professor Chandaka.
Thank you.
Namaste. Alex, please on your video, and all speakers, please join with us and also on your videos so people can see you are the speaker. Thank you, sir. Please. Venkatrao Garu. Namaste. Namaste, Alex.
Do you wish me to start speaking? Do you?
In modern session for
Sai Baba, mute 1 minute. Venkatrao Garu, please mute.
Welcome all participants, and we are in the session 2 of this international seminar on dynamic approaches to strengthen immunity. And I hope the first session was quite informative and very useful to one and all to fight this pandemic. Okay, now in this session, we are going to have Dr. Professor D. Venkatrao as a chairman, and I would like to welcome him to introduce all the participants in the session. Please pass over to Dr. Venkatrao, please.
Sir, please unmute yourself. Sai Baba.
Manna Sai Baba, unmute.
Professor D. Venkateswara.
Durga Prasad, mute. Now hand over to Venkatrao Garu and mute there. Masharu, go ahead, Masharu. Please
Okay.
start.
Okay. Good evening to all of you. I invite all the speakers of this session. And in this pandemic situation all over the world, the organizers of this seminar aptly chosen the topic dynamic strategies to boost immunity by modern and traditional methods, and I congratulate them. Immunity, we are all aware, is the defense mechanism of the body to prevent the invading organism or a foreign agent, and the immune system uses two mechanisms to respond. One, the innate immunity, and the other, acquired immunity. Innate immunity is also called as natural immunity because it is present at birth. It is non-specific because it uses barriers that block variety of infections. And the barriers include skin, mucous membranes, their secretions, WBC, specific lymphocyte cells called as the natural killers, etc. And the acquired immunity, also called as adaptive immunity or specific immunity, occurs when the body adopts the specific infections like bacteria, viruses, fungi, or foreign proteins, etc. The body uses the acquired immunity or the acquired immune response to learn the nature of the invading microorganism and then mount a specific attack more effectively than would innate immunity. Specific immunity provides a way, in addition to that, a way for the body to prevent future infections of the same organism from causing serious damage. In fact, the body is the same. The methods of treating the disease of the body differ because of different approaches in understanding the same body and the same disease. That's how we have different methods like Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Naturopathy, Homeopathy, Siddha, and different methods. These methods, they work at different levels. For example, at physical level, or at emotional level, or the mental level, or the spiritual level. And it is amazing that the body responds to all these methods. All these methods, the motto of these methods is prevention is better than cure. Each method works on its own principles. For example, Ayurveda works on the restoration of balance between Tridoshas, namely Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, and recommends Panchakarmas and Rasayanas like Chavanaprasa or Guduchi. Similarly, homeopathy works by increasing the vital force in the body and recommends drugs based on the individual symptoms such as Orsal or camphor or basilinum, ipecac, antimtot, etc.
And yoga functions by increasing the pranic energy through pranayama techniques like Nadi Sodhana or Anuloma Viloma, Bhramari, and the cleansing techniques like Kapalabhati and meditation. All these traditional methods, they mainly focus on increasing the innate immunity, and the modern methods focus on acquired or adaptive immunity. In the present situation, we need both these methods. The physicians and the governments are working hard to prevent the pandemic and succeeded to a large extent. They are recommending immunization or vaccination for the acquired immunity and a variety of immunity boosters such as exercise, healthy foods which are rich in proteins or vitamins, particularly vitamin C, antioxidants, and yoga and meditation. Let us adopt these and free ourselves from the pandemic. In the days to come, let us hope new approaches to tackle the disease will be unveiled, and this seminar will help in that direction.
Petra, that was a very informative session. And next we are going to go to Dr. Alex Hankey. We are honored to have you as our distinguished guest, Dr. Alex Hankey. I would like to say a few words, few things of achievement. He was a former distinguished professor of yoga and physical sciences at S. Lhasa, and he was a professor at Marathi International University. And he founded the Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. And he lives in Bangalore and he guides a lot of PhD research on yoga. We would like to welcome Dr. Alex Hankey. Please take over and carry on the session, sir. Dr. Alex, you can unmute, sir.
Sir, unmute, sir. Unmute. Alex ji, unmute.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I have unmuted. Thank you so much. My current position is more general than just yoga, and my research publications contain many publications on Jyotisha astrology. Since I'm much more less, I should say, of an expert about these specific modalities of medicine, being a theoretical physicist, and having actually proved the medical applications and biological effects of Jyotisha astrology through the work of two of my PhD students, I wish to make you a presentation now, which will be on PowerPoint, on Jyotisha astrology and its means to actually fight COVID-19. So one of the things you must tell me is whether, if I now make this full screen, that this indeed goes to full screen now. Can you see my first slide on full screen?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you. So let me start. My guru is His Holiness Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, founder of Maharishi Ayurveda, to whom we say Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha, Jai Guru Deva. So the fundamental text and source for Jyotish astrology is Brihad Parashara Hora Shastra. So I want to tell you a little bit about the power of Jyotish, about the basics of Jyotish astrology, about technicalities like the dasha periods called dasha periods, Mahadasha, Bhukti, and so on. The planetary movements, Gocharas, how we can gain protection from the planets, protection from even death himself, Lord Yama, and our conclusions about Jyotisha astrology. So this is my basic overview of Jyotisha astrology. Let us go to the preliminaries. Many Vedic sciences offer protection against COVID, not just Ayurveda and yoga, but the Karma Kanda of the Vedas themselves give us performances of yajnas which can protect us if we know which planets to strengthen, or if we do Rudra Abhishek and such yajnas and yagas. Ayurveda protects us. Vastu Vidya can help protect us, another of the Upavedas. Yoga and Jyotisha, Jyotisha being a Vedanga, yoga being a darshana.
Can you, the slide is stuck.
So this, please tell me.
The slide, we can just the same slide. It's not going to the next slide.
Good, thank you. Then in that case, you are still seeing this slide, the first slide with this picture.
Yes, yes.
Then I have to stop and I have to do it another way. It's only just come up like this. I believe what I have to do is to go to the slide present, then I go to slideshow and I say set up slideshow. And I say from the beginning. Now, do you have the slide on full screen?
Yes, sir. We have yes,
and if I go down, do you have a picture of His Holiness Mahesh Yogi, my Guru?
No, not yet, sir. We still see the same first slide.
Google has completely screwed up their system for slideshows. So I shall do everything on part screen like this. Now you can see my second slide. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Good. So now we will simply go down the slides like this. So this talk consists of this overview. I shall give you some preliminaries. I shall talk about the basic power of Jyotish astrology, the basic concepts in Vedic astrology, Jyotisha, the Jyotish dasha periods, the time periods governed by particular planets, the Gocharas, the protection you can gain by various means against the planets which are causing problems, and I shall draw suitable conclusions. So to move on, many Vedic sciences offer protection against COVID. The Vedas in their Karma Kanda offer yajnas. The Upavedas, Ayurveda, Vastu Vidya, have various prescriptions. You will have heard about those from Ayurveda and the Darshana Yoga and Jyotisha, the Vedanga. They all have prescriptions. This conference mainly concerns systems of medicine such as yoga, from which you particularly heard this morning from my former Chancellor, Dr. H.R. Nagendra at S. Vyasa, Guruji. And yoga and Ayurveda both agree that lifestyle is incredibly important in strengthening the immune system. And specific Ayurveda dravyas help against viruses. And my former Ayurveda PhD student, Dr. Purnima Datte, in the city of Bhopal, has a particular dravya that she recommends very strongly for viruses. It's not particularly known, and I will eventually obtain the name from her. This presentation evidently concerns Jyotisha Vedanga, the sixth of the 6 limbs of Veda. And it is, as I told you, the chief authority is Maharshi Parashara, the grandson of Brahmarshi Vasishta. And I would strongly advise you not to look at Wikipedia if you want to understand Jyotish, because it contains the usual nonsense written by scientific skeptics. It's extremely inaccurate, and everything it says is wrong. I took my first course on Jyotisha in Maharshi Nagar from some Jyotishis in 1988, Maharshi Nagar in Noida, in the New Delhi capital region. I have had 2 PhD students who have published papers and written PhD theses on Jyotish. My former student, Dr. Ramesh Rao Narayan, graduated in 2014. He's the first author of the book, The Science of Medical Astrology, co-authored with me, and my present student, Vega Raju Prabhakar, suitably from Visakhapatnam, independently confirmed many of Dr. Ramesh Rao's discoveries in microbiology. They both studied the growth of cells. Dr. Ramesh Rao also studied the growth of viruses. They came to the conclusion that viruses act as malefic agents, according to Jyotish, and that all cells, even if they cause disease, are supported by Guru and by strong Chandra to grow. Rahu opposes the growth of cells. Rahu will cause endless problems, including disease and death, and one must, to one's utmost extent, protect oneself from the machinations of Rahu, the north node of the moon. So this is the book. It's available on Amazon. The Science of Medical Astrology, the Experimental Proof of Jyotisha, is written as probably illegible to you as the subtitle. And the power of Jyotisha astrology, it makes predictions of all kinds. It can predict all danger of death and how to avoid it. When young, Dr. Ramesh Rao evaded a certain prediction of the death in the way given by Jyotisha. He hadn't believed the prediction, but it happened for the reason given. He obtained a fiancée, a young lady who he later married, and he very narrowly escaped death because he had a terrible motorbike accident, and by great good luck, a young policeman who had known him in school was on hand at the accident, and he was whisked straight into an emergency room, received many pints of blood, and was in hospital for 5 years after having his leg shattered by a truck while he was riding his two-wheeler. He was in hospital for 5 years. He learnt Jyotish in hospital. He went from disbelief to being a leading exponent He holds free consultations every day after work from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. in his offices in northwest Bangalore. And he also consults for chief ministers, top IAS officers, and actually anyone who cares to invite him. He is an absolutely marvelous exponent of Jyotish astrology. So the basics. Everything can be predicted from the birth chart, the Janma Kundali, as it's called in Jyotish. The Kundali consists of 12 bhavas or houses, and its fundamental is known as the Kala Purusha. The Kala Purusha has 12 houses. Its Lagna rising sign is Mesha, Aries, and it has Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo. The Sanskrit names, which you probably know, are all down the left-hand side: Kanya, Virgo, Tula, Libra, my own Lagna, Vrishchik, Scorpio, Danu, Sagittarius, Makara, Capricorn, Kumbha, Sagittarius, Aquarius, and Meena, Pisces. And of course, we are now said to be in the age of Aquarius, a more spiritual age. So we expect to be able to use spiritual means to protect ourselves from diseases. And Ayurveda is very spiritual. Yoga has been described by recent speakers as a spiritual science. And Jyotish astrology is ultimately concerned with gaining spiritual liberation or moksha. The concern of the 12th bhavas. The names of the bhavas: Tanu deals with the head, Ata with the face, Abhashtra with the shoulders and arms, Matra with the heart and lungs, Putra with the stomach and liver, as well as with sons and daughters, Rhoda the intestines, also with disease. So if the Lord of disease becomes a dominant feature in your chart, you are more likely to catch a disease such as COVID-19. Kalatra, colon, Mrityu is death. Woe betide you if the Lord of death catches you when you are under the affliction of COVID-19. This is what we want to avoid. And so these kinds of factors from the Kundali can be used to take precautions, to strengthen your dharma, the amount of religious grace that you get from your contact with the divine, to resolve your karmas so that your karmas no longer cause kleshas and various afflictions, to gain the greatest fulfillment in life so you no longer feel tempted to have another incarnation to get further pleasures, and to gain spiritual liberation and moksha, in which case, even if COVID catches you, it is really of no concern to yourself. So these are the kinds of things which are basic understanding. And then there are the time periods, some of which, and one system of time periods was cognized by Maharshi Bhrigu, whose picture is here on the right as an alternative to Maharshi Parashara. And the dasha periods go with the Navagrahas, the 9, we can't call them planets because that has a different meaning in English, things that go around the sun. But because the grahas are heavenly bodies which move in the sky, both sun and moon, Surya and Chandra, are counted as grahas, as are the north node of the moon, Naughty Rahu, and the south node of the moon, Ketu, who is one of the moksha karakas, the designators of moksha, enlightenment, as is Shani, who I've left in blue. So Shani is very important. Saturday is a very good day, named after Shani. Saturday is a very good day for spiritual concerns like being given anugraha, for example. My Guru Maharshi Mahesh Yogi always insisted that people should be initiated into his system of transcendental meditation on a Saturday. So we also have Shukra, Venus, Akuja, Mars, often known as Mangala, Guru, Jupiter, the most spiritual of the grahas, Buddha, Mercury, and each of them has a particular time period. The total time period of 120 years was considered the natural length of a ordinary human life in those days. And many of the Maharshis were said to have lived for much, much longer periods. So these time periods of 7 years for Ketu, 20 for Shukra, 6 for Surya, 10 for Chandra, 7 for Mangal, 18 for Rahu, a very traumatic time period for many people, 16 for Jupiter, 19 for Shani, and 17 for Bud, add up to 120 years. And it's important to know which dasha period you are currently in. For example, I am coming towards the end. I'm in the last 2 years now of Shani Mahadasha. And that means that the subordinate planet for me at the minute is Guru. Because when you go into a Mahadasha period, it starts, the Mahadasha period, with a Bhukti, a Sabdasha period of the same planet running for the same proportion, 19 out of 120, 17 out of 120, and so on. So you look at your dasha periods, your sub-dasha periods known as bhuktis, your pratyanta dasha periods, the third level, and so on. And then you know exactly what the extent of the dangers is that you may have to face during because absolute criterion for how to apply Jyotish astrology is one of the sutras in Yoga Sutras. I think it's 235, 236. Heyam Dukam Anagatam. In the ancient days, you would have a Jyotisha consultation once every year, and you would take suitable precautions, which I shall describe in a short while, in order to avoid problems like catching a virus, and today, of course, catching COVID-19. So the important point here is that the movement of the planets can seriously influence the different places where they are found. And if you happen to be in a period governed by the Lord of Death, and the Lord of Death comes into a critical point in your Kundali, it may bring you not only a disease like COVID, but you will have to protect yourself from that disease in order to not succumb to that problem. So the grahas affect the bhava where they are located. As they move around the sky, they affect each house bhava in your chart. And if a serious malefic gets into the house of death, it may well cause you trouble. Are you telling me that my time is almost up? Hello?
No, sir, please continue.
Okay, I heard someone talking seriously. Okay, so there we are. So laws of the effects of each graha depend on natural tendencies, whether they are benefic like Guru or naturally malefic like Mangal. Many people in India used not to go out at all. They wouldn't go out of their house on Tuesdays because Mangalwar was considered a day where there was an increased probability of having accidents. These days, people don't worry very much, and it would be interesting to see a study of auto accidents, whether there are actually more on Tuesdays or not. So the lords of the second Baba and the seventh Baba are called Maraks, or if you prefer in the Sanskrit, Marakas, and they can bring death. So avoid them. So we can get protection from the various grahas. Gems strengthen grahas, and they may also protect the individual from their effects. And I give you a few examples. Ruby strengthens Surya. Diamond strengthens Venus. Blue sapphire strengthens Shani, Saturn. For me, Shani is a Raj Yoga Karaka because for Tula Lagna, he is the lord of the fourth and fifth houses and extremely helpful and supportive. But other people find him less helpful, even very problematic. And he is said to cause great sadness because sadness is one of the things that stills the mind. And he is also the lord of meditation and reaching the transcendental state. And he plays a very important role in spiritual progress on the path to moksha. The 10th and 11th signs are the two, that is to say Makara and Kumbh, are the two before the moksha sign, which is Pisces. So he naturally plays a role in the progress to enlightenment. Yagyas, you can have homas, you can have, I'm just giving examples, abhisheks, Rudra Abhishek can be extremely powerful in protecting against the adverse effects of Shani. For myself, I prefer Hanuman Abhishek because Kuja is the double Marak planet, Graha, for Tula Lagna, my own Lagna. And Hanuman Abhishek can be very protective. Last year, I was told by Dr. Ramesh Rao that I was not only in grave danger of breaking one of my thighs, but there was almost no way to avoid an accident breaking a thigh to happen. So I had Hanuman Abhishek done daily by one of my friends in Bangalore who runs the main Hanuman temple in Hanumantanagar in southeast Bangalore, southwest Bangalore, and I suffered no problems. So I very strongly advise and recommend that if you can identify problems that you seriously need to avoid, accidents, diseases, loss of money, if you have a company and it's in danger of bankruptcy, I seriously recommend these kinds of remedy for the planet which is causing the problems. I remember a visit to a community of meditators I was living in back in the 1980s, about 1989, 87, 88. And they looked at my friend's chart and they said to him, "You must have been in severe financial difficulties in this particular week in 1985. He looked at them in astonishment and he said, "Yes, that was the week that we had to file bankruptcy for the company I was running at the time. It was severely affected by the adverse economic conditions and we had to put it out of business." So these predictions can be astonishingly accurate. And if you have a good, experienced Jyotishi, he can do an amazing amount to help the quality of your life. So what are the conclusions I wish to offer you? And particularly from Parashara's perspective of Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra, showing here a South Indian Kundali, here a North Indian Kundali with a Lagna at the top. Here we have Mesh as the first of the signs, and the signs are fixed in the southern Kundali, going round from the top left and back round clockwise to the top left. And here the houses are fixed, going anti-clockwise from the top, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and so on, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So Jyotish can identify weaknesses, both of an astrological and a physiological kind, the physiological being derived from the astrological. The physiological weaknesses will lead to disease. It can predict possible diseases. It is now understood that if Shani afflicts the sun, you gain a greater, you get a greater probability of developing rheumatoid arthritis. And rheumatoid arthritis, when you look at the name for it in Ayurveda, which isn't coming to me at the minute, you can easily see that it was actually an affliction which had that kind of problem. It's a Vata affliction, and the dosha associated with Shani is Vata, and the sun has caused a severe affliction to Vata. So you find that even at that level, the names of diseases can be understood in terms of planetary origins in a Kundali, in names of diseases in Ayurveda. The time of disease onset can be predicted, as can an accident. We can prescribe remedies, strengthen the grahas, eliminate problems in Vastu can be very, very important. Sometimes a young child will be diseased because of living with one of his parents. I remember a case where Dr. Ramesh Rao said to a consultee, "Look, take your boy, send him to live with his grandparents. He mustn't live with you. When you send him to live with his grandparents, all his medical problems will clear up." And indeed, that was exactly what happened. So avoid aggravating situations. Eclipses like the recent lunar eclipse, even if you can't see it, or a solar eclipse, are extraordinarily powerful. Rahu Kala is a time of day, one of the 1/8 time periods of the day, each regular on its own day of the week, never the first 1/8 time period of the day. And particular lagnas can be bad for a person. For example, whenever I have seen snakes, it has happened when I have had Vrishabh in lagna, because I have Rahu, who is a personality in Rishabh. So these are things to be aware of, how to avoid the chances of catching a disease, to reduce the chances of a virus getting to you. I know it sounds pretty random, but the level of control of Ishvara and all his minions over the whole of the universe is such that the most random of events can be brought on by the effect of the grahas. So with that, I would like to conclude. I would like to say thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you, all of you, joining us at this seminar organized by Andhra University. And let me pay my pranams to my Nata Sampradaya, which is that of Adi Shankara and of his 4 disciples. So thank you very much, and I wish you a very good and evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alex. That was a valuable information, a vast wealth of knowledge, and we really appreciate the time you have taken to attend this seminar for us. And hopefully the participants will get benefited by the information provided by you. Thank you, sir. And,
Namaskar. Thank you.
Namaskar. Thank you. Next on the guest list, we have Dr. M.N. Ramesh, and he is involved in the academic research from the past 14 years, and he has his PhD work has been on understanding the mechanism of interplay between supercoiling and chromatin proteins in growth phase dependent regulation of gene expression in E. coli. The Dr. Ramesh, he has worked extensively in the field of...
1 minute. Dr. Professor Ramesh ji, please on your video, and somebody please take care about pin his video.
Sir, are you talking to me, sir?
We are able to hear you, sir. Please on your video. And other guests also, I am requesting you, Preeti ji, Paran ji, and Shushma ji, and anyhow, Vijay Ratnagaru is already there. Please on your videos, so people eager to see you. Please others, if you mute, all of you please mute. Only speaker will speak. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Preeti ji, namaste. Shushma ji, namaste. Vijay Ratnan ji, namaste. And Paran ji, please on your video, just speak one word. Then immediately Ramesh will start his speech. Paran ji. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead. Ramesh ji, please. Now you are introducing to the audience. Please take care.
Dr. Ramesh is going to be speaking about molecular perspectives of well-being through yoga. I would like to please hand over the discussion to Dr. Ramesh.
Thank you very much, Madam. Sir, Shri Krishna, sir, thank you very much. I have switched on my video, but my camera is, acting a little strange since last 1 week. It might just cut off in between. So it's not me who is cutting it off. And thank you very much for inviting Andhra University. I thank them for inviting me to give this talk. But I should say that, you put my talk after Professor Alex's talk. The kind of wisdom, knowledge, and the articulation what Professor Alex has, I think my talk will look a little insipid, not little, a lot insipid compared to what he had to say. Professor, thank you very
Video
Share my screen.
Ramesh ji, please go ahead. Some issue with the video, no problem. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. The video, it is from my side. You see
No
the
problem,
slide
sir.
that I'm trying to share?
We see.
Can you see?
We are
Can you
very
see the
fortunate
slide,
to
sir?
see you, sir. Now we want to listen from you. Go ahead, sir. No need of camera problem.
Can you see the
We want to
slide,
listen
sir?
from you. Thank you, sir. Please guide us.
Yes, sir, we can see the slide. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can see the slides. Sir. Please
Okay. Yeah. So again, thank you very much. And I would like to just start my presentation by giving a very brief introduction into how yoga research has traversed over the last century and couple of decades. You know, it all started with, as far as I know, it all started with.
Ramesh ji, if you don't mind, you make it a full screen mode. That is only. Yeah, please, sir.
Is it better now?
No, it is not. Full screen mode, you are not clicked.
It is in full screen mode, sir.
No. That is the next one.
Sir, I know what is full screen mode. The problem is when you have to do it in full screen mode, you will have to change the presentation to.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
No, hold on. I know what the problem is, sir. Just, I have to share the entire screen and then do the full screen mode. Then it will come. Is it in full screen mode now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Ramesh ji.
Most welcome, sir. So as I was saying, you know, as far as very little research that I have done into the past of yoga research, what I understood was it all started with in 1920s when Kuvalayananda started a journal dedicated for yoga research called Yoga Mimamsa. And further, there were a couple of physicians and specialists from AIMS and other reputed hospitals in India who started getting interested in in yoga and wanted to kind of empirically assess its effect and took up some RCTs or randomized controlled trials. One such person was Dr. Chandra Patel, who has worked extensively on hypertension and further shot in the arm for yoga research was when modern journals started publishing research done with yoga intervention. And this is when yoga started getting acknowledged or recognized as a science. And in India, I think one of the pioneers of yoga research, there were many other people. I'm just taking the name of two institutions and not any individuals. There were many people who were doing research, but institution-wise, the pioneers were Nimhans and Yasvyasa, where I come from, which started research in the 1980s. And Yasvyasa actually was started as a research organization, and until today, we have kept that rigor and we have kept that passion for research in yoga. And today, research is spread all across the world, and there are a few countries where it is happening much more rigorously than in other countries, but many countries have started researching in yoga. But still, yoga research has a long way to go. I just tried to make this point by showing you a couple of data statistics. Yoga research did very appreciably grew by around 8% in a decade from 2007 to 2016. But still, this is very nice to look at that, 8% increase in the literature published on yoga. But the citation, when you look at the citation, it is still, only one citation per year per paper. which is very, very less compared to other modern medical science articles. Why yoga research? Partly why yoga research has been gaining traction and has been trying to get the attention of people is because it has been kind of providing solution for non-communicable diseases, which is one of the most predominant reason why a person would consult a doctor. And having said that, I also would like to say that, most of the research in yoga until the past decade was mainly concentrating on a couple of things. One was the psycho-neuroimmunology angle, looking at the psychological aspects, different states and traits, how yoga is able to alleviate some of the neurological disorders or help in neurological conditions, and also in kind of helping in maintaining a healthy lifestyle to avoid lifestyle related disorders. And of course, it was known to work through immunology and by reducing stress and by mainly acting through autonomic nervous system, sympathetic and the parasympathetic branches of the autonomic nervous system. So this is a simple, this is a compilation of all the effects of yoga and putting it together to explain how this psycho-neuroimmunology angle can be used to explain the alleviation what we find with yoga in treating many of the non-communicable diseases or any given condition. Since the topic of today's conference is about immunity and infection, I would just like to mention that the title of the study was well-being, overall well-being. I'm not going to specifically talk infection, but I'm going to share with you some of the results what we have collected in the last few years in our lab about in general how yoga is helping us in keeping our mind and body together. And before going that, I would just like, before going there, I would also like to add that yoga has been quite well researched, but this is my personal impression that most of the research that has happened in yoga has been restricted to kind of borrowing the ideas from modern medical system. Somebody any particular molecule, and we try to borrow those molecules and would like to see what happens to that in yoga, what happens to that before and after yoga, what happens to that in long-term practitioners of yoga. But this is not complete research. Yoga has much more to offer, which I would like to show in the coming slides, which I hope I'll be able to convince you that yoga has a much bigger role to play than just psychoneuroimmunology, or by looking at very restricted markers that we borrow from modern medical science. We are not doing justice to all the abilities that yoga can endow our body with. Anyway, so whatever it is, when we want to find a solution, whether it is a solution to a health problem or a psychological problem, whatever it is, we would like that solution to be very customized and personalized. We hear this very often when we are talking to friends. We are trying to explain, and he says, yeah, I know. And then we go like, no, you don't understand. This is something very different from what you think. Yeah. So all the problems are customized and personal. So why not the solution? It has to be customized and personal. That is how we like it to be. And it should be very optimal and efficient. This I don't have to explain. It should work in a very optimal way, and it should be very efficient. I don't have to do 100 push-ups when modulating it or changing it. I can get the same effect in 10 push-ups. I would like it to be more efficient, and it should be stable, and it should have less variations. And coming actually to the results now, like I said, I work in the molecular biology lab of SVSI University Anveshana Research Laboratories. Here, what we do is we try to understand the efficacy and the mechanism of action of yoga. In the past 15-20 years, when yoga research really started getting into the limelight, people worked a lot on the efficacy studies. We have tried yoga for many different conditions, whether it is neurological disorders, psychological disorders, physiological disorders, you name it. We have tried yoga with all of them, and we have found yoga to be efficacious or effective in most of these conditions. The efficacy of the yoga is no more in doubt. We all know that. But what we are still lagging is in explaining the mechanism of such effectiveness of yoga in alleviating or mitigating a particular given condition. And when you want to talk about mechanism, the limitation is that, we have very limited number of molecules, what we know from modern medical science, and we try to look for answers there, which will be I think, which will retard the growth of yoga, because yoga is a holistic system and you don't know where the solution is coming from. Like I said, also, that modern medical science, I'm not trying to negate modern medical science at all, no way. Our university itself doesn't believe in this. What we always say is integrative medicine. You have to integrate. We have to find a way for better integration, not for excluding one and trying to gain an upmanship of the other system. No, not at all. But, one of the things what we really like about modern medical science is its specificity. And also, the kind of speed with which you get the relief. Talking about the specificity, when you have a migraine, and if you take a pharmacological compound prepared for treating migraine, your migraine headache vanishes within 5 minutes. And though you have some other side effects, it does work only on one aspect of your physiology, right? But yoga, like I said, is a holistic system of medicine. It works at the mind and body level, but still it can be modulated to be very, very specific. Like you see here in the graphs that I'm trying to show, this is a very simple study by one of my MSc students, Aisal Park from South Korea. What she did was, we have also a hospital within our campus, and in the hospital we have different sections for different ailments. And you can see 3 of them here on the slide. So when we took a simple biochemical assessment data from the 3 sections, diabetes, obesity, and cardiology section, of blood glucose and lipid profile, what we saw was really kind of, this is not a convincing, conclusive evidence to prove what I'm trying to say, but this is something like a it is giving us a peek into what yoga really can do, or how you can make yoga really work specifically. When we looked at blood glucose levels, the betterment of blood glucose levels rather, we saw that almost 80% of the people in the diabetes section showed an improvement in their blood glucose level, while the lipid profile, when we come to lipid profile, we see that the lipid profile improves much better in obesity section compared to the other 2 sections. So this is because, I claim, is because of the kind of module that was designed by our medical officer, Dr. Nagratna, by looking into ancient scriptures and putting together different asanas, pranayamas, meditation, relaxation techniques. So you come up with a module, and you can design this module to specifically address a particular problem, which was not very clear earlier. This is a study on the DNA damage. We saw that the DNA damage can be reduced by almost 30% with just 1 week of yoga. This is in healthy subjects and this is in diabetic subjects. In both the groups, we saw there was almost a 30% reduction in the DNA damage. DNA damage happens in every single person's body throughout the day, every day, day in and day out. But there is also a repair mechanism which helps in countering the damage, whatever is happening because of our metabolism, because of increase in oxidative stress, psychological stress. So there is also a repair mechanism which can take care of this DNA damage. And one of my colleague recently concluded a study where he even showed the mechanism through which yoga acts on this DNA damage. I don't have that picture here, unfortunately, I'm sorry. He was able to show that 80% through a mediation analysis, what he found was there were two things, possible contributors for alleviation of DNA damage. One is reduction in oxidative stress. The other one is proactive promotion of DNA repair mechanisms. Which one of these is yoga using to reduce this DNA damage was the question what he was trying to ask for his PhD. And what he found was almost 80% of the effect is coming from the reduced oxidative stress environment within the body, and there is also a proactive improvement in the DNA repair mechanisms itself, which contributes to this overall reduction in the DNA damage. And this slide, which has a lot of numbers, I'm sorry I could not make a very understandable slides because of the short duration of intimation. So this one is about glycemic variability. This is by one of my other colleague, Dr. Venugopal. He is a very big, he's a very enthusiastic scientist about diabetes. He is really interested in working on diabetes. This is one of his data from his PhD thesis. So what he wanted to see was, we all know that, glycemic variability or the variation in the blood sugar levels is more deleterious or is more harmful to our body than just an increased blood sugar value. If you have an blood sugar of around 250, 300 mg per DL, that is bad, no doubt. But what is more bad is the fluctuations. 2 hours, our blood sugar is at 300, 350. And for the next 2 hours, it drops down to 70, 80. These fluctuations is the root cause for almost all comorbidities that diabetes comes along with. So what he was able to show was this comorbidity was able to be reduced by almost 80%. If you look at these values of last 2 rows, the mode and the MAGE, you can see MAGE is the mean amplitude of a glucose excursion, which means when you set a threshold, the glucose, how much the blood sugar values goes above this threshold and how much blood sugar values go below this threshold. When you look at that, he was able to reduce this by almost 80%. At this point, I would like to I'm really happy that Professor Alex is there. I hope he's still there. I cannot minimize and check whether Professor Alex is there. I hope he's still there. This...
Indeed, I am, Ramesh.
Yes, Professor, I'm just going to tell about Hanke effect. So this was actually identified by Professor Hanke. He was the one who first identified by just looking at various research publications, and he came up and said that yoga has an ability to reduce the variance. I always have problem. I say that it reduces the variation, and he says it is not variation, it is the variance. He's much better, so I go with whatever he says. So it has ability to reduce the variance. You yourself can go and just check some published data of yoga research. You will see that the standard deviation or the variance in the post would have reduced after yoga intervention. So it also means that yoga has an ability to bring about a homeostasis, or it is able to bring about all kind of unharmoniously or inharmoniously, I don't know which one, whatever working system into a much better balance by bringing it to a much narrower variance. It starts working at a much narrow level of fluctuations. This is one of the greatest abilities of yoga, and that is what also is captured in one of the first definitions of yoga itself, like yoga samatam uchyate, right? So this we see here empirically, and this is what we are trying to propose as in yoga, as Hanke effect to as a acknowledgement of Professor Hankey identifying this. So we have heard, like I said at the beginning of the talk, we have heard a lot of efficacy studies with yoga in neurological and lifestyle associated disorders, and even autoimmune disorders. We have heard a lot of them, but there are very few studies which can talk about the efficacy of yoga in an infectious disease. What you are seeing here, I'm really sorry for the size of the graphs and the table here. I don't know how much legible it is, but all I want you to see is the first box on the top here and the middle box here. The middle box here says viral load. So this was a study conducted by one of my other PhD student, Dr. Harichandra. He's basically an engineer and associate professor in one reputed college in Bangalore, but he has a passion for this HIV and children with HIV. So he took this up, and when he gave 6 months intervention for these children, HIV children, he saw even the doctors treating these HIV children in a HIV home, they were surprised. They were surprised to see such a drastic drop in the viral load in just 6 months of yoga intervention. And this was concomitantly supported by an increase in the CD4 count. So it was not an artifact. It was not just a one-off thing where, coincidentally, somehow, because of weather, that, blah, 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 whatever reason, the viral load just dropped. No, there was a concomitant increase also in the CD4 count, showing that yoga can really help also in infectious diseases, in managing and mitigating infectious diseases. And a couple of slides back, I was talking about homeostasis. This is one other data which I would like to show you. So, like I said, what I'm trying to talk about is some new attributes of yoga. All the whatever we know about yoga's efficacy in many disorders, all that is known. Mechanism of action, yes, people are trying to work it out, but I will, at the end of the talk, mention what are these new attributes of yoga. And this is one such, this is a part of it, yoga's ability to bring about a homeostasis. Again, this is a very simple experimental design. This is a part of a much bigger study where we try to look at the gene expression in diabetic subjects, long-term diabetics, with long-term practitioners of yoga and non-practitioners of yoga. But what I'm showing here is a result from a simple biochemistry analysis of lipid profile, blood sugar, kidney function, liver function test. And what we did was to understand whether yoga really has an ability to bring about a systemic homeostasis. We arbitrarily defined systemic homeostasis in this case as something like we had 13 parameters. We had tested 13 parameters here. So we arbitrarily decided that if now 9 out of 13 parameters are within normative range, then we call that system or a person's body to be in homeostasis. So what we see with that analysis is is here for you to see. So in yoga group, there were almost like 91% people who had 9 or more than 9 of these parameters within the homeostatic range by practicing yoga, even though they were long-term diabetics and long-term yoga practitioners. At the same time, in the control group who were long-term diabetics but not practicing yoga, we saw that the number of people who were in this homeostatic range was only 54%. So this is again not completely convincing, conclusive evidence to talk about yoga and homeostasis, but something which should motivate us to work in this direction to understand how exactly yoga is able to bring about this homeostasis. And this is one thing what I really would like to see that more and more research is done with this kind of result what we got. There is this is again with the diabetic, it is the same study as the previous one. This is other markers what we have tested from the same study. What we were trying to understand was what happens with diabetic people when they start practicing yoga. That diabetes is a disease where you have the basic problem. If you want to trivialize it, the problem is too much blood sugar in the blood, right? Too much sugar in the blood. So why too much sugar in the blood? Either because you don't have enough insulin to ask the muscle cells to take in the blood sugar, or the muscles itself have become resistant to insulin and they don't listen to insulin signals anymore, and they they just don't let in any sugar into the cells. So these are the two reasons or the features of diabetes. So what happens when you do yoga? How is the betterment taking place when you do yoga in a diabetes condition? Does it really increase? Does it really decrease the insulin resistance, or is it increasing the beta cell function by beta cell function to improve or to increase the insulin production? What we saw here was very this is a very elaborate picture. It will take some time for me to completely explain it. Excuse me, I will just very briefly say what this means. This is from a statistical analysis called multidimensional scaling, where the distance between the markers also tell you about the strength of their interaction. So if you see here, insulin and IL-2 is removed much farther apart in the control group. So the distance between the two molecules is much farther apart, and you also have cortisol playing a very prominent role when it is on the left side. Yeah, but here when you see in the yoga group, you can see IL-2 and insulin are in much closer proximity, and cortisol is removed farthest from all these things happening with the insulin dynamics. So cortisol has much less effect on the insulin levels, maintaining the insulin level, and IL-2 is doing something to promote the increase in insulin. What we saw, that I'm not showing here how much improvement we saw in insulin, but we did see. So IL-2 is influencing the increase in insulin production. IL-2 has been tried as a therapeutic compound or a molecule for treating type 1 diabetes, though it did not succeed. But there are several studies which talks about IL-2 and type 1 diabetes. But what we did here, the study we did here, was with type 2 diabetes people. And there is not even a single paper, even in modern medical science, linking IL-2 and insulin or type 2 diabetes for that matter. Okay. So the thing what I would like to stress upon here is, that is why I said we should just stop borrowing markers from modern medical science and try to look at it in yoga. Yoga is much more pervasive than what we have accumulated. All the information and knowledge, whatever we have accumulated, yoga is much more pervasive. How it is making you better can be, the answer for that can be totally somewhere else, and not just in the molecules what we know and what we try. We have beaten the stress angle to yoga, and a couple of other angles to yoga. We have beaten it to death. Every time whenever we talk about yoga, and how do you think, how do you explain the alleviation that is happening through yoga? It is through stress reduction. That is one common answer we get most often. I'm not saying it is wrong, but I'm saying it goes much deeper. Like this slide, what I'm trying to show, that IL-2, we did not anticipate. IL-2 is an inflammatory molecule. It is a immune system molecule. We just wanted to see how the inflammation changes, and is there any relation with IL-2, the inflammation change and the insulin levels. But we saw that IL-2 can proactively promote beta cell dedifferentiation. I know I'm going into detail, but bear with me for just 10 more seconds, please. So when the diabetes starts, even when we are diagnosed with diabetes, it is said that almost 40 to 60% of our beta cell will be dysfunctional. Some people say it is already dead. Some people say, some researchers say it is just dysfunctional. And recently, one Nobel laureate, he proposed an idea called autophagy. And some people also started talking about, they go into autophagy and they become stem cells back. Whatever it is not functioning. The beta cells are not functioning. On the other hand, IL-2 has been shown very convincingly to act as a stimulator of dysfunctional cells. So this is exactly what is happening here, which we did not know, and nobody knew that IL-2 was able to revive beta cell function, and it was able to bring back the required insulin levels for the diabetic person, and thereby alleviating it. So this is one of the mechanism of action we are able to propose today very, very confidently with yoga and diabetes, that yoga helps in reviving beta cell function. That is the major pathway through which yoga brings about alleviation in diabetic people. And this is one other study by one of my very good friend and colleague, Dr. Raghavendra Sami. He went to Antarctica to conduct this study. And this was the first time that yoga was officially practiced on the Antarctic continent. Through this 35th Indian, as a contingent member of this 35th Indian Antarctic Expedition team organized by the DRDO. He was there, and I have a lot of data from this study, but I would just skip most of them and show you a couple of things. So what he showed was, in Antarctica, it is a very, very harsh climate. And most of the time, people will be restricted to their cabins. They cannot even step outside, especially in winter months when there is a blizzard. You cannot even step outside of your cabin. All you have to do, like you see here, sit in your cabin, eat, sleep, read, whatever you want to do, but within your cabin. And this is known to induce a lot of psychological and physiological adverse effects. And for the first time in this 35th Indian Antarctic Expedition, the DRDO themselves, they acknowledged that this was the first expedition where they did not have even a single case of depression or anxiety related disorders reported from the expeditioners. So that itself was a proof that yoga really did help these people. But in addition to that, going to a little subtler, I have something which can even convince a skeptic about the ability of yoga. And this is a result from a gene expression study. Like I said, in Antarctica, mostly what you do is sit and sedentary. For a good part of the day, you are just sedentary. You don't need so much energy, physical energy. So when we eat food, what happens? This is the mitochondria, what you see. And what happens is that most of the energy derived from the nutrition or the food what we have is finally converted into ATP, adenosine triphosphate, or the energy currency of the cell. It is stored and released as per the requirement. As and when we need energy, this ATP is broken down and released as energy for us to utilize. But in Antarctica, there is no dearth of energy. We are not doing anything. We are just sitting in one place. But what we really do need is a much better thermal regulation. Your body should be able to regulate the temperature in a much better way as compared to India in Antarctica, right? So that is exactly what we saw in the yoga group people happening. We saw that most of the energy through mediation of one protein called uncoupling protein was diverted off from going into ATP generation into heat generation. Okay, so it was trying to regulate the body temperature in a much better way as compared to it was regulating. It was the yoga group people were able to regulate their body temperature. This shows that in a much better way than in the control group. And this is further supported by a couple of other findings what we saw from our microarray experiment. One of which is that in yoga group, we saw an increase of around 100 to 1,000-fold increase in the expression of keratin genes. Keratin is a protein which is there in the hairs. And human beings stopped using hair for thermal regulation long back. I don't know, maybe 5,000 or maybe 10,000, whatever. We stopped using this body hair for regulating our body temperature, right? But still, that information is still there inside, hidden in our body. So that is what yoga tapped into and yoga brought out. Just one, I would like to give one anecdote to drive this point home. What we know about biology, because I am a biologist, I will only talk only about biology. So what we know about biology is very small, and what we can realize is much more. And yoga helps in realizing it. One time, I've said this example many a time. If somebody is hearing me talk, for the second or third time, I'm sure they would have heard this anecdote. One day, I started craving for mushrooms. I did buy some mushrooms, and I started eating mushrooms like crazy. Just raw mushrooms, dip it in salt and eat it. Then I wondered, why, never in my life I was craving for mushrooms so much. Why am I doing it now? And then I just looked up for what is mushroom rich in. It said it is a very good source for vitamin D. Then just for academic curiosity, just out of academic curiosity, I went and checked myself for my vitamin levels, and I was really low in vitamin D. How do you explain this? I mean, I didn't even know that mushroom is a source of vitamin D. Then how did my body tell me to eat mushrooms? The same many people would have experienced maybe with oranges, maybe with some other vegetable, maybe with something else. So there is, our system has much more knowledge and information which we just don't allow to be, to make a decision. Why we don't allow? It is because of the intense stress that we, kind of accumulate through our lifestyle. Stress is very good. Stress is required. Without stress, nobody can survive. We need stress. Acute stress is good. But when it becomes chronic, it can be very deleterious. It is like having a function in your home for 1, 2, or 3 days, and you will have some breakages, breakdown, whatever, and you will repair it after 3, 4, 5, or 6 days. But imagine if the same kind of atmosphere, like a festival kind of atmosphere where there are 100 people in your home, prolongs for a year or 2 years or 3 years, what will be the condition of your house? Yeah, there will be no housekeeping, there will be no repair mechanisms, there will be no redressal of any issues. So everything is stress response. Don't talk to me now. Somebody is asking for a coffee, I have to run and get him a coffee later. So it is only stress response. When we do that, we are just not allowing our body to kind of react in the most optimal and efficient way what is required or what is good for the body. This is the last slide. I will stop at this. So this is again one more result from the same Antarctica study. Here, what I would like to show is that yoga can make a system work very efficiently. Don't worry about trying to read all these metabolic pathways, names of the metabolic pathways. These are all some of the biological processes, some pathways and processes that I have listed out here, and these bars show the number of genes that were regulated in the control group shown in genes represented here in as orange bars. So I don't know if it is very evident, but believe me, I have looked at the data itself. When you see for every single process, you need only, there is much fewer genes that were utilized as compared to the control group. Don't worry about this green bar. This is the number of genes in the Homo sapiens or human beings involved with that process. So let us look at only these two, the brown and the orange bar. When you see that, every case you see that control group utilized much more genes than the yoga group. So there is one phenomena in bacteria I worked with bacteria for my PhD. I always thought, I was also working on gene expression. So I've always thought when you have more food, there will be more genes involved. And when a bacteria is in a environment or a starving condition, it will use much less genes. It won't transcribe, it won't use any of these processes, and it will use much less genes. That was the general, common sense kind of reasoning what we would do, right? No, it has been shown that when bacteria are scavenging, they use much more genes than when they are supplied with abundant food. So putting it in other words, when there is a stress on the system, it utilizes much more genes to come up with a solution. It tries to, beat its legs, hands, whatever it is, in all directions to kind of stay afloat, not to drown. Yeah, it tries everything frantically and comes up with one. But what yoga can do in such a situation is it can give you a most efficient and an optimal answer. Excuse me. Most efficient and an optimal answer for the condition that you are going through. Like I said, I'm just going to most of this slides. So in conclusion, what I wanted to say was, yoga has a new attributes. It is not just a system which works by de-stressing and which reduces the inflammation and which improves parasympathetic tone. No, it does what is required. It doesn't always have to reduce the parasympathetic tone. That is not. If sympathetic tone was bad for your body, why is it even there in your body? It is the balancing. So it might also improve sympathetic tone in some cases, right? So what I want to say is yoga has, we should start thinking about yoga or the abilities of yoga with, with some of the new attributes of yoga, that it can be very specific and it can be made to work in a very efficient and optimal way. And it can also, it can also promote homeostasis. All these attributes, what we are giving to yoga, can translate into well-being, overall well-being of a person, given the limitations and the strength of that person. It works within the strengths and limitation of that person to bring about a much better or a well-regulated or a well-balanced system. So I would stop at this. I don't know if I took more time than what was given to me. I'm sorry if I have. I would be more than happy to answer any questions if there are. Professor.
May I congratulate you on your wonderful talk, Professor Ramesh. It was extremely delightful to see your new understanding and updated interpretations of the data from Antarctica. Let me remind you that there is, and tell everyone that there is a very beautiful interpretation of optimizing regulation. We can say that poor regulation corresponds to poor health. It follows that if you improve regulation, you improve health. If you optimize regulation, you optimize health, and that means, optimize regulation, you optimize function, and that means you really produce health. So when, Professor Ramesh, you talked about optimizing regulation, you're really, in a detailed, rigorous, scientific way, saying that we can restore health. And that is a very important thing. Professor Nagendra has talked for years, saying that yoga restores health. Now you have produced the evidence, Professor Ramesh, which actually proves it using these criteria. So I greatly congratulate you and thank you very, very much for making this point.
Thanks very much, Professor. Thanks for the compliment. And also, while trying to explain this regulation, I think we will have to come to you and we will have to kind of take help of your logic of complexity biology. Most of the times we have spoken about regulation, only the regulation. We were like talking as on two islands. You had your very clear idea of how a complexity biology works, and I was talking about this global gene expression with 4,000, 6,000 genes which can be regulated. But there was always, I understood what you were saying, and you knew and you understood what I was saying. But I think we will have to link these two things up one day to maybe explain it in a very formal way using some standard theories. And one of that I really would like to use take help of is the complexity biology theory, Professor.
Indeed, that will be a great pleasure. Thank you, Professor Rama.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, Namaste, Professor Ramesh and Alex. Any audience or the members want to ask any questions, please put it in your the chat box. Our moderator will ask. So I think Ramesh must leave the thing. So I request Professor Venkatrao Garu summarize the remarks of Ramesh and Alex. Immediately, we request Vijayratnam Madam Garu. She is a honorary professor and researcher and excellent yoga practitioner. Next, we will continue. I request Professor Venkatrao Garu your remarks on Ramesh and Alex G. So Alex G is with us. I think Ramesh must go to some other meeting. I think so. If he is with us, it is excellent. Ramesh Ji, you are always welcome. Thank you very much for a short notice. We are requested you. Now, Venkatrao Garu, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for inviting.
Unmute, sir. Unmute, sir. Venkatrao Garu, unmute. సార్ అన్మ్యూట్ చేయలేదండి మీది అది అన్మ్యూట్ చేయాలి మాస్టారు ఆ స్క్రీన్ లో చివరి ఉంటుంది మాస్టారు మైక్ దాన్ని క్లిక్ చేయండి మాస్టారు కింద ఉన్న వాటిలో మైక్ బొమ్మ ఉంటుంది దాన్ని క్లిక్ చేయండి మాస్టారు మాస్టారు చెప్పరే ఇది ఉంటుంది మాస్టారు అయ్యో సరేనండి ఓకే ఓకే అబ్బాయి కాల్ చేస్తారు ఓకే
We go with the next speaker, Professor Vijayratnam. She is a retired professor from Delhi College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Andhra University, and she has a teaching experience and research experience of 38 years. And she has published 73 research papers and attended 59 seminars. And she is a life member of pharmaceutical professional associations. and she's also actively
మేడం
involved in
మ్యూట్ చేయరా
the healthcare
మేడం
field.
ఒకసారి మ్యూట్ చేయండి మీది ఇంట్రడక్షన్ అయిపోయినా ఆన్ చేద్దరు.
And she has also worked in a lot of women's sector. Okay, na? Okay. And today, Professor Vijayaratni Madam, she is going to talk about yoga and pranayama practices, benefits and challenges diabetes. Ma'am, can you please say about the conversation?
Thank you, madam.
Can you please?
Thank you, madam, and a good evening to all the dignitaries on this August platform and all the delegates who are hearing this lecture. I am really feeling somebody who has to be in the audience has come on to the dais. It is only because they know me. Professor D. Venkatrao Garu sir is our teacher, and Sri Krishna Garu is our teacher for yoga. It's only that they know me, that they have called me. Actually, I am just a practitioner. My expertise is in different field. I am a pharmaceutical technologist. But anyway, since I was given a chance, I will tell certain issues that I have seen over the last 2 decades. Mainly, in the last 21 years, I have been a yoga practitioner. I'll tell you, you can take me for a case study. That's it. I have no expertise whatsoever. I've only been doing yoga, and I did prepare my speech in the form of a Word document, which I'll scroll through so that certain points which are there, you can all see. I'll try to share my screen. I think my screen is visible. Is my screen visible?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So I just want to say that I want to talk about, just like as madam has introduced just now, I want to talk about yoga pranayama and its benefits, and especially from the perspective of a diabetic person, just a yoga practitioner, let us call it that. Let me talk about the challenges that I faced over all these years in doing, and the benefits that I derived. So yoga is a set of practices that helps a person live a very comfortable and fruitful life. Now, just now you have seen a number of experts talk in a very great manner, but I talked about yoga in a very simple manner. So it is just a set of practices which helps a person live in a comfortable and fruitful life. So this definition is what is going to tell you about the scope of my talk. If yoga sadhana is defined by enlightened people like our gurus, or by people like our Professor D. Venkatrao Garu or Sri Krishna Garu, or by like Professor Alex Hanke, who just now talked about, it would be a much more profound thing. That definition would be much more profound, and it would have many more elements, such as appropriate ways of eating, behaving, and thinking. Yoga is not just a physical way of physical postures, it is much different from exercises. But I am talking in a very limited sense in the case of doing yogasanas and doing pranayama and doing something more limited as a part of my daily life, as I could incorporate into my daily life. So I wish to present before you my thoughts and my inferences in a very limited or physical manner. So let us go back by 2 decades. I was a working woman, taking care of a family and having multiple issues on my mind. I was also overweight. To be exact, I was 64 kgs. Seeing that I am very short, 64 kgs is a lot, and maybe I could not be called as obese, but I was just definitely overweight. And my mother was a diabetic, and diabetes was constantly on my mind as I was taking care of diabetic elderly relatives. So when I went for a test, it showed that I was having diabetes, and I met an endocrinologist, and I was advised to start on medicines. This was in the year 2000. So as I told you, it was a very busy life, doing a job from morning to evening, taking care of a family, my son at the age of 15 going for exams and all that. So all that stress was there, and it was there in the genes for some reason. So it was Kanakamahalakshmi Garu at that time, my first guru in yoga. She was also my senior colleague. So she advised me to go for yoga. I gave her 100 excuses, and she told me, in spite of all that, you have to do. And the biggest two challenges that I had were that she was telling me, come every day, give 1 hour every day. I told her I don't have 1 hour every day. I'm very busy. She told me, what happens if you fall sick? What happens if you go outside? Think that for 15 days you are not at home. Think that you are not there. So many things she told me. And I told her, actually, I think diabetes is something that only comes and shows at a later age. But those diabetic tendencies are there in you from the beginning. It doesn't come suddenly. So I was having this quality of not being able to withstand my hunger. If I am having, if I'm hungry, I have to eat something, then only I can take my class. It's not like I'm hungry and I still take my class and do that. That's not the situation. So maybe that tendency was there. That about that also I was arguing. So she told me, she convinced me, okay, eat something at 4:30 or 5, come at 7:30 to me. So in so many ways she convinced me, and so she was my senior colleague, and she convinced me, and she told me, okay, come at 7 or 7:30 to my house, I'll teach you. That is how my yoga practices started. Then I had many problems, but the top two were I was not able to take time out for doing yoga, and I was not able to stay on empty stomach for long times. These are my two issues. So Madam was my first guru. She gave me a number of small leeways and started teaching me yoga in her house. I used to go at 7:30 and learn. That was the beginning. She taught me basic asanas and anuloma viloma pranayama, and she taught me the basic principles that are there and what are to be followed. So straight away, that was in the year 2000. Right now, I'll tell you what are all the benefits that I have derived by doing yoga all these 20 years, and then I'll move on to the other things. So yoga helped me in keeping my blood sugar under control. So this, let me tell you very frankly and very openly, it is not as though I was doing yoga alone. Yoga was a part of my routine. I used the medicines that were given to me, and I did also go for walking. I also did my diet control. But yoga helped me in blood sugar control. I can confidently say that. I can tell you. So the extent of control is like this. For a long period, for 5 to 6 years in the middle, doctor took me off my medicines. I was on medicine, metformin initially, but when the blood sugar came very well under control, doctor told me to stop medicines. For nearly 10 years, it was like that. So later on, only in the year 2004, I had an operation. Then I was on medicine for 2 years. Then for nearly up to 2015 or 14, I was out of medicines for sugar. I was managing only on my diet control, yoga, and my walking. So after 2015, I also had to use. But now, 21 years after I became a diabetic, I am still using only one tablet, metformin 500 mg SR, for my sugar control, and my control is very, very good. I meet my endocrinologist and he tells me, Madam, your control is good, go on. So that is the level of blood control I have, and that I think definitely I have yoga to thank for that case. Then the frequency with which I used to develop cold reduced much as I did yoga. This is another thing. As a part of my job and all that, I used to go to places and all that, and then I would work late hours and all that. I used to develop cold. Then the frequency of developing cold also decreased. My mind became much calmer, and I started understanding difficult concepts easily, and this want, I will tell you, and this I was experiencing in a most beautiful manner, especially in the beginning, in the years 2000, 2005, I was feeling that as I go to my class, as I start talking to my students, good ideas come to me, and from where they have entered my mind, I do not know. Something which I have not thought of. I usually prepare my lesson, but at the time of my lesson, what has not happened, what has not gone through my mind, suddenly as I am teaching to my students, the idea comes along, and I get to explain the concept in a much simple manner such that I understand and my students understand well. This capacity of a clarity of thinking and mind also came to me after starting yoga only, and it helped my gynec issues also. This was really a very really a very important finding in the year 2003. I developed a gynec problem. I was finding it very difficult every month. So at that time, I was practicing under another madam named Vijay Lakshmi Garu. Every day morning 5 to 6 we used to practice with her. She taught us so many asanas, so many things, Surya Namaskaras and all that. She made us do all these things. So I told her, this is my problem. I'm having a problem, gynec problem. She told me, Vijay Ratna, Supta Vajrasana is the answer to your problem. Do it. And she made me do it. And I did it. And to my greatest wonder and happiness, my gynec problem was solved. At that point, it was solved. I was having comfortable issues. It is another thing that later on I developed other problems, and in 2004, I had hysterectomy. But in 2003, my gynec issue was solved because of that. Today, when my daughter-in-law complains, I have a gynec issue, I tell her, do Supta Vajrasana. It is going to help you. This is the thing advice I give to many young girls. So that's a personal experience that I had. Then my body became very flexible and my capacity for work increased. This is there even today. And meditation is calming down and bringing down my heart rate. So often, even now, when I do meditation, so I have this smartwatch here which gives me my heart rate. So I check my heart rate at the beginning of meditation, I write it down. Then I do meditation and I check my heart rate, and I observe that my heart rate is brought down by 10 at least 10. So it helps. It helps when you know that you are calming down. Not only you feel it, you can show it like that. So then pranayama, if I start it when I am hungry, is reducing my hunger to a stable state. Just now, this is a most recent finding, I'll tell you. Maybe in the last 1 month, this is the finding that I have. So Sri Krishna sir taught us so many types of pranayama exercises, and I don't get, even today after retirement also, I am a busy person for some reason or the other. I don't get the chance to do pranayama every day in the morning. Sometimes I do, but sometimes after my classes are over at 12:30 in the afternoon, that is when I start my pranayama. I am feeling hunger, but then I say I have to do my pranayama, and I start. And to my greatest wonder, when I start pranayama, I forget my hunger, and by the time I finish, I am not feeling hungry anymore. That was a wonderful finding for me. So that is what it is doing to me. So my capacity to withstand hunger has also happened because of pranayama. So then, okay, now I told all the benefits that I have. I'll tell you the challenges that I have. So I could not allot a definite time for my yoga. So this is because of the daily life and because of the intricacies of life. So maybe my life is like that, I don't know. The time I get into a routine 1 week and something happens, a crisis happens, and we are thrown all out of. So this is the time that routine I am not able to develop because of my whatever it is. So it varies, and it means at least 1 hour should be allotted to it, and my routine did not permit it. Then I am able to do it a little bit now. So yoga required an empty stomach, and as I was a diabetic, I could not stand on an empty stomach for long. This is another limitation. Diabetes requires that small quantities of food should be taken at frequent intervals, And when you are told to do yoga, you have to take at least 2 hours after a liquid food, 4 hours after a solid food. This type of rules will come in your way. So I also developed a tendency to do practices over a period and then neglect them as I got into some issues. So these are the personal experiences I am telling you of a person, of a woman handling a house, handling a job, handling other issues and all that. So it is difficult to get into a routine, and as a diabetic, we do patient counseling in hospitals as pharmacy people. So we tell people eat 4 or 5 times a day. Just now, as something they told, eat only 2 times a day. So that is directly opposite to what we tell. We are in the English system of medicine. We tell people eat at least, cut down the amount of food you take into at least 4 meals and eat 4 times a day. So this is directly in opposite, and we are practicing English medicine. We are teaching English medicine. That is not something that we do. These are the clashes that we have, and these are the challenges that are there. And another point that I'll tell you, so how well I was able to do in the period 2000 to 2010, when I was young, I was capable and all that. And I was doing all that. My sugar was very much in control, happy and all that. But as I aged, as hysterectomy happened, as my walking caused my knees pain and all this, what happened? My capacity to do yoga also got down. I was told not to lie down on the floor. I was told not to sit, so that I was told not to do Surya Namaskara. So all this constrained me. So these are all the things I explained to Sri Krishna sir when we met in the college, in the university. So he told me so many alternatives, and I am doing yoga now in the way that I can do. So these are the limitations that step in. As the previous speaker is telling, each person is individually having certain problems, and these yoga practices and pranayama practices and schedules should also be customized to individuals, because each individual is having their own challenges. So these were the challenges. So I got the benefits. So I explained most of these things. So about the bright ideas, I was told you, this is the most heartening thing that I found. So I would get clarity in the concepts and all that. So I learned yoga from other teachers. So I will tell you what really helped me, so that maybe some of the young people who are hearing this will understand what I am telling. So Dhanurasana helped me quite a lot. I observed that doing Dhanurasana was helping me, and doing Dhanurasana and moving body like that also helped me. And apart from Dhanurasana, holding your legs and also moving your body like this helped me quite a lot in my sugar control. Then the movements called Chakki Chalan, where you do like this, hold your feet and do like this, and boat rowing. These are all the things Kanakamalakshmi madam told me, like this. And then pulling down like this as you sit in a certain position. All these things helped me much in sugar control. Then Surya Namaskarams helped me, Tadasana helped me, Vrukshasana helped me, and when I was having this gynec issue, Supta Vajrasana helped me. So, and I practiced all these things for a long time, and now I am not able to do Supta Vajrasana. Later I joined in Isha also, and in Isha Yoga also, I learned other things, these things. So it brings flexibility to you. There is a lightness in your step and a coolness in the brain. Mentally also there is a change. There is a stability that comes to the process. And people usually when they see you, they feel the effect that you have when you are doing yogasanas and pranayama. So I am doing pranayama, and the benefits that I derive are a stable mind and a flexible body. I feel like doing my daily work in a better way when I do yoga. I believe infections do not touch us. If we do pranayama in a controlled manner day after day, thoughts get streamlined and that calm mind reflects on the face. This is what I wanted to say. There is a calmness in the mind that reflects on your face. So I would like to conclude by saying that yoga is a boon to the mankind. given by our rishis. It should be practiced and its benefits should be enjoyed by all the people in the world. So, as I told in the beginning, I'm no expert. I'm a case study for all of you. So, you can say that if you practice yoga and pranayama, you can control disease conditions. That's all you can learn from me. I hope I contributed. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Namaste, madam. Thank you. Venkata garu, please unmute. So thank you, madam, as a scientist, and also your experiencing about yoga and pranayama and meditation, how it affects on the working woman. Thank you very much. Venkata, please summarize the Professor Alex and Ramesh and Vijay references. We have another distinguished speakers, Preeti from Gujarat and Shikma from USA and Karanji from Haridwar. So I request all three speakers. We have time restriction. Please make it for 15 to 20 minutes. We will conclude the session at 6:30, and the next session starts. Namaste, Karanji. Yeah. Please. Now, hand over to our Venkata, please.
Professor Alex Hankey has taken us to a new world completely, because we never thought that the immunity and is related
Paranji, mute yourself, Paranji.
astrology. So he has given wonderful things about the astrology, how astrology can be used to increase our, to predict and to prevent these types of pandemics. So that is about Helix. And then Dr. Ramesh has reviewed the literature, the research literature on yoga, and also in Anveshna Research Laboratory at Bangalore. They have wonderful facilities and they have conducted many researches, and the effect of yoga on various diseases, including the infectious diseases like HIV. He has scientifically proved that yoga can be very helpful in understanding the diseases, and also he said very clearly that yoga has much more than what we see. That is, we say generally the stress is related or stress related yoga. Stress can be relieved by yoga, or diabetes can be relieved by yoga. But he has given the scientific evidence, and I'm sure that with these findings that are emanating from the Anveshna Laboratory, yoga will reach definitely a greater heights in the field of medicine. Then Dr. Vijay Ratna, I'm so happy that she is practicing yoga and her personal experiences and the benefits she derived from yoga. They are very encouraging, very impressive, and as she said, that everybody should get the benefits of yoga. She has like a role model. She practices yoga, though most of us are like her, that is very busy with our activities. Even though with all your busy schedule and other things, if you do yoga a little bit, you can derive a lot of benefit. So we thank Vijayaratna also for her experiences and the benefits she reaped personally. So I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Thank you.
Now,
next on the guest.
Please.
Next on the guest session, we have Dr. Sushma Komareddy. She has a PhD in drug and gene delivery from North Boston. and she has over 15 years of experience in end-to-end product development in vaccines. And she is working currently as a director of head of drug product development. And her more recent works includes dengue and norovirus vaccine. And in a Toastmaster, and she also brings a lot of awareness about mental health and prevention of suicide. So I welcome Dr. Sushma Kamareddy, and she's going to be talking about COVID vaccines, a race to manufacturing and vaccinating 7.6 billion. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Radhika. Can you hear me okay? Looks like there's a bandwidth issue, and I do not see the video myself, but I hope it comes through. Thank you. It's a pleasure to speak on this forum today. First of all, I would like to acknowledge, acknowledge my thankfulness, to our teachers, Professor Vijayaratna Madam, and also Professor KPR Chaudhary Garu from Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences. My association with Andhra University goes back to 1999, when I completed my bachelor's in Siddhartha College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, and then joined pharmaceutical analysis, for my master's degree in Andhra University. So that's where my association with Andhra University started. I've been a Professor KPR Chaudhary Garu student. I've been Vijayaratna Madam student for a brief period of time, those 2 years, that I was a master's student there. From there, I came to Boston to do my PhD in pharmaceutical sciences and gene delivery. And since I graduated, in the last 15 plus years, I've been working in product development of vaccines. And today in my speech, I'll be talking about COVID vaccines. I know it's a relevant topic, but definitely off topic to yoga and the benefits of yoga. So I'll be in my speech, I'll be focusing on how to build immunity against COVID infections. Before I get into the presentation, I would like to ask one question to the audience. Have you guys taken vaccine, COVID vaccine? If so, which vaccine did you take? If you do not mind, can you type it in the chat, and so that I know what vaccines have been used, or what is the acceptance in terms of vaccines?
Most of them, it is Covaxin and Covishield.
Excellent. Yep, Covishield and Covaxin.
Covaxin.
Can you?
Excellent. Yeah, excellent.
Covaxin, Covishield.
Covishield, madam.
I took Covishield 2 doses, both doses Covishield.
Excellent.
I too have completed both doses of Covaxin.
Great.
Ma'am, నేను కూడా both doses Covishield వేసుకున్నాము.
Yeah. Sushmaji, here we have two options only presently available, either Covishield and Covaxin. So it also depends on the government and hospital. That is a very few we have the options.
Yeah, Covishield.
Covishield, Covishield. On the whole, our family also took Covishield only.
Excellent. Thank you, Sri Krishna Garu.
Yeah.
Let me share my screen. 1 second.
I took Covishield, both vaccines.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Can you see my screen? Am I sharing my screen?
Not yet. We can just see you.
Not yet.
Not.
Says it's. Apologies for this technical challenge.
You need help, ma'am, with the screen share?
So they haven't given me. It says yeah. You have to grant permission, like for me to share the screen.
Sushma ji, you can present that your presentation. There is a up arrow is there.
Yes,
You click.
I'm a.
Yeah, your presentation will come. Then you select the entire screen, and then it will comes.
Yeah, I did that, like, but it says I do not have permissions to share the screen.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
Post permission కావాలి sir.
Yeah.
Post.
Shravani, anybody is there?
Yes, sir. They are trying, they are fixing it.
Yeah, please give permission to Sushma ji to present her presentation. Please.
Actually, the permission is there, sir. In the bottom of the screen, ma'am, you can see the screen share option, right? Behind the hand raise. Ma'am, you can see the hand raise option now, ma'am.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You can see the hand raise option, right? At the bottom. In the bottom.
Yes, I do. I understand. Like I'm clicking on the click share. Like what?
Yeah, you need to click the enter screen. One pop-up will be coming now. You need to select it. Then only the share option will be getting highlighted.
Yes, I'm doing that as well. I'm doing that pop-up and share on the pop-up as well. And yeah, let me do one thing. Like, can anyone else, like, share the screen on my behalf? Apologies for this inconvenience. Like, maybe I can email that individual my presentation.
Sushmaji, go ahead with your speech. Later we will share your thing to all the participants and all the registered members. Your video we'll share. Now, please go ahead with this. Sorry for the inconvenience of the technical issue. We will sort out if it is in meanwhile. Please go ahead.
Certainly. Just let me give it one last try. Like, I do have a very good presentation. How about now?
You want to log on, log out,
Once rejoin, ma'am.
You want to rejoin, ma'am? You want to exit and rejoin.
Okay, we'll do that.
అమ్మా శ్రావణి ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారమ్మా టెక్నికల్ పీపుల్ అక్కడ వాళ్ళు కొంచెం చూడమన్నమ్మా
సార్ అది మన సైడ్ డిస్టెన్స్ లేదు సార్ టెక్నికల్ ఇష్యూస్ సార్ సరిగ్గా ఇంటర్నెట్ సరిపోతే
one thing we will do, Shravani.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Shravani.
Yes, sir.
First we go for Paran Gaud's presentation. After that, her presentation. TV Chandra, please stop.
Sir, 3 dots click చేయమని చెప్పండి సార్.
You please don't.
Yes, like, maybe you could go ahead with the next presentation. I will join after that presentation.
Yeah, please. So, Paran Gaudji, Shravani, introduce Paranji. After that, she will join, and the last speaker, she will join as a last speaker. In meanwhile, you will sort out.
So the next guest lecture we have is Dr. Paran Gaura. He's a professor from University of Patanjali and a visiting faculty of
Yeah,
language.
pin to Parang Gaudji.
Paranga. Sir, can you hear me? Professor Paranga is going to do the presentation on Ayurveda and Yoga COVID-19 pandemic booster. Can you hear us, sir?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Sir, please unmute, sir.
Paranji, please mute. Please mute. After introduction, you can go ahead. They will introduce you. Radhika, please go ahead.
Yeah. Should I? Okay, the next guest speaker is Dr. Paran Gowda. He's a professor from University of Patanjali and a visiting faculty of S. Vyasa, Bangalore. And he has a total publication of 75 research papers, and he has provided strategic support to premier organizations in India. And we welcome Dr. Paran Gowda, sir. Can you please take over the session? We welcome you to take over the session, sir. Sir, please unmute. Sir, you need to unmute, sir.
Paranji, on your go ahead, go ahead. Speak a little bit loud.
We can hear you. Sir, we cannot hear you, sir.
Paranji, scholars, please ask your scholars to raise your audio. Your students.
Sir, if you can
We are able to hear you.
Sir, I
No, sir, we are unable to hear you. We are unable to hear you. Please come here.
So try to rejoin, sir. Back, sir.
సార్ మీ డివైస్ లో వాల్యూమ్ పెంచండి సరిపోతుంది. పరాంజీ సార్, మీ వాల్యూమ్ డివైస్ లో వాల్యూమ్ పెంచండి. మాకు వినిపిస్తుంది కానీ చాలా లోగా వినిపిస్తుంది.
Sir, it's not. Sorry, yes. Sir, it is maybe all this all
Paranji, are you able to hear me? But we are not able to hear you, sir. So,
Sir, if you can join phone and then run with your laptop, that will be useful, I think. That will work.
please mute. Paranji, please speak. Can you hear me? I'm speaking on mobile.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
We can hear.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, okay, slides. No, unmute करके उसको open करो ना. Can you hear now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I will put on share the slides so that you can hear. Slides. అందరికీ నమస్కారము. నా జత నలుగురు రీసెర్చ్ స్కాలర్స్ కూడా ఉన్నారు. Now you can hear. Okay, thank you. Now the topic that we have selected, it is Ayurveda and yoga. See, Ayurveda during the COVID time, we did lot of research work, and we've slides okay, we did lot of research work in Ayurveda. You may all be knowing the work that what we have done at Patanjali. See, it is based on the Mahasi Patanjali's sutra mantra, that is Yogena Chittasya Padena Vacha Malam Sarirasya Cha Vaidyakena Yopakarottam Pravaram Munina. This is the mantra that we made use in our manufacturing the Ayurvedic medicine, and we have brought out a kit called Coronal Kit. In this Coronal Kit, it has helped quite a lot of people. We got the feedback from across the country, especially from Andhra Pradesh. People were very happy about this kit.
because it could cure the mild cases and moderate cases. What we got the feedback, this Ayurvedic medicine, which has the formulation of giloy, tulsi, and neem, this locally available ingredients can boost and counteract against the corona. This is the great contribution that we could make for the people. And across the country, we moved around and we distributed the medicine at free of cost in Hyderabad, in Rajasthan, in many states of the country. And this has picked up quite a bit, and a lot of demand is available for this formulation. And we are distributing, and if any of the dignitaries present here are interested in this kit, they are welcome, and we are ready to share and the technical know of preparing this medicine. And because it's locally available in all your areas, we can prepare, and this will boost the immunity also among the people. Now, I already told Krishna Garu that our research scholars are very much eager to give their experiences and share their knowledge with regard to the Ayurveda and yoga, because they are involved for last 5 years at the Patanjali University, and they have also done their degrees and post-graduation. So they are very quite senior in that way, and they are well acquainted with the activities of the Patanjali institutes. Our Acharyaji and Swami Ramdev are also there, but they could not. I informed them about the international seminar that is getting has been held at Vizag. They were very happy and conveyed their best regards to Krishna Garu to do such some more seminars of this type. Now my research scholars are very eager to share some of their experiences, and she will start sharing about that. Please bear with them.
Namaste, myself Anjali Prabhakar, University of Patanjali, a research scholar under the guidance of Professor Parankonda sir. In continuation, I prepared these slides and slides. One verse come in Ayurveda, जो this verse says that which increase your age, that calls आयुर्वेदा से ही हमारे जो है वो आयु को हम अपनी बढ़ा सकते हैं. और आयुर्वेद इज अ साइंस ऑफ लाइफ, कर्स एंड प्रिवेंट्स डिजीज. तो कैसे इसके लिए जो महर्षि सुश्रुत हुए हैं, जो आयुर्वेद के बहुत महान ऋषि हुए हैं, वो कहते हैं, एक सूत्र बताते हैं कि सम दोषा सम अग्नि सम धातु मलः क्रिया प्रसन्न आत्मा इंद्रिय मनः स्वस्थ इत्य विधीयते. It means one who is established in the self, who has balanced dosas, balanced agni properties, formed dhatu, proper elements of malas, well functioning bodily process, and who mind, soul and senses are full of bliss, is called a healthy person. And it means जिसके भी तीनों दोष वात पित्त कफ सम अवस्था में होते हैं, बिकॉज यही हमारी बॉडी को इन्हीं से हमारी पूरी बॉडी का एक नेचर बनता है. किसी के अंदर वात प्रकृति पाई जाती है, तो किसी के अंदर पित्त और किसी के अंदर कफ. तो वात का जो रोल होता है, वो जितने भी हमारे सेंसेस हैं तो उनको कंट्रोल करता है, और उन्हीं इस वात दोष के कारण ही हम उन सेंसेस वो हमारे अच्छे से काम करते हैं, और उनमें कोई दोष आने से ही हमारे सेंसेस जो है उनमें प्रॉब्लम होती है. इसी प्रकार से जो पित्त है, पित्त दोष है, ये जो होता है, जो जितनी भी 7 धातुएं हैं, ये उनको अपरिणत करने में, यानी कि रस से रक्त, रक्त से रक्त, रक्त से मांस, मांस से मेद, मेद से अस्थि, मज्जा, शुक्र, इस तरह से जो ये है फॉर्मेशन, इस तरह से ये पित्त का ही रोल होता है। इसी तरह से कफ जो है, कफ का मतलब है श्लेष्मा, जो इलास्टिसिटी, बॉडी में जो चिकनाहट रहती है वो जो होती है। फिर बोन्स का जो ज्वाइंट है, इसका जो भी रोल है वो कफ के द्वारा होता है। ये भी बॉडी में एक तरीके से बैलेंस रहना चाहिए। इसी तरीके से बोलते हैं सम दोषा, सम अग्नि। 13 प्रकार की अग्नियां हमारे शरीर में है। 5 धात्वाग्नि, 5 भूताग्नि और 7 धात्वाग्नि और 1 जठराग्नि। इसमें जो है मैं इतना डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगी, लेकिन जो 13वीं अग्नि है जठराग्नि, यही हमारे शरीर में पाचन का कार्य, डाइजेशन का काम करती है। जो भी हम मील लेते हैं, भोजन खाते हैं, तो उसी से बॉडी में जो एनर्जी बनती है, इसमें जो सारा रोल जो होता है वो जठराग्नि का होता है। इसी के साथ उसमें 7 धातुओं की बात की गई है, तो मैं धातुएं बता चुकी हूँ। इसी प्रकार 3 मल भी शरीर में सम रहने चाहिए, यूरिन, स्टूल और स्वेट। ये भी बॉडी में सम, यानी कि इनसे भी हमारे शरीर में विकार उत्पन्न होते हैं, और अगर इनके सही प्रॉपर तरीके से ये बॉडी में सही है तो उनसे हम स्वस्थ भी रह सकते हैं। तो इसी प्रकार, और बात सिर्फ शरीर की वो नहीं करते हैं महर्षि सुश्रुत आयुर्वेद में, वो कहते हैं कि प्रसन्न आत्मा इंद्रिय मना। आपका मन भी प्रसन्न होना चाहिए, आत्मा भी प्रसन्न होनी चाहिए, और आपके जितने भी सेंसेस है वो सही प्रकार के काम करना चाहिए, और वो स्वस्थ होने चाहिए। तो ये पूरे जो है इस एक डेफिनेशन में आ जाता है कि एक जो स्वस्थ व्यक्ति है उसके शरीर में किन किन चीजों की आवश्यकता होनी चाहिए, और क्या चीजें उसे अपने चेंज करना चाहिए, और अपने लिए अपनी पूरी रूटीन को चेंज करना चाहिए। तो ये आयुर्वेद में जो अगला टॉपिक आता है वो है स्वस्थ वृत्त। इसके बारे में हमारे एक और रिसर्च स्कॉलर है, वो बताएंगे।
Om. I Pragya Manji, research scholar from University of Patanjali. Pranam to all the respected speakers. Thanks, Professor Paran sir, for giving this wonderful opportunity. And a special thanks to Andhra University Yoga and Consciousness Department. As Professor Paran sir and Anjali ji focus on the health by practicing yoga and Ayurveda, we will see in our ancient medical science, the main objectives of Ayurveda is mentioned in Charak Samhita as swasthasya swasth rakshanam aturasya vikar prashmanam cha. It means to maintain the health of healthy person and to eliminate the disease from the body. In our ancient medical science, health is a purity of mind, body, and soul. In this way, Swasthrit is the most important part of the Ayurveda. Swasthrit is a science of complete health, which prescribes the theory of our ancient sages like Maharshi Charak and Maharshi Sushrut, deals with the Ayurvedic lifestyle and maintenance of life. In this way, Swasthrit categorized into 3 types called Dincharya, Ritucharya, and Ratricharya. First, Dincharya is known as daily routine, where it explains as to how a person should follow his routine from waking up in the morning, called Brahma Muhurt. Brahma Muhurt means sunrise arising from 96 minutes something. So here we included that स्वस्थ वृत्त में हम देखते हैं कि ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में उठने के बाद से लेकर पूरे दिन की जो हमारी गतिविधि होती है, बिहेवियर होते हैं, एक्ट्स होते हैं, वो किस तरह हम सिस्टमैटिक वे से करते हैं, ये सब कुछ हमारे दिनचर्या में आता है, जिसमें पर्सनल हाइजीन, क्लीननेस एंड हम ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में देखते हैं कि जब हम सुबह उठते हैं, प्राणायाम का अभ्यास करते हैं या कोई भी शुभ कार्य करते हैं, तो उस समय जो एनर्जी रहती है, जो वाइटल एनर्जी होती है, वो हमारे प्राण के लिए बहुत अच्छा होता है, जो कि प्योर एनवायरनमेंट के साथ हमारा जो ब्रीदिंग प्रोसेस है उसका सिंक्रोनाइजेशन होता है. नेक्स्ट ऋतुचर्या. ऋतुचर्या मीन्स 6 ऋतुज होते हैं, 6 ऋतु होते हैं हमारे आयुर्वेद में बताया गया है। तो ऋतुचर्या के अकॉर्डिंग हम पथ्य अपथ्य आहार लेते हैं, मीन्स डाइट फॉलो करते हैं। अगर हम डाइट को मौसम के अनुसार लेते हैं, जैसे किस मौसम में हमें कौन सा आहार लेना चाहिए, षड्रस होते हैं, कटवम्ल, तीक्ष्ण and all this. So we follow the Ritucharya, then we will definitely fight coronavirus and also all the virus which are surviving in environment. And the Ratricharya last, Ratricharya means whenever we sleep at the night, we uh, conclude भी हम ये करते हैं कि रात को सोने से पहले नेक्स्ट डे के लिए रिचार्ज हो जाए, जिससे हमारा बॉडी रिकवर हो जाए और हम नेक्स्ट डे अच्छा काम कर सके। इसलिए रात्रिचर्या में कहा गया है कि हमें समय पे सोना चाहिए, समय पे खाना चाहिए, ताकि हम सुबह जल्दी उठकर अपने आगे की दिनचर्या को हेल्दी वेल्दी बना सके। इन द लास्ट सेंटेंस मैं आप लोग से कुछ बोलना चाहती हूँ। अगर हम स्वस्थ ब्रीथ सिस्टम को फॉलो करते हैं, डेफिनेटली वी विल फाइट एवरी काइंड्स ऑफ वायरस विच आर हियर फ्रॉम द environment, and so we understand and follow the theory of ancient medical science to lead a healthy wealthy life. Thank you so much.
Myself, Archana Maurya, a PhD scholar, University of Patanjali, under the guidance of Professor Paran Gowda. मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी पारन सर का कि उन्होंने मुझे इतनी अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी दी आंध्रा यूनिवर्सिटी सेमिनार में प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए, और स्पेशल थैंक्स मैं आंध्रा यूनिवर्सिटी को भी कहना चाहूंगी। मेरा टॉपिक है योगा एंड आयुर्वेदा। सबसे पहले हम योग को जानते हैं, योग क्या है। महर्षि पतंजलि ने योग के बारे में बताया है कि योगश्चित्त वृत्ति निरोधा, चित्त की वृत्तियों का निरोध ही योग है। मीन माइंड प्यूरिफिकेशन। जब हमारा मन शुद्ध हो जाएगा तो वो मन जो है वो उसका आत्मा से कनेक्शन होगा। तो जब ये दोनों एक साथ मिल जाएंगे तो क्या होगा कि योग कहलाएगा। आयुर्वेद, आयु प्लस वेद। आयु मतलब हमारी एज, वेद मतलब नॉलेज। जो हमें आयु का ज्ञान कराए वो आयुर्वेद कहलाता है। कहते हैं आयुर्वेद में कहा गया है चरक संहिता में, हिता हितम सुखम दुखम आयुस्तस्य हिता हितम मानम चेत्रोक्तम आयुर्वेदा शौच्यते। जो हमें हित आयु, अहित आयु, सुख आयु, दुख आयु का ज्ञान कराए और उसका प्रमाण दे, वही आयुर्वेद कहलाता है। तो योग जो है, कहते हैं कि आयुर्वेदा इज द साइंस एंड योगा इज द प्रैक्टिस ऑफ साइंस। मीन आयुर्वेद जो है हमें विज्ञान, आयुर्वेद जो है वो विज्ञान है, लेकिन जो योग है वो प्रैक्टिस का विज्ञान है। जितने ही हम योगाभ्यास करेंगे वो उतना ही बढ़ता जाएगा और उसकी तरफ हम उतना ही एकाग्र होते जाएंगे। तो प्रैक्टिस का विज्ञान कहलाता है योग। इसके बाद हम देखते हैं कि जो योग और आयुर्वेद है उसमें पहले बताया गया कि जो वैदिक ज्ञान है उसका एक पेड़ है, वैदिक नॉलेज ऑफ वन ट्री विच हैव टू ब्रांचेस, मीन योगा एंड आयुर्वेदा। तो योग और आयुर्वेद जो है वो वैदिक नॉलेज की दो शाखाएं बताई गई हैं। इसमें हमें देखते हैं योगाभ्यास जो है हमें विज्ञान को समझाता है, लेकिन जो आयुर्वेद है वो हमें विज्ञान के साथ साथ योग के अभ्यास को भी समझाता है और उसके प्रति हमें इंस्पायर करता है ताकि हम ठीक ढंग से अपने जीवन को जी सके। उसके बाद में गीता में कहा गया है कि युक्ताहार विहारस्य युक्ताहार विहारस्य युक्त चेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्त स्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवत दुःखः। मतलब जिस प्रकार हम अपने आहार को व्यवस्थित रखें, रहन सहन को व्यवस्थित रखें, अपने इंद्रियों को व्यवस्थित रखें, जब हम पूरी तरीके से अपने आहार, रहन सहन और इंद्रियों को व्यवस्थित रखेंगे तो हमारे जीवन में जो योग है वो खुद ब खुद उतर के आ जाएगा। जैसा कि पहले प्रेजेंटेशन में अंजलि जी ने बताया कि प्रसन्न आत्मा इंद्रिया मना, तो जो योग और आयुर्वेद है वो शरीर, मन और आत्मा को जोड़ने का काम करता है, न कि सिर्फ शरीर को स्वस्थ रखता है। वो इंटरनली भी आपको स्वस्थ रखता है और एक्सटर्नली भी स्वस्थ रखता है। तो योग और आयुर्वेद है, ये दोनों अपने आप में एक समन्वय है। उसी प्रकार शरीर, मन और आत्मा का भी समन्वय करते हैं, जिससे आपका शरीर पूरी तरीके से शुद्ध होता है और मन भी शुद्ध होता है और आप स्वास्थ्य की ओर जाते हैं। नेक्स्ट एक श्लोक कहा गया है, धर्मार्थ काम मोक्षाणाम आरोग्यम मूलमुत्तमम्। तो आयुर्वेद में आपके बताया गया है कि धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष की रक्षा करते हुए हमें अपने जीवन में आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, ताकि हम अपने जीवन को भली भांति जी सके। इन धर्म, अर्थ, काम, मोक्ष, इन 4 नियमों का हमें पालन करना अति आवश्यक है। उसी प्रकार योग में बताया गया है कि अष्टांग योग बताया गया है, यम, नियम, आसन, प्राणायाम, प्रत्याहार, धारणा, ध्यान और समाधि। इसमें से जो हमें आधुनिक युग में अगर हम इन 3 नियमों, इन 3 अंगों का ही पालन कर ले तो वो भी बहुत होगा। आसन, प्राणायाम और ध्यान, ये 3 अंग हमारे जीवन के लिए ऐसे हैं जिन पे हमें फोकस होकर के ही रहना है। हमें अपने जीवन में आसन को अपनाना है, प्राणायाम को अपनाना। आसन से आप अपने शरीर के गतिविधि को सुचारू रूप से चला सकते हैं, प्राणायाम से अपने मन को शांत कर सकते हैं और ध्यान से इन दोनों का समन्वय कर सकते हैं। उसी प्रकार धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष के मार्ग पर चलते हैं। पहले हमें धर्म का पालन करना है, फिर हमें अर्थ यानी कि हमें मनी कैसे खर्च करना है, कितनी रक्षा करनी है वो करना है। फिर अर्थ, काम यानी कि हमें ब्रह्मचर्य का पालन करना, हमें खुद में ही नहीं रहना, हमें परमात्मा की तरफ भी ध्यान करना है। और इसी प्रकार क्या होते हैं, हमारे धर्म, अर्थ, काम, मोक्ष के का पालन करते हुए हम आगे चलेंगे तो इससे हमारे आरोग्य की रक्षा होती, यानी हम कभी भी बीमार नहीं पड़ेंगे। जैसे हम आसन, प्राणायाम, ध्यान करते रहेंगे तो हम बीमार नहीं पड़ेंगे। जब हम आसन, प्राणायाम और ध्यान करते हैं तो हमारा शरीर जो है वो शुद्ध होता है, हमारा शरीर एक्टिव रहता है, प्रसन्न रहता है। लेकिन जब हम यही आयुर्वेद की बात करते हैं तो वो इंटरनली हमें उस योगाभ्यास को करने के लिए हमें हमारे शरीर को स्वस्थता प्रदान करता है। तो ये है योग और आयुर्वेद। जैसा कि सर ने बताया था कि तुलसी, गिलोय और नीम, ये जो है अभी आप देख लीजिए कोरोना काल चल रहा है, तो इस समय में हमें आयुर्वेद किस प्रकार से क्योर कर रहा है, और उसी प्रकार जब हम क्योर है तभी हम आसन, प्राणायाम, ध्यान कर पाएंगे। तो इसलिए हमें अपने जीवन में दोनों का समन्वय अति आवश्यक है, हमें इस ओर ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब आगे बताएंगी प्रीति जी, जो बताएंगे आपके योग के मार्ग क्या है।
Namaste. Myself from University of Patanjali, undergoing public relations. मेरा टॉपिक है योग के मार्ग, जिसके अंतर्गत 4 आते हैं, कर्म योग, ज्ञान योग, भक्ति योग और राजयोग। जैसे कि हम सभी जानते हैं और हमारे जीवन का अनुभव भी हमें बताता है कि मनुष्य के स्वभाव भिन्न भिन्न है और उनके स्वभाव के अनुसार उनके विचार, अनुभव और उद्देश्य भी भिन्न भिन्न है। इसी प्रकार ध्यान में रखते हुए मानव प्रकृति में इस विविधता के अनुसार योग के 4 पथ हैं, जो मनुष्य के झुकाव को ध्यान में रखकर उनके मार्ग को प्रशस्त करते हैं। हम सच्चे आनंद को बाहरी संसार में प्राप्त नहीं कर सकते हैं, यह हमारे स्वयं की आत्मा में स्थित है। सच्चा सुख केवल बुद्धिमानी, ध्यान और दिव्य अनुकंपा से प्राप्त किया जा सकता है, और यह केवल वही प्राप्त कर सकता है जो इसे स्वयं में खोजता है। ईश्वर की अनुभूति करने के लिए अपनी चेतना को अज्ञान से ज्ञान की ओर ले जाने के लिए सबसे अच्छा मार्ग है योग का। और योग के ये 4 पथ हमें हमारे लक्ष्य तक ले जाते हैं स्वयं का अध्ययन कराने के लिए। पहला है कर्मयोग। कर्मयोग जैसे कि जो कर्म हम करते हैं वह कर्म बिना किसी इच्छा के, बिना फल की चेष्टा के निष्काम कर्म करना ही कर्मयोग कहलाता है। दूसरा है भक्ति योग। यह ईश्वर की भक्ति और प्रेम से संबंधित है, जिसमें हम सृष्टि की संपूर्ण वस्तुओं और समस्त जीवों, प्राणियों से
समता और करुणा का भाव रखते हैं। तीसरा है राजयोग। राजयोग जो कि सहयोग कहलाता है और अष्टांगिक मार्ग की जितनी भी क्रियाएं हैं वो सभी राजयोग के अंतर्गत आती हैं, जैसे कि आसन, प्राणायाम, प्रत्याहार, धारणा, ध्यान और समाधि। ये सभी हमें अपना स्वयं का अध्ययन करने के लिए आकर्षित करती है। चौथा है ज्ञान योग, जो कि जिसका केंद्र बिंदु यह होता है कि हम वास्तविकता और अवास्तविकता के बीच अभेद को जाने और उस अभेद को जानकर अज्ञानता को दूर करके स्वयं का अध्ययन करें और स्वयं की जांच करें, मतलब स्वयं के बारे में जाने। योग के ये चारों मार्ग भिन्न भिन्न नहीं है, एक दूसरे के पूरक है। अगर जैसे कि अगर हम सृष्टि के प्रति प्रेम भाव रखते हैं तो वह भक्ति योगी, और उसी भक्ति से जैसे मतलब भक्ति से कर्म से और हम कर्म करते हैं तो कर्म योगी, और उसी अष्टांगिक मार्ग से को अपनाते हुए जब हम अपने जीवन में अपनाते हैं तो वह राजयोगी, और जब उस राजयोग से हम स्वयं का अध्ययन कर लेते हैं तो ज्ञान योगी कहलाते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Our research scholars are very happy because they are going to be the future of our country. So I requested them, and Krishnaji was kind enough to give the permission for them to talk. If any queries are there, you are welcome.
Paranji, thank you very much, Ji. You and your scholars presented very nice. Now I will request
of developing vaccines, getting them approved, manufacturing them, and vaccinating the 7.6 billion people in the world. In the next slide, what I'll be showing is the history of vaccines and the progress we have made in the last 200 years. This definitely pales in comparison to the traditional methods of medicine such as Ayurveda and yoga, but nevertheless, the latest challenges of infectious diseases that have troubled this world could be handled only through vaccines. The vaccines have been the biggest medical advancement and which had the greatest impact on the health and expectancy. According to US CDC statistics, even within US, it has doubled the expectancy of health and life. And the first vaccine that was ever generated was using a cowpox vaccine, and it has been produced in 1796 by very crude methods. Since then, in the last 100 or so years, there has been a tremendous progress in terms of eradicating a number of infectious diseases. As you can see here in this slide, this is a statistics based on the CDC data, which is a Center for Disease Control within the United States. And as you can see from this, it's a smallpox and the polio virus that have been eradicated from United States and even the rest of the world. As William Foy has elegantly said, nobody ever thanks you for saving them from the disease they didn't know they were going to get. This is what shows the importance of vaccines. And in the next slide, I want to talk about, from here onwards, I want to talk about COVID vaccines, the COVID virus, how the spread and the transmission and the mutations happen, how we develop the vaccines, what type of vaccines are available. We can talk about the manufacturing challenges and where the industry is heading in general, in terms of production of vaccines. So here in this slide, you see the virus itself, the coronavirus, COVID-19 virus. This virus has been spreading very rapidly, and the spread has resulted in a number of mutations all over the world. As I'm showing here, there are more than 1.2 million coronavirus genome sequences that have been shared on the global database. And the WHO has been tracking the variants of concern. When we say variants of concern, These are variants or mutations that have increased either the transmission, increase in virulence, or even cause an impact in terms of decreasing the effectiveness of vaccines. These are the three criteria that will help you categorize like variants of concern versus variants of interest. Variants of interest, on the other hand, are mutations that bring about phenotypic changes in the virus. So when you see variants of concern, like you see the alpha, beta, gamma, and the delta being the virus or the mutation that has originated from India. So these variants of concern have been tracked very closely, and the vaccine effectiveness has been assessed against these variants of concern. And in the next slide, I will show you how in the last 18 to 19 months, there has been tremendous effort all over the world. A number of organizations have come together in terms of developing a vaccine. This is, in terms of the history of the vaccines, this has been the shortest timeline in terms of development of vaccine for the world. As you can see in this slide, there are different categories of vaccines. The first one is the RNA vaccines, the mRNA vaccines. These vaccines have been the first to market. And the Pfizer vaccine, the Pfizer-BioNTech collaboration on the mRNA vaccine is the one that has been approved first. And it was in December of 2020. What does this contain? This contains the mRNA that encodes for the specific protein, which is the spike protein. If you do not mind, can you go back to the previous slide, please? So this, the image of this virus, you can see the different proteins on the surface of the virus. The S protein is a spike protein. There's the M protein, and there is also one more thing. Yeah, the M protein, the E is the envelope protein, and the M protein helps in the assembly of the virus. And the spike protein that you see is the target. Every vaccine that is being developed focuses on meeting that production of the spike protein so that the spike protein could help in building that immunity. This spike protein acts as the immunogen or the antigen in the vaccine. So going into the next slide, going back to my point of different categories of vaccines, all these vaccine manufacturers have been targeting the S protein or the spike protein in order to produce in the human body upon injection. So the first category is the mRNA vaccines that have made it to the market first. And then the second category is the viral vector vaccines. In this viral vector vaccines, companies like AstraZeneca, the Covishield vaccine that's available in India is from AstraZeneca. And then the Sputnik and the J&J vaccine, all these use adenoviral vectors. There has been more than 2 decades of research that went into adenoviral vectors, but have never made it to market in terms of utilization. And this is the moment where we in the vaccine industry have relied on the decades of research that went into the safety of adenoviral vectors. Adenoviral vectors belong to the same category of the influenza, but these vectors, these viruses are safe to use, they have been attenuated. And these viruses, which I will talk about later in the vaccine, have been used by these 3 companies to produce this vaccine. And the third category that you see here is the inactivated virus. In this category of vaccines, the companies grow the coronavirus in the cultures, and the virus cultured is harvested, purified, and inactivated. The inactivated inactivated virus is used as an antigen in the vaccine. And the last one is the protein-based vaccine. In this protein-based vaccine, the company such as the Novavax, which is from the United States, they worked in creating the virus-like particle. They culture it in cells, baculovirus cells, and once the cells produce the spike protein along with the lipid component, which forms a self-assembling particle called virus-like particle. And these are the 4 categories of vaccines that have been actively developed, and being most of these approved. Novavax is pending approval, but the remainder of the companies have approved vaccines in different parts of the world. So if you move on to the next slide talks about the different vaccines that are currently available in India. The Covishield is the AstraZeneca-Oxford collaboration that's based on the chimp adenoviral vector. As pointed out here, the adenoviral vector will have the DNA sequence to produce the spike protein. Once injected into the arm of the humans, this adenoviral vector will help produce the spike protein. And this particular vaccine is 2 doses, 0 and 3 months, with 70% efficacy. And the second is the Sputnik vaccine. In this Sputnik vaccine, it is also a form of the adenoviral vector, but 2 different vectors are used in this particular vaccine. And they claim that utilization of 2 different vectors, in fact, helps boost immunity in a better way than any other adenoviral vector vaccines. And this Sputnik vaccine has 2 doses, 0 and 21 days, and they claim for efficacy of 91%. And the last one here is the Covaxin, which is the homegrown in the Indian Bharat Biotech vaccine. And in this case, the virus is grown, inactive. The cultured virus is inactivated, and the inactivated virus is formulated onto the aluminum hydroxide, which is an age-old adjuvant that's been used for more than 100 years in the field of vaccines, and is a safe adjuvant. And in addition to alum, there is an additional immune potentiator. This is a small molecule immune potentiator called imidazoquinoline. And this immune potentiators target toll-like receptors 7 and 8 and help in boosting the immune response. The alum and the imidazoquinoline immune potentiators together work to enhance the response. And in this case, in the Covaxin, there are 2 doses, 0 and 28 days, with a 77% efficacy. I will talk about the efficacy details in a couple of slides, but there are different variations of efficacy. You can claim efficacy against severe COVID infection. You can claim efficacy against any form of infection. So those are different categories of efficacy that companies really look into when they're conducting the phase 3 clinical trials. So coming to the next slide, in the next slide, we talk about. I'll be walking you through the fact how vaccines work. When you have a vaccine, on the left panel, what I'm showing is the step 1. You could have a weakened or inactivated virus, or even in this case mRNA or adenoviral vector. In all these cases, you administer the vaccine into the arm of the individual, and once upon injecting, what happens is the spike protein is either presented by itself because of the inactivated virus or the subunit protein, or in case of adenoviral vector, it's produced in the following step. Once it's delivered to the cell makes the spike protein from the DNA that encodes the spike protein. As a result, there's a spike protein that is presented to the immune system, or the antigen presenting cells, or even the dendritic cells. All these cells, they take up the spike protein, they see the spike protein, the immune system is activated. The activated immune system treats this spike protein as an immunogen and develops the antibodies against the virus. And these antibodies recognize the spike protein and help in combating the virus when there is an infection. So that's exactly what has been shown here. In the step 2, where the immune system cells are triggered and antibodies are produced. The produced antibodies help in preventing further infections and help in neutralizing the virus when it comes into contact with the virus. So the same is shown in detail at a molecular level on the right. Here in particular, I'm going to talk about the mRNA and the adenoviral vectors, how they're differentiating and how they're helping and how do they differ from the traditional vaccines. So in case of the mRNA on the top, you see the mRNA vaccine, once delivered, they're recognized. What is shown here in blue is the DC, is the dendritic cell. The dendritic cells produce the spike protein, and the spike protein is recognized. In addition to this spike protein, the mRNA also helps in activating chemokines, cytokines, and different kinds of interferons. So the benefits of mRNA in comparison to traditional vaccines is in addition to producing the spike protein, there are multiple ways it activates or boosts the immune system. They in turn activate the T cells and the B cells, and all these effector cells, help in the end, in producing that memory response, antibodies and the memory response that's needed. And same is the case with adenoviral vectors. These two, act in multiple ways other than just presenting the spike protein, and are hence, beneficial. This is one of the reasons why you see greater efficacy with the mRNA vaccines. You see more than 95% efficacy, even towards mild infection of COVID. Yep. Going on to the next slide. In the next slide, I would like to talk about a few fundamentals about the vaccines, the vaccine protection and the terminology that's used. This is a simple example. On the left, first I will talk about vaccine efficacy. How is vaccine efficacy calculated? We talked about 95% efficacy, 70% efficacy. Different companies have different vaccine formulations have different efficacy rates. Here is a simple example of the Pfizer data. Say, for example, you are conducting a phase 3 clinical trial. This is an efficacy trial, where a clinical trial is conducted in a population that is prone to COVID infections. And in this trial, you have two major groups. One is the placebo group, and the other is the vaccine group. And you can see here that there is a population. The group size, or the placebo size of the group, is 21,830 subjects. Same with the vaccine group. In these two groups, once upon receiving the vaccine or the placebo, the company tracks down the rate of infections or the number of infections. So in a placebo group, they find 162 infections, versus in a vaccine group there are 8 infections. And from these numbers, you calculate the infection rate, 162 divided by 21,830. That gives you an infection rate of 0.74%. This is a really low infection rate, even in the placebo group. But in comparison, look at the vaccine group, it's 8 divided by 21,830. It's a 0.04% infection rate. Now, how do you calculate efficacy using these infection rates? Efficacy rate is nothing but it's a ratio of these two infection rates. It's a ratio of infection rate of the vaccine relative to the placebo. So from this, the calculation, the end result is it's a 95% efficacy rate. So in other words, efficacy rate is nothing but it's a relative risk of the population to get to be prone to the virus or the infection. As you can see here, even in the vaccine group, there are some infections. Vaccination does not eliminate an infection completely. In this case, in case of the COVID vaccine, it reduces the severity of the infection. It reduces hospitalizations, and in most cases, 95% of the cases, 95% chance that you would not be infected from a COVID virus if you were immunized with this Pfizer vaccine. That is what it explains. So there is still a relative chance of an individual getting infected if you are not careful. But these vaccines help building that immunity and reducing the rate of hospitalization and infection rate. And there is another terminology that I would like to talk about here, the herd immunity. We keep hearing about herd immunity. When can we get rid of the masks? When can we go back to socialization? What's a good vaccination rate? What vaccination rate in terms of the population can we accomplish so that we can come back to normal life? This is what is decided by the herd immunity. When we say herd immunity, is the total number of population or the percentage of the population that needs to be immunized. The immunity could be built could be coming from the infection itself, like when an individual contracts the infection, the person develops immunity against the virus, or like if an individual gets a vaccine, that's another approach of building immunity towards that virus. So in either case, on this right, like you see the first panel which talks about no herd immunity. When there is no herd immunity, a lot of population does not have any immunity towards this virus. That means they are either not infected or do not have vaccination. If you improve the vaccination rate, like to a great extent, like at least 70% of the population is immune to this virus, that's when you accomplish herd immunity. How can we accomplish this herd immunity? Through vaccinations, higher acceptance rate, encouraging everybody to take vaccine is the only way to accomplish this herd immunity. So I'll take a pause here and then get into the next phase of next set of slides. There are additional 4 or 5 slides where I'll be talking about vaccine manufacturing in general, what are the challenges, how the industry has adapted to really address this challenge of producing a COVID vaccine at a record speed of at a pandemic speed of 18 to 19 months. Those are the topics that I will talk about. I'll take a pause here and see if anyone has any questions at the moment. I see a question about maybe someone in the moderator, moderator could read the question. I cannot read all the chat.
Sushma ji, they will take a few minutes to make all the things. Please wait with us a few minutes. They will take all the questions and then they will put to you. In meanwhile, Professor
Should I proceed with that?
Your
should I proceed?
Statements, remarks. Now, Professor Venkatrao garu, please. Your remarks, chairman's remarks, please, sir.
We heard Professor Parangauda and his research scholars, young research scholars, talking on Ayurveda and the relation between Ayurveda and yoga. Really, it is nice that the youngsters have come forward to present their views and really congratulate them. And Dr. Sushma, really she is highlighting the concerns about the developing variants and the efficacy of these vaccines. We do not know because many of the people are wondering whether all these vaccines, because when the variants are developing, whether the vaccines we have taken, are they useful or not. Many people were very ignorant of that. And now we are trying to explain to us the efficacies of this, because people claiming it is 79% efficacy or 89% efficacy, and really we do not know. As a layman, we do not know really whether they are efficacy, they are effective or not. So, though it may be effective, but how far this, whether we will be in that 100 minus 89% efficacy. And then and also you have given us how do vaccines work. Many of us do not know. Just we take a vaccination and they do wonderfully well in the body. And we are explaining that herd immunity. That herd immunity we heard about, just like herd, we heard about herd immunity, and if everybody takes vaccination, perhaps the immunity will, many people will be covered with this immunity, and we may not face the severe problem of getting this COVID-19. And you are going to tell us some more about this program. Is very interesting because many of us will not know all these terms, what we are using, and you are explaining it very nicely to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Venkatrao garu.
వాళ్ళు గెస్ట్లు నెక్స్ట్ స్పీకర్ want to come, but nobody is allowed.
Sri Krishna, should I continue on the remainder of the slides?
Please continue. Tell some questions they address to you.
Certainly. Thank you.
Okay.
So shall I go with the question? We have one question over here that says, is the purpose of vaccine for children same as one for the adult, or is it different?
Certainly. I saw the question on the chat, and the question is the proposed vaccine, like, any different, is the proposed vaccine for children the same as in adults or a different one? The proposed vaccine in children is also the same as in adults. Typically, the rollout of vaccine happens, from aged individuals, the adults or healthy individuals. You can talk about vaccinations label claim or approval to be 18 years and above, to start with. Once the 18-year and above population starts getting vaccinated, they really monitor for any side effects, any adverse reactions or events have been looked into, and then the label claim, or there is a smaller trial done, because the label claim is based on the trial population that's used. So in the first clinical trial or first efficacy trial, that happens, the subjects or the population that it is done is adult population, and hence the data can concur to administration in adults only. As a result, the first label claim comes with 18 years and above. So then the companies go in and do the next set of clinical trials in a younger population. 12 to 18-year-old individuals, 5 to 12-year-old individuals, and 0 to 5-year-old kids. So all these populations, we can go through different sets of clinical trials, and those clinical trials, once complete, the companies go ahead and expand the label claim to starting 18 years, then starting 12 years, and then starting 5 years, and then the final is the 0, the infants and the young kids. So that's how it proceeds. The bottom line is it will be the same vaccine that will be used in children as well. And then the second part of the question is, will this be a yearly phenomenon? There's a lot of research that's going into tracking the mutations and the virulence of this vaccine and the transmission rate. The one example that I can give you is the influenza vaccine. In the influenza vaccine, typically, in case of influenza, the virus mutates very quickly, even faster than the coronavirus vaccine. And there is a huge system in place. WHO tracks every strain that mutates, and every year there's a seasonal vaccine in case of influenza. So when it comes to coronavirus and the vaccines with coronavirus, it depends on how much of mutations the coronavirus undergoes, and as a result, they keep track of effectiveness of the existing vaccines. That's one aspect of it. If there is new variants that need enhanced immunity, then you come up with additional boosters in the subsequent years. And the second aspect is gaining of immunity. So the companies, upon administration in humans, they've been tracking how long the immunity can be sustained. When you say how long there is if I have to go back to simple layman terms, upon administration of the vaccine, you would see an immediate boost in antibodies. This antibody response is stored away in terms of memory response, memory B cells. And whenever there is a virus, the memory cells get converted to new, fresh antibodies that help in combating the virus. So, in other words, if this memory response goes away, wanes away, that's when you need an additional booster dose. There are two situations: when there are new variants that need additional booster, or a second case of waning of immune response. Those are the two situations that it will result in additional boosters. So the next question that I see is, after recovering from COVID, when can you take the first dose of vaccine? So as of now, it's about 90 days. Once you get infected, from a COVID infection and you've recovered, you need to hold off, from getting a vaccine, at least for 90 days. After 90 days, you can go ahead and get the vaccine.
Thank you, Shushma ji. Venkatrao garu, please, next speaker. Thank you very much, Shushma ji.
You're welcome.
Next we have Dr. Preeti, sir. Dr. Preeti.
1 minute. Next session's chair. Welcome, Dr. Janardhan ji. He's joined from New York. So he's also there. Please go ahead. Introduce the next speaker.
Sir, the next speaker is Dr. Preeti, sir. She'll be speaking about traditional and modern therapy to foster immunity.
అమ్మా కింద కొంచెం మేడం వైపు తిప్పండి.
Shall I start, madam?
Yeah, go ahead, Dr.
Yeah, please.
Please go ahead.
Interesting.
Madam, please start. Please start your presentation.
Sir, the PPT is visible, sir?
Yeah, we can see it. It's visible.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So first of all, I would like to say very good afternoon, good evening to everyone who has joined this session. And I am really thankful, I am really happy and glad to get this opportunity to talk with you all and to deliver my lecture on traditional and modern foods and diet therapy on to foster immunity. So I'm really thankful for the Department of Yoga and Consciousness Health in the Andhra University, Dr. Banukumar sir, Shavni madam and entire organizing team. So let me start with the terminologies first. So when we are talking about the diet therapy, actually it is nothing else but the alteration or adoption of diet to prevent or treat a disease or to simply promote optimum health. So during last few decades, we have quite a lot deviated from our, our traditional foods. But during the COVID and post-COVID era, we have come back to our healthy traditional Indian foods. And I will also like to say that we have also, modified our modern foods or fast foods in a more healthier way to, get sound immunity. Okay, so to foster an immunity is actually an integrated approach. Nowadays we are seeing so many advertisements showing that taking XYZ food or drink we can boost our immunity, but let me tell you that a single food or drink, it cannot foster our immunity. To foster the immunity, actually we need a judicious blend of nutritious food, balanced diet, proper food choices we should make, sufficient fluid intake, sound and sufficient sleep, and a few other of human body. So if we really need sound immunity, we have to take care of some factors like diet, which is rich in nutraceuticals, antioxidants, phytonutrients, vitamins, minerals, and especially trace minerals like selenium and zinc. The another thing is better absorption and bioavailability of nutrients from our intestine, because though we have a very nutritious and antioxidant nutraceutical rich diet, but if it is not get properly absorbed from our intestinal lumen or gut, we cannot get the maximum benefits of such kind of health promoting or immunity boosting foods. The another point is healthy gut atmosphere while eating. It should be while eating it should be joyful and happy. Immunity booster foods, because they are rich in dietary fibers, vitamin E, including tocopherol and tocotrienols, phytochemicals. They are loaded with phytochemicals and nutraceuticals. So actually I am given a very limited time for my talk, so I will skip some of the content which is I have already shown in my slides. So please bear. East Indian foods. So we can see there's most of our Indian foods are a judicious mixture of millets, cereals, and pulses, as well as oil seeds and some other vegetables and fruits. So now let us talk about the pulses and oil seeds. And let me tell you that pulses or dal and pulses are actually a pulse rate of our immune system. Why? Because they are the richest source of protein in our Indian food. Okay, so most of in India we are following a vegetarian dietary patterns. Even non-vegetarians are largely depending on the vegetarian protein sources. Are fighting against viral and fungal infections are always made up of protein. Our immune cells like macrophages, T cells, WBCs, important part of the dietary protein, our body proteins and amino acids, and hemoglobin is very important to maintain the proper oxygen supply and transport in our body, which is again very useful for maintaining the immunity. Some enzymes and hormones, all the enzymes and hormones are made up of proteins, and they are directly or indirectly regulating or modulating our immune response. So there are some other benefits also, like insoluble fibers, antioxidants, especially zinc and selenium, and MUFA and PUFA. So there are countless recipes in which we are using oil seeds. Fond of eating oil seeds, different kind of oil seeds in our diet. So basically, I would like to correlate these two things. Oil seeds are actually PUFA rich foods, and they foster our immunity because they are rich in PUFA, EPA, and DHA. So actually, consumption of this kind of foods, they decreases the production of pro-inflammatory cytokinins by macrophages, and clotting problems. Especially, they decreases the harmful body lipids like cholesterol and triglycerides, and they help in increasing response by white blood cells to control inflammation. So on the other hand, our Indian diet is also rich in a judicious mixture of different kind of vegetables, because we used to use these vegetables in our as a main meal as a sabji, and also they are added to different kind of chutneys, different kind of fillings, different kind of sambar and all. So we are eating a large quantity of vegetables which are again rich in antioxidants, vitamin C, A, and E, and all triovitamins are powerful antioxidants, and it provides us a very good and sound immunity. They are richest source of soluble and insoluble fibers, which gives us very unique benefit of prebiotics, and they helps in preventing and improving our lifestyle disorders as well, and helps in growing friendly gut microflora, which are in probiotics also. So fruits we are eating a lots of fruits and Indians, and we have fruits as a part of fruit dish, fruit juice, milkshake, etc. And also in all our prasadam, we mainly used to offer fruits to the god and goddess. So all Indian native fruits are loaded with immunity booster chemicals, or I will say compounds. And nowadays we are also eating some exotic fruits and vegetables like broccoli, parsley, and kiwis and or dragon fruits and all. So this all actually have a lots of like antioxidants, like pigments, like phenolic compounds, different vitamins, micro minerals. These all things are very helpful for our immunity. So basically antioxidants which are present in our Indian food diet, especially which is rich in fruits and vegetables, they decrease the oxidative stress and reactive oxidative species, especially peroxidizes and superoxides, etc. And they increase the expression of anti-inflammatory cytokinins, and thus they boost our immunity. So they have a very unique role in our immunity boosting properties also. Now coming to the milk and fermented milk products. So milk and fermented milk products are an inevitable part of our diet, and we do not spend a single day without consuming this kind of products. If we look at the traditional Indian food products, curd, buttermilk, lassi, mishti doi, shrikhand, raita, this kind of products are there. And in a modern food products, if we'll see now, market is flooded with different type of fermented dairy products as well as probiotics like yogurt, cheese, fermented milk is also available, and fermented and probiotic drinks like Yakult and probiotic lassi, buttermilk ice cream, which is being marketed by Amul and so many other companies also. So now all these fermented probiotic foods have lots of benefits for fostering our immunity. How? So actually this live microorganism, when we are consuming this kind of fermented food, they go to our digestive tract, and they will sit there, they will start growing their colonies, and they will stop harmful pathogens activity over there and growth over there. So basically this probiotics are also specific sweets, chawanprash, thandai is also, and curry masala. So almost in every state we have a very specific menu items in our cuisines, and we are using different types of curry masala. We have from sambar to chole, from khichdi to pav bhaji, and for various non-veg dishes we have a lots of curry masala which makes the food tasty as well as which supports our immune system. So how they supports our immune system? See, they have some active components and essential oils, and that is the hidden benefits of this kind of spices. Actually, I have given some of the examples, like turmeric contains curcumin, clove contains eugenol, and allicin and gingerol, shogaol, etc. So basically, when we are consuming this kind of spices and condiments in our diet, they increase the T helper cells and natural killer cells activity and maintains our immunity. And we all are well versed, we all love consuming golden milk nowadays, so we are aware of this, the benefits of turmeric in a immunity boosting food. Now talking about the cooking methods, because when we are talking about the traditional foods or modern foods, food is not something what we eat. Food is also made up with the type of cooking method we are using to prepare them, because it gives immense benefit to the foods. It increases the nutritive value as well as immunity boosting properties of that particular food. So basically, traditional Indian cooking methods includes boiling, steam cooking, shallow frying, roasting, and fermentation. And let me tell you, steam cooking and fermentation are one of the I will say they are the best ever cooking methods, scientifically proven that they create this kind of they maintain the nutrient profile as well as they increase the nutrient profile also, like fermentation. and they add a number of benefits to the diet as well as immunity boosting properties also in our diet. For example, I just would like to give an example that we have a very unique tradition of steam cooking the food in leaves. And in Gujarat, we used to use, patra or colacacia leaves, and in many part of India, we have a different leaves. We used to wrap the food inside, and we used to steam them. Sometimes we used to eat the food along with leaves, or we remove the leaves. So while preparing this way foods, we are actually getting the benefits of that leaves and nutrients or antioxidant property of that particular leaves also. For example, banana leaves contains a substance known as allantoin. So leaching of some micronutrients while we are eating or we are preparing foods in leaves are also additional benefit which improves our immunity. So here I have given some of the photographs that we can see. Now one more thing I would like to say for both traditional as well as modern cooking methods, how we are preparing our food. So earlier we used to prepare our foods in some specific metals like iron as well as copper. And nowadays again the trend has come, and even I am sure that in many of us will have again brought the the copper matka water pot in our home, and we are also keeping copper bottle or bronze bottle for storing the water in refrigerator nowadays instead of plastic bottles, because now we are aware of the benefits of using specific metals. Let me talk very brief in this point also, that metal of immunity mechanism, or I will say that how it works. For example, metal ions like iron, copper, zinc has shown positive effect on dendritic cell function, neutrophils, as well as they foster our immunity. So we have a tradition. By looking to the photograph, you will remember that whenever we go to the temples, we have a tradition to put charnamruta in that either in a silver pot or either in a this bronze or copper vessel. So basically that may be the concept of our ancestors. It will give some useful ions from that charnamruta to us. Traditionally we used to use iron and this kind of vessels, metal vessels, and now again if you will go to the Amazon or any other online shopping sites, you will find again the iron vessels, specifically copper vessels. There are some specific websites which sells only and only iron vessels. So again the time has come, and we are using this kind of things for preparing our foods, and it gives some impact, beneficial impact and immunity boosting impact on our food items also. So let me talk about the copper in a very brief, and only one line I will say. It promotes T and B cell responses and phagocyte functions also. Iron, yeah, it is very useful. It immune cells proliferates and maturation, particularly lymphocytes. For that purpose, ions are very useful. Then silver, we have a tradition in India to gift silver items, especially silver spoon or silver bowl or katori to a newborn child, because the concept behind it maybe it has antibacterial properties, and we used to offer prasad in always in a copper or silver utensils only. So that may be the reason, because it has antibacterial property, and that way also it will boost up our immunity. Okay, so now we have very unique immunity booster food combinations. So whatever food we are eating or recipes we are eating in modern Indian houses as well as in traditional Indian houses, they have this. They are following this concept. So these combinations actually promote maximum bioavailability and absorption of nutrients, like cereal plus legumes. So most of our items, food items, are based on this combination. It will improve the methionine and lysine amino acid content. So it increases the essential amino acids of our diet, and helps in ultimately helps in improving the immunity. Plant plus animal based protein, it has a higher biological value than only plant or only animal based protein. Curd and buttermilk along with milk to promote acidic medium in stomach and to ensure better absorption of iron as well as in calcium. Use of lemon or citrus fruits, fresh chutney, pachadi, etc. Along with legumes, again to improve the absorption of trace elements. Fibrous fruits along with curd and buttermilk, just like raita. We all are fond of this kind of thing, fruit lassi, raita, etc. So it gives a combination of immunity boosting properties of probiotic as well as prebiotic also. And coarse millet, we always used to cook this kind of coarse millet in a curd or buttermilk, because it has a lots of anti-nutrients, and we used to decrease the sorry.
Priti, please summarize your presentation. So we are almost 40 minutes behind.
Okay, let me just give 1 minute, sir. I'm going to summarize it. Okay. So now foods for Vratam, I will be very brief now, and I am going to complete my presentation, and only one slide is left, sir. So foods for Vratam. So traditionally we have a very specific food recipes for Vratam days, like which is made up of again millets and fresh fruits, roots, tubers, milk and milk products. These things only allowed, and it has lots of immunity boosting benefits which we can see. Now my last but not the least slide, fasting. Fasting is actually a fuel for our immunity. So we all are now aware, because now Japanese cell biologist Oshumi has won the Nobel Prize for his research on autophagy, and it shows how fasting helps this entire mechanism, and this is a very basic and important mechanism for boosting the immunity for our immune system. So fasting also has shown to activate autophagy, which in turn promotes immunity, and it is nothing else but it is a breakdown and recycle of dysfunctional and lethal and mutant biomolecules or organelles and pathogens also. So the way this actually, when we are talking about food, we have to talk about fasting also, because fasting is considered a very important part of our diet therapy, Indian diet therapy. So it reduces the inflammation, it reduces the oxidative stress, slowing down the aging process, increasing longevity, and improves gut health. So thank you so much, sir, for giving me this platform and this opportunity. I'm really thankful to all the organizers and esteemed dignitaries and presenters who have presented their valuable talks, and for entire Andhra University and organizing committee and Department of Yoga and Consciousness for organizing such a wonderful event and making me a part of this event. Thank you so much.
Masharu, concluding chairman's concluding remarks, sir. Please unmute.
Okay. I'm just wondering, Dr. What is that name?
Preeti, Dr. Preeti.
Dr. Preeti has left anything which is not covered regarding the food, right from how to eat along with your family and the different types of fruits, vegetables. She explained how they increase the immunity, milk products, everything, including the banana leaf. So what is the advantage of eating in the banana leaf? And every aspect, what is the advantage of taking butter, milk or curd? Everything is explained and related to the immunity. Really it is so, because our Indian tradition, Indian traditional cooking and Indian traditional foods have, because the rishis and the elder people, they know the effect of those. Scientifically, they may not know about the T cells and other things, but they experience that, and they have found that they increase their immunity. If they give it to the children, if you ask the a young boy to eat now, if you ask him to eat a banana food, he will say no. He will go and take a tin foil cup and eat it. So, Madam, you have explained very wonderfully well, and I really appreciate your efforts in presenting this lecture. Thank you so much.
Now, Shravani, thanks to the speakers of the previous session, and welcome to the next session. Chairperson introduce Dr. Janardhan and also other speakers. Please go ahead. Sorry, we are half an hour behind. Janardhan and Raghava, Sunita, and Sweta Chirpuri and Kanakadurga. We are welcoming all of you. Now I am handovering to Shravani. Please take. Please go ahead.
Good evening. I would like to start the next session of expert speaker talks by inviting Dr. Tulsiram Janardhanan, Co-Director, Pediatric Psychiatry, State University of New York. Also, the chairperson for the session to join us. Sir, I take great pleasure to invite you to join us here and give your opening remarks before I introduce the rest of the speakers.
Okay, thank you. Do you hear me? Thank you. I just, hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just had a request from Dr. Raghava Tadavarthi that he has an important meeting to go. So he's requesting whether he could be the first presenter in this session. So I would like to request Dr. Chilukuri and Dr. Sunita, please bear by changing the order of presentation. Okay, please. So I'm going to ask Dr. Tadavarthi to be the first presenter, please. Thank you.
So, please introduce Raghava.
Dr. Raghava has more than 20 years of experience in leading professional organizations, teaching and doing research. He is currently the CEO of Vaidya Health based out of Atlanta, USA, which is doing leading work in bringing access to both traditional and contemporary medicine onto a single platform with a motto of every therapy has something unique to offer. He is an MTech in computer and information technology and he has a PhD. So please, we are pleased to welcome you to deliver your presentation.
Thank you very much. Can you just tell me if you guys can hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yes. I think probably it's good morning, good evening, and then thank you very much, first of all, to Dr. Janardhan and then the hosting committee to allow me to talk a little earlier than it is planned. Without further ado, I'll just go ahead and get started. Again, thanks to Dr. Sri Krishna Chandaka, who is, kind of co-presenting along with me and giving me the opportunity to present in this great forum. I think we heard a lot in terms of, food, vaccinations, and then all of those things, how they are very important in managing our immunity, and then also how it is important in our day-to-day life. So probably what we are going to do, a simple thing that probably we overlook, and then how sleep actually affects our daily life. So that's what we are going to talk about, sleep management. And
so please unmute.
Raghava, you unmuted. You muted yourself. Please unmute.
Is it good now? Yeah.
Yes.
Is it good now? Okay. Yes. Very good. Then we look at the effects of sleep on our immune system. And then we have a couple of techniques, modern techniques, and then as well as yogic techniques in terms of managing good sleep. So here is the sleep definition. It is coming from Merriam-Webster Dictionary. It is the natural and then easily reversible periodic state. And then it's very, very, very important in terms of restoration and recovery of our body and mental functions. It's kind of like, as we talked about, it's very simple, but at the same time, it's very effective in managing our daily life. Briefly, we'll go through research on the sleep. So there are, probably some of you already heard about what is called a REM and then a non-REM. Non-rapid eye movement and then a rapid eye movement sleep. We begin our sleep with the non-REM sleep, where it's kind of like transitioning from wakefulness to the sleep state. And then after a brief period of stage 1, then we get into stage 2. We slowly kind of slide into the periodic of a light sleep. And then this is the stage 3 is the very, very important stage where we have the deep sleep. This is actually the place where the body really rests and then recovers. This is the most important phase or the stage of our sleep. Now let's look into REM sleep. So this is the one. It's kind of very interesting when we look at what is the REM sleep. It occurs typically after 90 minutes after we get into the sleep. And then what is important about this one is body functions very similar to what we do in a wake-up state. Eyes move rapidly from side to side, even with the eyelids closed. And then brain becomes very active, and then breathing becomes very faster and then irregular. Most of the dreaming happens here. And then the most important thing that what we want to look at is the last bullet here. Arm and leg muscles become temporarily paralyzed, which prevents us from acting out of their dreams. So this is the most important thing. So it's kind of like very, very interesting thing how the body kind of controls itself, even when so much action is happening in the brain, how the rest of the body is kind of paralyzed so that we don't do any unwanted things while we are doing in the REM sleep mode. Brain has a lot of play in the entire sleep area, and then different parts of brain have different roles to play. So, we have kind of it's a pretty busy slide. The idea is to give what are the different areas that are involved in our brain that are very, very important, playing role in the sleep management. Hypothalamus, and then brainstem, and then thalamus, pineal gland, basal forehead, amygdala. So those are the things that, everything has its own play. And then what do you want to here look at, hypothalamus. So this is the one that senses the light, and then as the light goes down, how they prepares the body to put into the sleep mode. What you want to here, pay attention to the second underline there. Most blind people maintain some ability to sense the light. This is one of the most interesting research finding that we can pay attention to. We assume that light is obviously connected to the sight, and then not having that one how these people function. So this is a good example in terms of how without even the sight, how people are connected to the light, and then it has a play in the sleep management. So now we kind of this is where we talk about what is the importance of the sleep. So people need sleep to survive. It's kind of very interesting bullet, and then we back it up once we go a couple of slides down the line. What does it mean by that? So what happens when we sleep is actually the sleep allows our body to repair and then make it ready for the next day or whatever. And then typically people need about 7 to 8 hours. There are different numbers for different ages of the people. So, when I said baby is about 12 to 18 hours, and then as they get into different stages, that comes down to 8 to 10 hours, and then typically it's 7 to 8 hours. Most of the adult life needs this much of the sleep. And then as people age, they may not be able to sleep longer, so that's why they take periodic sleeps. That's what happens. And then this is what happens in terms of it has an effect on the brain, heart, lungs, and then all kinds of immune system. And then also it has a huge effect on our mood, and then also disease resistance. So we talk about this last bullet, the chronic lack of sleep, and then their effects, down the line. So what happens when we don't have kind of enough sleep? Psychological effects. Our impulsive behavior increases, anxiety increases, depression increases. We become more paranoid, and then also suicidal thoughts. That is stage 3 or stage 4 or stage 5. These things progressively increase as we get into different stages. So have we heard about micro sleep? Micro sleep is kind of a very short sleep burst that lasts for probably 3 to 10 seconds. That is the micro sleep. And then typically micro sleep is out of control. Probably we never know that actually we are falling asleep. So we are in a kind of a boring meeting, or maybe you're tired and then you're sitting in a sofa watching TV. We never realize, how we have a small sleep that we have. That's the micro sleep. We don't realize that our eyelids are closing, or we are falling asleep, and then suddenly we wake up and then see hey, am I probably why am I sleeping? This is what happens. And then especially it is very dangerous. If people are operating heavy machinery, and then if they fall into micro sleep, the damages are humongous. So how do we avoid these micro sleeps? Obviously, we need to get enough rest before getting to any kind of physical activity or the activity that has dangerous side effects. So these are the things that we are talking about. When sleep deprivation happens, what happens after 24 hours or 36 hours, 48 hours, how much we can take on without having the sleep. Typically, the 24 sleep, most of the people may go through this one here and there once in a while. And then, those are the simple kind of a side effect that we have: drowsiness, anger, or decreased alertness. Those are the typical things. And then we pretty much can get over after a few hours of sleep. Whereas 36 hours, after 36 hours, what happens? Impaired memory, difficulty in learning, and then behavioral changes. Those are the things that happens. And then 48 hours, from here onwards, it gets really kind of a hard, and then what is called the effects of lack of sleep becomes very dangerous, depression, anxiety, heightened stress. And then the stage 4, this is where illusions and then delusions happen. And then after stage 5, this is really terrible, and this is where we talk about all the suicidal thoughts, and then very dangerous outcomes that happen after stage 5. Or are there any ways to get out of this one? Typically, luckily, body is very capable. It can recover from all these things the moment we start having kind of sleep and then rest. So this is the core of our presentation today in terms of does it has any kind of an impact on our immune system? So here the we provide a lot of antibodies, that, and then cytokines that are developed in our immune system, and then these are the things to fight our immunity, and then certain cytokines helps to sleep. Our immune system gets boost and then efficiency to defend the body against the illnesses. That's the reason why, even though we may or may not be aware of the importance, so how sleep is very, very important for us. These are the another, two things that leptin and ghrelin. So these are the two hormones that are, generated, and then they have opposite effect. Leptin tells our brain, that when to stop eating. So, and then ghrelin says that, hey, go ahead and then eat. So when we don't have enough sleep, what happens, leptin production reduces, and then ghrelin production increases. Then, we don't know when to stop eating. You feel hungry, and then we stop, we start eating late in the night. That's when people start gaining weight. So that's the reason why, even though we don't know, these are the side effects of lack of sleep, production of ghrelin, and then reduction of leptin. I think we covered a little bit of this one. It's a sleep boosts our immunity. And then, the second one is the most important thing. Is this true? Other benefits of sleep. It can slim you down, boost our mental well-being, prevents diabetes, better sex drive, and then reduces heart diseases, and then increases fertility. These are the things when body, I think whether it is for a nutrition system or yogic system, we talked about all these things. It has its own kind of an effect the sleep has on our body to give these kind of effects on our system. And then the last one here, when we feel tired, we think some of the days when we get up from the bed, we think I'm tired. That means we didn't have enough sleep. So that is one thing that we need to pay attention to. So if we are longing for sleep during the day, that means we didn't have enough sleep. So probably we may need to correct that sequence. So how do we get the sleep? So we have both modern techniques and then as well as yogic techniques, and then we'll just look into those techniques now. There are very simple lifestyle changes that we have to do. Set a schedule. Typically what happens is the body prepares when we have a schedule. So that is the reason why when we travel, suddenly we have the jet lag, what would you call, because the schedule gets disturbed. So that is the reason why having a good schedule is very, very important. And then exercising for 20 to 30 minutes. So exercising is good, but also it has a time factor too. What is a good time? Probably avoid doing exercise before we go into bed, so that bodies get energized, and then it's very difficult to fall into the sleep. And then typically avoid caffeine or any kind of smoking before going to bed. Otherwise, again, the same system exercises. So a body gets stimulated, and then it's very difficult to fall into the bed. A couple of techniques that can be taken to having a warm bath or reading. So people typically fall asleep during the time. And then the second thing is having good environment. Creating a room it helps to sleep better. That means it has a less light, less sound, and then also in a comfortable temperature. And then it's a good idea not to have a computer or TV in the room, so that we have the tendency to turn on the TV or keep watching something or doing some work in other computer. So then it becomes difficult. Probably have you ever noticed, when we kind of go through, when we are falling asleep, we push through a couple of hours, and then again, we become awake, and then we continue to work. So we may be able to achieve certain things on the day, but the next day is kind of it becomes hard. The whole day may be, kind of spoiled. Once in a while, it may be needed, but if it becomes an habit, then it becomes a problem. So that is something that we want to avoid. And then the last thing is, if you are not sleepy, probably don't get into the bed. That makes even worse. Rather, go and then do certain things, or take the bath, or start reading something. Then slowly we can get into sleep, and then we can have a good night's sleep. So we kind of talked about what are the small changes that we can do, but now we also look into the yogic techniques that help in the sleep management. So we have listed a few yogic techniques. It's not a comprehensive list. It's a few of them that can be done: the instant relaxation, quick relaxation, deep relaxation, and then when we combine those top three, it becomes the cyclic meditation. We go through that one, and then also 61-point method, and then yoga nidra, dahara vidya, and then also we have simple breathing techniques: Bhramari, yoga swasa, and then vakshodhara swasa. Instant relaxation technique. It's kind of this is typically called 1 minute relaxation. All we have to do is tighten the muscles from toe to top of the head, hold it tight, and then release in one go. So this provides instant relaxation. It need not be done by lying down. It's preferred, but even if we are in an office or in an environment where we're feeling stressed or whatever. So we can do this one even in sitting a chair, because it can be done in 1 minute. It's not a distraction or anything. So if some of the days are very stressful, so maybe go to a bathroom or go to some side and then do this instance relaxation technique. And the quick relaxation is typically 3 to 5 minutes. So this is typically done in in Shavasana, so may not be kind of a thing that we can do while we are at work. Maybe it can be done after work once you reach home or whatever. So it's typically takes looking at the abdominal breathing, taking that we observe as we breathe in, the tummy goes up. As we breathe out, the tummy goes down. So we keep observing what is happening with our tummy, and then we kind of close this one with an ah sound. So QRT, or the quick relaxation technique. So this is followed by some asanas. We'll cover that one in next slide when we get into the cyclic meditation. Deep relaxation technique. This is a little bit involved. It takes about 10 minutes. So this is where we lie down in Shavasana and then visit every part of the body. And then we attend to the body, and then we move our consciousness from point to point all through our body parts, and then rest at the end of the movement of the our consciousness across the body. And then we combine these three techniques into the cyclic meditation. It's a combination of all IRT, instant relaxation technique, quick relaxation technique, and then deep relaxation technique. So we have to combine both IRT, QRT, ERT, and then a set of asanas. These are the asanas. So what we have is these asanas. So we have Vajrasana, Shashankasana, and Ustrasana. So what we have to do, we start with IRT, and then do Thadasana, and then Ardhakati Chakrasana, followed by QRT, then Vajrasana, Shashankasana, Ustrasana, and then follow up with the DRT, and then that completes the cyclic meditation. So this is kind of a brief overview on 61 point and 31 point relaxation. This is by Swami Rama, and then this is based on the Nyasa techniques, Karanyasa, Nyasa. So what we have to do, when we go through, begin with the center of the eyebrows, and then go through all different points, and then come back to the center of the eyebrows. In 31 point techniques, we just do half of it, just to continue from the top to the toes, and then toes to the top. Yoga Nidra is kind of a little bit involved. It has an entry, sankalpa, body scan, and then breath and prana awareness. And then Dahara Vidya, this is probably little bit more involved among all the techniques that we discussed. This is the one, it both spiritual and then as well as physical, that is both involved in Dahara Vidya. In this meditation, we bring the whole universe into ourselves, and then we become one with the universe. That is the Dahara Vidya. And then what we'll do, we'll close out the presentation with the three breathing techniques that we kind of talked about: Bhramari, Yoga Swasa, and then Vakshodhara Swasa. So Bhramari, the simple humming bee type of technique, most of us know, and then probably this is not in the scope of this presentation to go through these techniques in detail. But, that is the Bhramari, and then Yoga Swasa. It's a deep breathing, deep inhalation and then exhalation. And then Vakshodhara Swasa, this is alternative breathing from tummy and then chest and tummy. These are the three breathing techniques that help a lot in terms of, reducing our anxiety and increasing, our awareness, and then smoothens our, any kind of difficulty that we have in the day. So if these techniques are practiced, an hour or two before we get into the bed, mind gets relaxed, and then easily we can fall into the sleep. So in conclusion, whether we do, we follow the modern techniques or traditional techniques, all our goal is to just get into the sleep. That's how we can we can boost our immunity. All right, that's pretty much. Thank you very much, Dr. Janardhan, Dr. Sri Krishna, and then the community, Andhra University community, for giving the opportunity to present here. And then thanks a lot, and then for changing the sequence as well.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Tadavantri, for your wonderful presentation on sleep and how sleep, the basic biological function, it affects mental health and how it affects the immunity. And you gave a lot of techniques of relaxation exercises. Very important because we are running out of time. So there was one question. Somebody raised their hand. The person raised the hand is HRD SSSCT. So if you want to ask that one question, please, you may ask the question, and then we'll move on to the next presentation. I don't know who that person is. It says in the screen HRD SSCT has raised a hand. If you are there, you can please ask the question. Unmute yourself and ask the question, because the speaker has to leave. He has an important meeting. Okay, person is not coming forward, so let's move on to the. Thank you, Dr. Tadavantri, once again. So let's move on to the next presenter. Sorry for the delay, Dr. Sweta Chilikuri. Please, can you do the introduction, please?
Dr. Sweta. Consultant psychiatrist at Clinical Hospital with specialist interest in de-addiction psychiatry and psychotherapy. She also works as an assistant professor at the Department of Psychiatry, Deetam Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. She is a gold medalist from KMC Manipal, graduating top of her class. Then pursued post-graduation in psychiatry from the Royal College of Psychiatry, UK. Dr. Sweta, please join us, and she's presenting to us on the topic mental health and immune system, cognitive and behavioral strategies towards a stronger immune system. Please join us, Dr. Sweta, and share your thoughts with us.
Thank you, Shravani, and thank you all the organizers for having me in today. I need a little bit help with the presentation on the screen. Can you, Shravani, can you help me with the presentation, please?
Yes, it is already on the screen. You can go ahead, guide, move the slides.
How do I see it?
Can you see the presentation yourself?
No, I cannot.
You please go ahead with your mobile. We will just keep moving on the slides as you say.
No, I can't see it on the device that I'm talking to you on. Hello? 1 second, just 1 second, 1 moment, please. Okay, can I start? Because I myself can't see my presentation. Is everyone else able to see it?
Yes, we are able to see it. Can you start talking?
Okay, so good evening one and all. I'll try and keep it really brief now that we've really run out of time. So the overview of today's presentation is actually I had planned this with some audience participation, bearing in mind that you've been having lectures and talks all day. So if time permits, we can. If not, I'll leave it to the organizers. So what I want to do is briefly review the evidence for the relation between mental health and immunity. and then go on and look at some mental health issues that were common themes in adults and children during the pandemic, both the first wave and the second. And then finally going on to immunity boosting strategies through mental well-being. I know that previous speakers have already talked about nutrition and sleep, which are also very major aspects of immunity boosting. So I'll talk briefly about how to use mental health strategies, cognitive and behavioral methods. Next slide, please. So let's go on to see what is the current evidence base. I was wondering if people could share their views on whether mental health affects one's immune system and what are people's thoughts on that. Could I ask the chairperson to sort of ask the audience if they can put in their reply? So if people think that it does, what do you think? There is a relationship. How does it work out? So let's look at the current literature. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So there is a new framework of research. This is an upcoming branch of psychiatry. This is called affective immunology. Basically, it's based on two fundamental assumptions, and they are that the immune system and the emotional system are mirror images of each other. So what that means is increased incidence of emotional disorders in patients suffering from immune diseases are common. So for example, people with IBS, Crohn's disease, arthritis, things like that are very, very much more susceptible to mental health issues, and therefore, and also vice versa. So people with mental health issues like depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, are much more susceptible to immunological diseases. So the second assumption is that both immunological and emotional responses are dynamic and very plastic, which means very flexible and changing. So there's evidence that keeps coming every year, which shows that there is a direct relationship between the two. So if people are interested in looking at what it is, next slide. These are the references. Sorry, okay, the references will come later. So this pictogram is basically a depiction of how our basal state and homeostasis is with respect to emotional response and immune response. So if you look at the red cup, that's our emotional response. The green cup is our immune response, and the blue cup is what happens to the body. So at the basal rate, like how we are normally, they're all at balance. But look at healthy conditions. Once there's an immune or etiological challenge, let's say, for example, COVID-19. So let's say there is an infection with COVID-19. So there is a challenge there, both immunologically and also emotionally. Can you go back to that slide, please? Yeah. So what happens is in normal conditions, in healthy conditions, both of the responses, emotional and immune response, are elevated. However, in emotional disorders and immune disorders, do you see the red cup and the green cup? The balance is dysregulated. So, for example, in an emotional disorder, let's say depression or severe anxiety, a person who is already depressed or anxious gets COVID. What will happen is that their emotional response is limited or is dysfunctional. Therefore, the immune response is bumped up. So what you will find is the immunological markers that are seen in any sort of infection like cytokines and your TNF and these fighter cells. Now in COVID, it is mostly very important because once you get the fever after the first 3 days, the fever is because of the immune response of the body and not because of the virus. So imagine if a person is already heightened in their immune response, these people are more likely to have prolonged fevers, especially in COVID-19. and therefore likely to require prolonged hospital stay, more and more steroids, more remdesivir, and that sort of things. Now, my own experience in this wave of COVID, I've seen that people who've had positive emotional responses to their condition fare so much better than those who do not. So, for example, in our ICU, we had a 74-year-old lady who came with a saturation of 92. And very soon she needed to be in the ICU. And in the ICU, including with her, there were 7 other young males, about 40, 45, and who all had saturations about much more than her. And it was very surprising to see after 2-3 days that she was sitting up and talking without the mask and giving courage to the others, whereas the others were so breathless, and we lost a couple of them too. So it's really, really strange how these things work. So similarly, even in immune disorders, people who have dysfunctional immunity, like in the green cup, you can see that it is low. Emotional response is heightened. So people with fibromyalgia and people with chronic fatigue syndrome, SLE, all these sort of diseases, which is predominantly immune diseases, they have high rates of psychological comorbidities. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So these are the references that backs the what I was just saying right now. If anyone's interested, they can always go and look it up. Next slide, please. So again, I was talking to you about the mental health crises during the pandemic crisis, both the first wave and the second wave. So I think we can all agree that the current pandemic has had a major effect on our lives. I'm sure many of you have had direct stories or have had, or at least know a few people who've had very sad stories. They've faced challenges that can be very stressful, overwhelming, and cause strong emotions both in children and adults. So even public health actions that are actually put in place to limit the disease, like social distancing, can also make us feel isolated and lonely. Next slide, please. Next slide. So please share some of your experiences. I can get back to you on text or through the organizers later. So recognizing stress. Please press it again. Please press it again. Yeah. So how do you recognize stress? And these are the common symptoms of stress that people may have already gone through before me. So feelings of fear, anger, stress, worrying, numbness, frustration, changes in appetite, sleep, energy, nightmares, all those sort of things. You want to press again? Yeah. So we can have a range of physical and mental health issues that come under the category broad umbrella of stress. So obviously one of the major things that has happened during the lockdown and the past 1.5 years is the increased consumption of tobacco, alcohol, and other illicit substances. Next slide, please. So just wanted to talk to you briefly about what are the principles of coping. So it's better coping, and why bother about it? So better coping actually boosts immune system as well as mental health, and especially with outcomes in COVID-19. So how coping strategies works is that there is a relationship between our thoughts, our behavior or actions, and therefore our feelings. So for example, if I have a thought that, oh my God, something's terribly wrong with me, then obviously the feeling that is going to derive from that thought is anxiety or fear. And obviously the action from that would be to isolate or to do things that are generally unhelpful. So that is the principle of coping strategies. So next slide, please. We'll go into a bit of a detail about how to do this. click it again. So how do we cope? So again, I've divided them into the three aspects, which is your thoughts, your behavior, and your emotions. So of the three, it's generally the hardest to tackle the emotion first. Generally, it is easy to tackle with the action, and as a result of that, emotion improves. So therefore, looked at actions, and many speakers before me have already said, have explained to you in detail about how to go about. I think we all know this. So yoga, exercise, plenty of sleep, avoiding alcohol, tobacco, and stuff like that will help with dealing with stress. Now, I put this getting vaccinated for COVID vaccine. These are the general common sense things that we do to help us become better in ourselves and relieve anxiety. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So in terms of taking care of our mind, our emotions, it's best that we have a network of people that we either physically or when possible, or more so on the phone or on video calls these days, share our stresses, our worries. If all doesn't work, then medications is a good option, at least for the short term. I think we've missed a slide before. Yeah, so yeah, but the one after this, please. Yes, this one. So taking care of our mind in terms of our thoughts, that is the hardest by far. So I find simple things like making a gratitude list, things that you're thankful for. If you're worried about, oh, this could happen, that could happen, this might go bad, that might go bad, use that energy into writing down what are the good things that are happening in your life right now. So, and keep that list handy every time you're feeling stressed, anxious, depressed. It's a good one to look back and fall back on. And the next thing is to keep a check of difficult thoughts. Maintaining a diary is often very helpful. Once you've done that, you'll find that there are common themes developing within your unhelpful thoughts. It's either around anxiety about health, anxiety about wealth, anxiety about anything else, or feeling low or not enough about things like that. So if there's a theme developing, then the gratitude list is often helpful in showing you that, wait, it's not as bad as it, the reality is not as bad as it is in my mind. I'm probably imagining much more. And therefore, that is the part of the process of swapping worrying thoughts for more healthier and balanced thoughts. Like what I've heard this time from many friends is they get really anxious because lots of loved ones have been taken away, lots of bad news around, and that really sets people off in a downward spiral. So once that happens, it is hard to lose a loved one or someone you know, and it's hard not to worry. But I think it is important for us to make a conscious decision to swap those worrying thoughts with the reality of what we are, where we are, what we have, and what we can do. So take control on things that you can control of. Rather than things that are beyond your control. Obviously, meditation, there is no remedy. There is no replacement for meditation. And in terms of scientific methods, it's not just ancient Indian methods of being calm and peaceful, but there is scientific evidence, even along the lines of psychotherapy, where by meditating, you're shifting your focus away from problematic thoughts to breathing in and breathing out. That's the essence of swapping here. In a sense, it's swapping thoughts for action, like breathing. So it is the best thing that you can do. Mentalization is a Buddhist technique, very similar to meditation, that also helps. And I think the techniques are very similar to what the previous speaker has said about being aware of every part of your body and what it's doing, that sort of meditation. I'm no expert in your meditation and yoga, but I'm sure the panel will be better able to advise on what that is really. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that's the gist of my presentation. I'm sure a lot of what I've said has been already covered in depth by our previous speakers. So please feel free to ask any questions either through the chairperson or if we have time now, that is also fine.
Thank you, Dr. Chilikuri, for your wonderful presentation. You brought the concept of affective immunology and also the relationship, a nice pictorial depiction of the relationship between emotional and immune issues. And you mentioned about principles of coping, and you touched the basics of cognitive behavior therapy, the relationship between thoughts, emotions, and behavior. It was a very nice presentation. So I'll take one question from the audience. If anyone has I will take one question because we are running out of a lot of time backwards. So we have to move on forward. So please, one question. If no question, then you can always contact the speakers individually. Later if you come across any questions, they are available through the chairperson. Sure. Yes. Okay, looks
Thank
like,
you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
So let's move on to the next speaker, Dr. Sunita. Can we do the introduction, please?
Yes. Dr. Sunita. Dr. Sunita has 18 years of experience in teaching, counseling, and doing research in psychology and interdisciplinary areas of yoga and spirituality. She is currently an associate professor at the Department of Applied Psychology, Eden School of Gandhian Studies. She was a UGC postdoctoral and UGC net doctoral fellow at Andhra University, and her PhD dissertation won the Durganand Sinha Best Paper Award of the National Academy of Psychology. She has numerous awards and publications to her credit, and she's going to present to us on the topic Yoga for Psychological Well-Being. Smita ma'am, we are pleased to have you, and please come forward to share your thoughts with us.
Hope I'm audible. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My wishes to or respects to the chair, Dr. Janardhanan, and all the co-speakers. Once again, a very good evening, or we're almost 8 o'clock now. So I hope you are able to see this screen as well. Just give me a second. Yeah. So I'll be doing yoga for psychological well-being. So unfortunately, in the past 1.5 years, we are all going through a very tough time. It's like almost looking through some, clips from horror movies, and we also had our children to look at all these things. So really, all of us had gone through a very tough time, and we were actually something that as unexpected as hit us. So we all had a lot of psychological turmoil. We were anxious, and so many lot of disturbances had happened. And this was unexpected because we were very happy with how science and technology is making our lives better. So we had the whole world in our hands, so to speak. And we thought our future, with the kind of resources that we have, more or less, at least, we and our loved ones are safe. And we never thought we had to think about a very, very primal and basic thing in our lives, which we thought probably, very poor people will have to think about it, or some aboriginals had to think about it. But unexpectedly, all of us had to think about this part, that is our survival. Something which we have not thought so much about, but in the last 1.5 years, we had to think about our survival of our family members, survival of people around us. And science tells us that this survival is possible only for the fittest. So only the fittest can survive. So we need to assess, is the current science and technology, not talking bad about it, because we are enjoying so many benefits, but is the current science and technology, or the medical science that has progressed so far, helping us to become healthy day by day? Are we become physically more healthy and more fit? Are we also getting more psychologically fit day by day? So that is a question that we all need to ask ourselves. But when we look at certain things around us, we find that yes, both physically as well as psychologically, we seem to be getting not so fit. So in this situation, we need to rethink about ourselves, about our lives, about the future of our children, and seek a method that can help us to become stronger, help us to become physically stronger, help us to become psychologically stronger. So I feel yoga and meditation is one such, method, time-tested method, from so many, from ages more or less, that has proved often that it helps us in making a better individual. So the emphasis or the focus on yoga is on the individual, how to develop the individual physically, psychologically, spiritually, in all many different spheres. But whereas the probably the no other science or no other discipline has such a focus on the individual. And another very important thing in when we talk about yoga and meditation, of course, is a part of it, is that it is guarded by the Guru Parampara tradition. So we don't get techniques out of yoga that are not tested, well tested, thoroughly, experientially. When they are working out only, then they will be offered. So it is not, so that's why none of these techniques that we here see, the texts, they change. They don't say that this technique will no longer work. Or, we have a new technique, so don't do the old technique, do this new technique. No. The whatever techniques that we have, of course, new ones do get added on, depending on how the yoga gurus develop them. And I have seen myself, like how the gurus, my own guru who has come up with some yoga techniques, he is to thoroughly test it on himself and see how it is going to work, and for whom and for how long we need to do those techniques, and so on and so forth. So it's not that they're not tested out. They are very much thoroughly tested, more so than what today's science is doing. Now, it is very important for us to first understand that there's a link between our mind and the body, and this is what yoga does. So yoga works both on the mind as well as the body. Now, our mind, what we are thinking, the kind of thoughts that are going within us, going through us, are going to have an impact on our physiology, on our physical health. So, I will not go into the scientific jargon. So the kind of the thoughts that we have can stimulate certain neurotransmitters, so on and so forth. So to summarize, our mind, the thoughts, the kind of, if we are having positive thoughts, then positive or hormones and other things will get secreted. But if we are having negative thoughts, similarly, detrimental chemicals or neurotransmitters get sort of produced in our own body. Similarly, if our body is healthy, then our mind also can be healthy. So there's an interlink between both of them, and we know that we all are facing lots of stress. Now, when stress is high, then what happens is the end result is that the immune system will get affected. So you can see, apart from all the other changes that stress brings within us, the thing that we need to notice and worry about is that if we are under prolonged states of stress, then our immune system is going to get affected. So we need to find something that will de-stress us in spite of everything that is going around us. And that's what yoga does. Yoga and meditation work on different dimensions of wellness. So when we say psychological wellness, we mean on different dimensions. And coming to the physical dimension, now there are so many research studies that say that yoga and meditation have an impact on various systems of our body, and even to the extent that there is research evidence that shows that it even helps, yoga even sort of works on the matter, the gray matter in the brain, as well as changing or altering our DNA for the better. And also we have seen, there are so many studies here. You can see how meditation will help us in increasing the extent of our brain usage. Now, our physical health or our intellectual health and all other, dimensions of health, the more they are to, so to say, are dependent on how much our brain, how many cells of our brain are being used. Now we know that all of us have some billions of cells, but we use very small quantity of it. So by doing meditation, you can see that the brain, there is increased functioning of the brain. So it also helps us at the emotional level, because yoga definition itself says yoga brings about equanimity, that brings about that kind of emotional control in us, and will help us to in spite of the stress and strain in us, we will be still able to hold on and continue to turn our negative thoughts into positive thoughts. How this is possible? Because the traffic in our brain gets reduced. So the confusion that we have, the negative thoughts and all other different thoughts that are there in our brain, that confusion sorts of reduces. And so we will be able to get some clarity, get some space to think about and change our negativity to positivity. And also intellectually, you can see that these are the scan images which showed that after a few minutes of meditation, there is the activity of the brain, sort of synchronous activity. So which will give us the kind of intellectual growth what is required today, because we are in a highly competitive world, and because of that heightened activity in the brain areas, so our intellectual skills also get increased. Similarly, socially also, because we are more at peace with ourselves, we will be able to listen to others, we will be able to focus on others and try to look at things from their perspective and understand better. Because of this, our social life also, or the social dimension also improves. And of course, these are the findings of various research studies that show that there are so many areas of development in our in the human being at various levels. Now, finally, even environmentally also, there will be a lot of development because we are in peace with ourselves, and we can also link up with the nature. Today, we know that climate conditions, the challenges that we are facing is because we don't have Okay, I think there is some.
The slides are changing, but
Looks like slides are not changing. Sorry for that. Yeah. So now probably yeah, I'm on this. Uh, okay. So right. This is about the stress and different
Possible,
programs.
if
Yeah.
possible, please show all the sites, just like one by one.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm doing that. Uh, Right. So this is about the stress thing, which you can see here that it results in immune effect on the immune system, and then physical wellness. And this is the brain scan images, which show that there is increased activity in the brain, and also emotionally and intellectually. This is also another brain scan, which shows there is synchronous development or activity in the brain. And socially, this is another thing. And
Is it visible? Presentation? No presentation.
No, sir.
oh, sorry for that. I should have. Okay, fine. So you're not able to see anything then? Okay, fine. So let's continue. It's okay. So yeah, there is also a lot of research evidence that has shown, recent years that yoga and meditation helps us at various levels of the human being. And also, in my own research, I have seen that by doing meditation, it brings about lots of transformative changes in the individual. Because when you're meditating, it is a different state of awareness. So initially, when you're meditating, some of you might also get some kind of, remember some of the things that had happened in the past. So when you are in a meditative state and you remember, say, a fight that you had with someone, but now since you're in a calm and controlled state, you will be able to again cognitively reassess this particular situation you are in, and so you will be able to see new things of the same situation, and because of that your past problems can be resolved, and meditation will really help in cleaning the consciousness. That's what it has been found. So once our past traumas and tensions and stresses are reduced, then we can certainly lead a more psychologically healthy life, and similarly even a physically healthy life. So with this, I will close off my presentation, and sorry once again, I think there's some problem and I couldn't share the slides, but I hope you are able to follow the lecture.
If possible,
thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you, Janardhanan.
Please take care.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for enlightening us on how meditation can clear the consciousness and how yoga and yogic techniques can help in leading a healthy life, psychologically healthy life. Thank you so much. Now, I invite the next speaker of the session, the last speaker for today's session, Dr. Kanakadurga Govindaraju from Texas, USA. Kanakadurga, ma'am, you there? Yes. She graduated from Guntur Medical College in 1992, came to US and completed post-graduation family medicine in Detroit, Michigan. She had her private practice for a decade, and she's currently working as an associate medical director for TMF Health Quality in Austin, Texas. She learned yoga, and since June 2020, she's been consistently practicing yoga. Ma'am, please, we invite you to share your thoughts with us.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, and I thank everybody for giving me an opportunity. And I'm not going to talk about everything, all the stuff that the distinguished speakers have already talked, but there are a few things I would like to share about yoga and immunity. our body has two different kinds of immune system, and let me see if I can share my screen with you. Or I mean, I have sent the PowerPoint thing. If you can, that's okay. If not, that's still fine. So all I wanted to tell is, yes, everybody has talked about immunity and yoga. I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention there are few cells that take care of our body immune system, and there are two different
No,
types.
మరి అవ్వలేదు మరి మరి నేను షేర్ అనే కొట్టి వెళ్ళాను.
Madam, the voice is not audible, madam.
Okay, let me increase the volume, please. Now, can you hear me, Andy?
Still a little bit, madam.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Still
How
little
about
bit
now?
only.
Is it better?
Some more, madam.
Oh, my laptop is at the full volume under right now.
Okay, madam. Continue, madam.
Madam, closer, little bit closer to the camera.
Yes,
Yeah, speak, madam.
Yeah, so all I wanted to share today is about the immunity and yoga.
Madam, if you don't mind, little bit louder.
A lot of people have talked about immunity and yoga, and I do want to give some reference articles which have been done in different parts of both United States and India, where they showed how the stress and the different aspects of immunity has a correlation, and how yoga has been helping for that. So one of the first references I have is, it's a systematic review of randomized controlled trials that was done, and there were 15 trials that were reviewed, and they looked at various different markers and how it is showing. And they have proved that yoga can actually enhance immunity, especially the cell-mediated mucosal immunity. But they felt that it may need a little bit longer time of practice to show consistent results. But there are few studies which have shown it doesn't matter, as long as they do it, even for a short period, they are able to see the results. And interestingly, there were two studies that were done on medical people, and one of them is the paramedics. These are the people who drive our ambulances, and they have looked at it's a short study because the cohort is small. They looked at 16 paramedics and they had 17 control group. And in that, though the paramedics have told that their stress level was low, but they still put them in the study and they have done some testing on them to see. Those results have shown that our stress response, the body produces certain chemicals. Example are cortisol and some tumor factors and interleukins. These are called cytokines. These are all the first defense mechanisms that come. Though they said they did not have any kind of a stress, which they didn't physically feel it, till the testing showed that all those markers were abnormal in them compared with the control group. This is, though they were off duty for 24 hours, still the result was the same. That means whatever mental stress that they were experiencing as a part of their job has been playing a role, and it is not wearing off immediately, though they walk out of the job. So even after 24 hours when they were tested, it was still showing that, yes, the effect is still there. And the next study was done on medical students. First year MBBS students were taken into this study, and they were like 30 kids who were enrolled with, and 30 kids with control group. So the enrolled students were enrolled into yoga session, and the control group were not. And these people were examined how they their stress level was right before their exams. Every medical doctor will agree how stressful our exams are, the preparation for it or going through the exam part. And this study had shown that the control group did poorly because they were not doing any yoga practices or anything, but the medical students who were in it have shown that their response to stress, the chemical markers they checked, were very minimal or right at the near normal levels. Even if there was a fluctuation, it was very mild. And they did well on the exam part compared with the other people who did not. So what I was trying to tell with all this is yoga does help. We may not be physically seeing it all the time, but it is being medically and scientifically being proven day by day in various studies how the body is responding to this time people are taking to do the various practices of breathing, asanas, or mudras. So in this context, I would like to tell about what my personal experience has been. When I had my private practice, one of our patients had told they were taught how to do Jihvabandha Mudra. She had no clue that there is a name for it. And she was a ex-army person, and in the army, this is the training they were given when they were stressed out to practice that Jihvabandhana Mudra for few minutes. And she felt the relief in it. And later on, she came out of army, and now she is into being a nurse practitioner in medical field. So she rotated with me, and she was telling, "Doctor, this is what I learned, and it helped. Maybe we can start telling our patients." So I tested myself first to see how this works. I could feel the difference. So I started educating my patients about that, and people started noticing the difference. And they would come and tell me, "Doc, when I was anxious, I did it. I could feel the difference." So this is very, what I should say, helpful from a practical point, because I myself have been seeing it. And I myself am also an example of how this whole yoga had helped me. In 2020, just like everybody else, it has been a very stressful situation for me and my family also during COVID time. And thyroid is a gland that we all have, and it produces thyroid hormone. And I happened to have some checkup done, and they said, "Oh, your thyroid level is high." So normally doctors would have put me on medication right away. This happened in early June. I barely started doing my yoga practice with Krishna Vinegar. But thankfully, my endocrinologist said, she asked me, "What is going on in your life?" She said, I told her that what was going on with my family members with COVID and health problems and all. She said, "Okay, we will wait for some time, and then we will recheck, and then we will decide whether you need to go on medication or not." So she gave me almost like 6 to 7 weeks time. And during this time period, I have been consistently doing my yoga practice every single day. Believe it or not, my thyroid level was almost 1/4 of what the original number was. Okay. Yes, it was still above the normal, but nowhere near where it started off. And that I felt, oh gosh, this is something very remarkable. I wish I continued doing my yoga practice even before this, is what I felt. And the next best example I can give you in my family is my spouse, who had shingles. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar. In Telugu, they call it as sarpi. And that is a very, very painful condition where people have, we call it as post-herpetic neuralgia, very debilitating situation where they need a lot of medications to keep their pain under control because it affects them physically and mentally a lot. And we were very worried if my husband is going to have that. And along with me, he also was doing yoga, and thankfully it has been a year. He did not have any of that at all, and he had been even off medication for that condition. So with all these practical experiences I myself had, I would say, yes, it is the best practice. We had it in our lab for centuries, but we never paid attention to it. It is only now, whatever be the reason, that we are all coming together and say, yes, this is what we need to focus on. Okay? Medicine is not the answer for everything. There are other things which our ancestors have tried to tell us that, if you do these things, you don't even need to think about medication. But I feel happy that at least we are all heading in the good direction to consider this and also tell our friends, family, colleagues, as well as patients. So that is what I would like to share with you. And I thank you all so much for this wonderful conference. And every speaker, whatever they have been telling, is so valuable and so helpful for other people to understand and put it into practice. And that's all I would like to share today. If you have any things that I can answer, please.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your personal experiences with yoga and also bringing out some insights about the immune system and about also some research-based evidence. Thank you so much. Now I request our HOD to say Swasti for today's event. Sir, please join.
Dr. Janardhan, Venkatrao garu, please summarize the previous session. Then immediately Dr. Janardhan is also his remarks. After both remarks, we will end the session with Shanti Prarthana. So I request you, Venkatrao garu, summarize his chairman's remarks of his session. After that, Dr. Janardhan will summarize all his remarks. This is last question. Please, sir, Venkatrao garu.
Right. I heard Dr. Sunita. It was like a flow. Even without slides, she has impressed because she has given her own experiences, and we both are disciples of Dr. Rapati Ramarao garu, and she has that research inclination. So well coordinated her experiences with what is happening when we do yoga. And similarly, I have heard a beautiful personal experience of Kanakadurga Govindarazu. She is doing yoga for the last 1 year or 6 months, something like that. And she had a very immediate relief in her thyroid thyroxine levels. So as you said, madam, yoga, even if you do for 10 days, it will show its effect. The only thing is you have to do it in a positive way. If you do it in a positive way, definitely you will reap the benefit of yoga. So, and also your spouse is also doing yoga, and we are so happy about it. So every family member, if one is associated with yoga, they will inflict the other people with yoga. So let us all do yoga and reap the benefits of yoga. Whether it is scientifically, all aspects of yoga scientifically proved or not, they will have their effects. And let us practice yoga every day.
Thank you, sir. Please, Janardhan ji. Unmute, Janardhan ji, unmute.
I'm sorry, I'm in the clinic, so I blocked the time until 8 o'clock, so I have to step out to see some patients and come back. So I was not there for Dr. Sunita's and Dr. Govindaraju's presentation. Since I want to conclude that, there is a lot of relationship between emotional health and immune responses. So if you're able to take care of our mental health, the immune response is going to be definitely get better.
Excuse me, Janardhan.
Yes.
Excuse me, Janardhan. Please come front to the camera. You are on the side. Yeah, now it is okay.
Now it's okay.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sure. Okay. I was trying to say that there is a lot of close relationship between immunological responses and our mental health and emotional health. So we have to take care of our emotional health so that our immune responses will be better in handling stresses, especially at this time. At this time of globally, this COVID thing is going on, affecting almost every country on earth. So we have to focus on our mental health, and this yoga and the relaxation techniques, some of the things that have been mentioned, it helps a lot. I myself, as a yogic practitioner for many years, I learned under Dr. Sri Krishna, and I promote that with my patients as well, if they are interested. I teach them the breathing techniques. It helps them to cope better and handle their stresses better. Obviously, handle their physical problems as well in a better way than the other individuals who are not following the instructions given to them. So let me conclude that this mental health is very important, to handle our immunity as well as the physical problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Janardhan ji.
Yes.
Thank you, Kanaka Durga Govindaraju and Sir Dr. Sunita, and all the distinguished, even Alex is here, and all the participants. Thank you. We'll conclude this session with chanting this Shanti mantra. Now, okay, 3 times chant Om and then Shanti mantra. But please mute yourself, and I only chant, otherwise it becomes an echo. Okay. Either all of you please sit. I think because you are it is a marathon from morning 11 to almost it is 8:40. So we are continuously engaging with a lot of world-renowned scholars, scientists, philosophers, whatnot. The great pharmacy, medical science, psychiatrists, psychologists, microbiologists, so many people in so many systems. We got a lot of knowledge. So thank you very much. We'll conclude with Swasti, Namaste. But there is no need to you mute yourself. I will chant and join with me. Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu. ॐ सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु। ॐ सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु। लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु। लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु। Pranams to all the dignitaries, all the participants. Thank you very much. It is a great success of this seminar. Thank you, Venkatrao Garu, and thank you, Janardhan, and all the distinguished speakers and participants. Once again, I thank you, each and every person. Alex, thank you very much, and all the things. Now we close this session. Thank you very much.